On the battlefield, a man in armor heard a cry. One of the warriors loudly announced that the enemy was there. He glanced back sharply, ready to fight again, knowing he had been spotted. The knight heard the order to seize him. Standing with his boots soaked in blood, he was ready to rush into battle. He rushed forward, although he felt fear never before had the enemy been so close. No matter how long a knight was on the battlefield, he always felt fear, because he was expendable and not valued, and he could die at any moment. However, the man in armor understood that he did not want to die. There was a clash of weapons, swords met, and something went wrong. This time he was too exhausted and weakened to continue fighting. As a result of a desperate battle, the outcome was decided. There were no other warriors nearby, so he had no chance to escape. Already pinned to the ground, he heard approaching footsteps and a voice he couldn't help but recognize. He said that their rivalry had been going on for 5 years already, and they were clashing in exactly this way on the battlefield. The gray-haired youth said that he was already fed up with this and that he would finally be able to see his face. Standing over the stricken enemy, he ordered his knights to remove his helmet. However, what he saw amazed him, as it did not at all meet his expectations. He couldn't even exclaim it wasn't a man in front of him. When the helmet was removed, he saw long red hair. They framed a woman's face. His opponent turned out to be a girl. When he regained his speech, he asked if the crazy dog, who had always been the cause of rumors about his impotence, really was a girl. Standing before her, he said that Agrafana had lost the war and her death would end this battle. But the fact that she turned out to be a girl made him think, and with red hair, it would be a shame to just kill her. She asked if he was crazy, to which she only received a stupid laugh. He said that it was impossible to fight her for 5 years straight and remain sane. The young man said that he would give her a choice of who she wanted to be remembered as, a knight or a girl. Be that as it may, during this time he managed to become attached to her, so he will do as she wishes. But she replied that he apparently didn't know and that he should listen to her more carefully. She said that she is a girl, but she is still a knight, because a knight is her status, and she is still a girl, and she does not intend to separate these two concepts. Her opponent thought for a moment and then asked her name. She introduced herself as Diana Resley and then asked his name. He answered Cornelius Hyman. Then he asked what her last words would be. She smiled because she knew that sooner or later it would all end. So she just told him to kill her with one blow. She can't stand the pain. Her opponent was impressed by this statement. 2 soldiers held her, and he stood and watched. Diana closed her eyes and thought that in another life she would prefer not to be a knight. And she promised herself, when he swung the weapon over her, that she would never pick up a sword again. The sun warmed her cheek. She opened her eyes and did not understand what was happening. It was clear that she was lying on a soft bed with a blanket on top. She couldn't understand what was going on when she suddenly heard the maid ask if her lady was awake, after which the maid said that she would bring her water to wash, and Diana thought that she had forgotten how young Olga was. She was her maid, but the last time Diana remembered her, she was older. Diana looked around, not understanding if she was really in her room at the Resley estate. She hadn't been there for so long that she had already begun to forget this situation. Could this really be some kind of dream? Diana turned over in bed, and Olga became worried and asked if she was sick. Having reassured the maid that everything was fine, she let her go, after which she thought that she wanted to enjoy this peace a little longer. However, Olga was always overly fussy and said that a doctor would come. Diana lay and thought how long it had been since she had felt such peace and idle. It was damn nice, but the dream she had was too realistic to be a figment of her imagination. She walked up to the mirror and still remembered how she was when she was an adult. Looking at her reflection, she saw an ordinary little girl, not a knight. She even pinched her cheek and realized that this was clearly not a dream. She had returned to the past. From all appearances, she was no more than 10 years old, but there was another thing that raised doubts. The power she possessed remained with her. She wondered if she could defeat her opponent this time. At that moment, she heard the butler announce that the master was calling her. She remembered that all this happened around the same time when her father also called her. After this conversation, her life changed. Her father said that she was already 10 years old, and it was time to learn something in order to be able to support herself. He asked if she wanted to master the art of the sword or listen to the lessons of a lady like her sister. For her, the choice to become a lady was then unthinkable. She chose the sword, which later led to her inglorious death. Although the choice seemed reasonable at the time, she didn't want to be like her sister. However, now she knew how it would all end, and she remembered that she had promised herself never to pick up a sword again. The weather was fine that morning, and Resley Castle, where she lived, was simply enormous. Here again, a familiar conversation took place when her father repeated that she was already 10 years old, and it was time to learn something in order to feed herself. Listening to these words again, she wondered why she remembered them so well. Diana looked at her father and thought that the Viscount had been quite young back then. He added to his words that it would be nice if she learned to wield a sword and be of use to the family. Diana remembered that she had previously been afraid of his gaze, but now, on the contrary, it evoked sympathy in her. His thin hands had never held a sword. He had a skinny body that wouldn't have been able to withstand any battle, so it was unclear why she was afraid of him at all. She thought that if she pushed him a little, he would fall right away. But for some reason at that moment, goosebumps ran through her. Her father cleared his throat and again stated that she had better learn to wield a sword. At that moment, he choked when he heard that she wanted to take etiquette lessons to become a lady. She firmly stated that it would hardly be useful to become a knight, since she was physically weaker than her sister Regina. So she'd better take etiquette lessons to become a lady, after which she turned around and went back to her room. The father remained in thought. He expected that she would follow his advice. But she walked resolutely, remembering how difficult the path to becoming a knight had been. She worked like a horse, training on the court all day long, so that by the end it was impossible to move his arms. Endless training. If she missed even one day, the next day she had a hard time keeping up with the others. She worked so hard that before going to bed she was so tired she couldn't remember herself. But then she waved it off, pulled herself together, and decided that it was time to collect her thoughts. From now on she is not a knight but a lady. Dark clouds were gathering and soon it started to rain, which irritated her. However, at that moment she heard a nasty voice, turned around and saw her sister Regina, who said that although everyone was saying that Diana was sick, she looked absolutely healthy. Regina then reported that she heard that Diana had decided to take etiquette lessons. After that, she said that it would be better if she became a knight. Diana asked why she thought so. Her sister said that a girl with dirty blood could not become a noble lady. Diana thought about what kind of nonsense she was talking about. It was clear that they were stepbrothers, but this was just nonsense. Her mother was a princess of Agrafana, though not the queen's daughter. Diana asked if Regina knew who her grandfather was. She replied that of course the late king knew this, and so what, she added. She claimed that the royal family had disowned her mother. Diana thought that this was precisely why she didn't like Regina. She was born from the Viscount's first marriage to his beloved wife, and Diana appeared after a forced remarriage. The Viscount clearly showed a difference in his attitude towards them. While Diana was shedding blood on the battlefield, her sister lived in comfort. Regina had everything for a prosperous life. She enjoyed exquisite dishes. While Diana was on the brink of life and death, Regina lived a carefree life. She had expensive diamonds, lots of jewelry and beautiful dresses. Diana never envied her position, but asked if she really thought the royal family had abandoned her mother. After all, if her mother was abandoned, then one could consider the Viscount himself to be just trash. Diana was confident in herself, because she earned the family's authority and all their treasures at the cost of her life. However, after her words, Regina told Diana not to call her sister anymore. She didn't care at all, but it was funny that it hurt her sister. In a bad mood, she walked away, probably to complain to her father. And Diana looked at the rain through the window and thought that she would never acknowledge this stupid girl as her sister. After some time, a guest, Baroness Williams, came to the castle, who was supposed to be responsible for etiquette lessons. The lady lifted her skirt and said she was glad to meet you, after which she bowed to Diana, whom she was about to teach. The girl thought she had never heard of her before. Then she decided that her father had decided to provide her with a woman from a little-known family. Nevertheless, she politely lifted her skirt and replied that she was glad to meet him. She already understood that her father wanted her to give up becoming a lady, but she wasn't going to give up so quickly. However, at that moment Diana tripped and fell. She had never tried to be a lady before. She stretched out right in front of her future teacher and showed off all her clumsiness. The Baroness didn't even bat an eyelid. A real lady apparently shouldn't fall. Lying on the floor and thinking about how to get up, Diana went over the options in her head. She felt like the woman was smirking at her. It seemed to her that the battle was lost from the very beginning and that it was not even worth trying. But while she was thinking about whether to refuse, she remembered the promise she had made to herself. When she stood up, the woman said that she had good posture and that she would learn quickly if she tried. After which, the Baroness asked Diana to lift her dress slightly and move one leg back. Then she told me to repeat it again. And again, because it turned out wrong. Then she said that Diana was unsteady and needed to do it again. She repeated this over and over again, but the shoes were terrible. Diana thought that perhaps taking them off would look better, since she had never worn shoes like that before. When she said this out loud, the woman asked in horror if she wanted to wear the boots with the dress. It was noted that they first needed to get used to the shoes, so they agreed to meet tomorrow. After this, the Baroness expressed the hope that by that time she would learn to greet properly. The maid asked what had happened to her, noticing her exhausted appearance. Diana sat with her legs outstretched and her shoes scattered about. She was in a gloomy mood, realizing that this was not easy for her. The maid looked at her with concern, about to say something. Diana suddenly jumped up and declared that she could achieve her goal by any means, which frightened the maid. She wondered to herself who they were taking her for. Thanks to her willpower, she was able to rise to the rank of commander. After that, she began training again, showing off her achievements to the maid. She repeated the exercises over and over again, and the maid thought her lady looked strange today. The next day came when she had to show the results. When Lady Williams entered, Diana curtsied and introduced herself. The teacher thought to herself that she was doing quite well. After all, she practiced all night. After this, the teacher asked her if she could do this, why she had behaved inappropriately yesterday. Diana tried to explain her behavior, but received the answer that she should not talk nonsense now, and that all this could not be learned overnight. The girl was indignant, believing that she was being treated unfairly, and insisted that it was true. However, Lady Williams soon noticed the wounds on her heels. The girl explained that it was because of the shoes. The teacher asked why they didn't call a doctor, and was told that it was just a scratch, since she hadn't broken a bone. Lady Williams clutched her head in pain, and was surprised that the maids had said nothing about her wounds. Diana remembered how Olga asked if she was in pain. And then I switched gears and simply asked her what she would have for lunch, and she said it made no difference. Diana recounted this conversation. The teacher couldn't believe that they were so indifferent to the Viscount's daughter. She had some guesses. She realized that the girl was being openly neglected in the family, and that the invitation of her, a woman far from high society, as a teacher spoke volumes. After this, Lady Williams demanded that a doctor be called immediately, and they brought slippers for the young lady. While her feet were bandaged to prevent her shoes from rubbing against her, while the doctor tended to her, Lady Williams said she needed to change her thinking first. She said that her body is a treasure and she must protect herself from any wounds or damage. Diana thought it was too much, the doctor finally finished. However, Lady Williams said that only in this way would her value be fully demonstrated. She needs to use any means and methods to stand out from the crowd. She said that high society was like a battlefield for girls. Diana understood what a battlefield was. However, she ran away from her future and chose a different path, but found herself back on the battlefield, a paradox. While she sat there not knowing what to answer, Lady Williams asked her a question. She asked if she was ready to fight in this high society war. Diana thought she had nothing to lose, but out loud she answered something else. She said that she would probably be interested in it. Her teacher smiled contentedly and said that she would help her win every battle. After which, she extended her hand to her and invited her to continue the lesson. Diane didn't expect to find an ally in this fight, so she was glad. She shook her hand and said that she had great hopes for her, and she replied that together they would succeed. The day had come when it was time to visit the royal palace of Agrafana. The royal family held a banquet every year on Orville Day, a party that all the kingdom's aristocrats must attend. This was done under the pretext that it was a place of friendship and harmony of high society. In reality, it was a battlefield where instead of sword and score, hypocrisy and false smiles appeared. Diana had a hard time there and she hurried to leave that place. She found a door that led to the terrace. Once she went out there, she decided to be alone for a while. Looking down, she thought that with a sword and shield it would have been much easier. However, then she saw something unexpected below was someone who shouldn't have been here. It was Cornelius Hyman, the one who killed her in her past life. She recognized his gray hair, which was so unusual for young people. She looked at his face for a while, remembering the past. His cold gaze was striking in its non-childishness. The one who was supposed to kill her, the one who made her decide to become a lady, was looking at her. Diana didn't understand why he was here. After all, he had to be in his empire, which was called Hebirunia. However, at that moment she was distracted by another action. Someone grabbed her hand. She turned around sharply, ready to fight back. However, the tall young man said that it was dangerous for her to lean out over the railing like that. It was one of Agrafana's knights, Bankrot Crawl. He asked her where her guardian was and told her that she should not walk alone. If she had been her old self, she would have hit him already, but she decided that she needed to act like a lady. She asked if he could let her go. This apparently stunned him. He didn't expect such meekness from her. The knight immediately removed his hand and asked her for forgiveness. Diana looked out into the street again, but no longer saw her opponent and even thought that he seemed to her. The knight said that it would be better for her not to walk here alone and that she should go to the banquet hall. Diana barely recognized him, he was too young here. She heard that he had held a low position for a long time, and she told him out loud that she would not be here for long. He said he would stand guard. She recalled that his unsociability had prevented him from getting a promotion. She introduced herself, then asked his name, and he introduced himself. Diana pointed out that he had no hereditary title, and he reluctantly agreed. It turned out that he was a commoner by birth with a non-hereditary title, and he was not promoted because of this. He said that if this fact bothered her, he would ask another knight to accompany her, but when he received a negative answer, Diana noted that it was his sword that spoke of a knight, not his origin. She added that it would be an honor for her to have such a worthy knight stand guard. He didn't know what to answer and was silent for a while. Then he said she could call him Ben. Diana thought that maybe he was going through a hard time right now, but he needed to stay strong, because she knew for sure that in the future all the knights would admire him. However, he couldn't know this now, so he was simply happy with her words. At this moment, someone called the young master. Cornelius Haemon's servant ran after him and told him to be careful. Not only did he insist on coming here, but it was also unsafe to enter the palace. The boy was the second son of the Duke of the Heberunya Empire and was very wayward. The servant grumbled that at this rate he would definitely die an unnatural death. And the guy said that he finally met her. The servant asked if anyone recognized him. The boy did not answer, but he understood that she really did exist in reality. He had been having strange dreams for a long time. In these dreams, he saw some woman, as if he was present in her life. She had red hair, she was a knight. He saw her in the most terrible moments of her life, when she sat in thought after the battle. She took off her helmet, looked at the sky, and thought that she couldn't take it anymore. He felt her great fatigue, but he could not help in any way. Covered in blood, she was often alone. But the surprising thing was that when he saw her, the unquenchable thirst in him disappeared. It was an unknown thirst that had haunted him ever since he had memories, and this woman had become a blessed rain for him. After that, he often observed her life through dreams and knew everything that happened to her. He saw her pick up a sword for the first time, was present at her first battle when she entered the fray, and worse, he saw her last moment when she was captured. He was there too, but different. He was completely out of his mind, and in the end, the thirst that haunted him drove him to madness. He looked at her and heard his voice asking what her last words would be. Cornelius heard her tell him to kill her with one blow. She couldn't stand the pain. He tried to reach out to her, to stop himself, but he failed. With her death, his dreams also stopped, and he could no longer see her. But that smile that was at the end, he couldn't forget it. He was ready to do anything to see her again. Then he asked his servant for a dagger, but he did not understand why. The gentleman cut his hair as a promise that they would meet again. It is unknown whether he will be able to see her on the battlefield. His servant asked him why he did it, and his master threw back his hair and suddenly made a decision. He knew he would do anything to cross paths with her again. She quenched his thirst, and all his thoughts were absorbed by her. He did not hear his servant. He didn't know what to do and was wondering whether to take the master's hair. And Cornelius decided that he would meet her again, even if he had to learn how to wield a sword. The next day, Diana's training continued again. Lady Williams said there would be theory today, and then asked what she thought it meant to be a lady. Diana never thought about it. She assumed it was just a girl. More like a girl in a dress, an aristocrat, graceful, luxurious, and sweet. While pouring tea, her teacher said that ladies are creatures that need protection. Because what is valuable always needs protection. This is the basis for a lady. She asked the question again, asking what it meant to be a lady. Diana didn't understand again and introduced herself as Diana Resley. She then said that she was a lady, to which she received approval from the teacher. Looking at the saddened girl, the teacher thought that no one in this estate was protecting Diana. She understood that she would not be able to help her in high society, but she had to learn to defend herself, for which she needed to be given a weapon. According to the teacher, Diana should use her innate beauty. For a lady, good looks are a great asset, especially if she has bright red hair. Diana thanked him, but she wasn't sure she really needed it. She didn't really want to do it. She lowered her head and thought that in the past she had not liked her red hair. In that life, they caused her more trouble than pleasure. In knightly circles, they were absolutely useless, and even a hindrance. She was often called a redhead and was pestered with rude suggestions because of her distinctive appearance. However, this never happened more than once because she knew how to fight back. The lady asked Diana who would protect her when she left the estate, since she would have to get married. Diana didn't even think about it, since she didn't have such an option in her past life. Now she realized that she would indeed have to leave the estate someday. The lady explained that she needed to win people's favor and that her appearance would play an important role here. To begin with, she needed to win over the maid Olga. Her maid is the person who is constantly trying to be around, so it is important to make sure that she is on her side. Diana didn't want to deal with all this, but since she had decided not to take up the sword, she at least needed to have one means of protection. She asked the teacher what she needed to do and received the necessary instructions. On the way home from class, she thought that she was indeed in for a marriage of convenience. She never once thought about marriage. In the hallway, she heard that Regina's lesson had ended. The teacher scolded the sister because, as usual, she was not prepared. He said that if this continued, they would not be able to continue their activities. After that, he said that he would check her homework tomorrow, so Regina needed to prepare thoroughly. Diana walked past and mentally advised herself not to pay attention to it. However, Regina called out to her, shouting, "Hey!" and decided to pick on her, asking if she really couldn't cope, smirking all the while. Her shrill voice seemed like it could make Diana's ears bleed. She thought that Regina was like a dog that barked for no reason. At the same time, Diana was immersed in her thoughts, wondering who she would marry and hoping that the groom would at least be handsome, and Regina kept screaming. She called Diana a fool and that she stared at her. At that moment, Olga appeared in the corridor, and Diana remembered her task for today. The most important thing was to evoke compassion, and also to take into account how she appeared from the outside. Beauty attracts attention, but when combined with sadness, it awakens a desire to protect in another person. It was this rule that Diana decided to follow and try to put it into practice. At this point, Regina screamed again, asking if Diana was even listening to her. The girl was ready to do everything as she was taught. Evoking Olga's sympathy should have been relatively easy. Moreover, she was a commoner and knew how to sympathize. Diana pretended to be upset and began to apologize to her sister, saying that all of her problems were her fault. Regina did not expect this turn of events and was a little taken aback. She continued her speech, saying that she had to help her sister in everything and that she was so sorry that she couldn't be a support for her. A look of compassion actually appeared on Olga's face. The girl thought to herself that she probably should do something like that, but Regina continued to attack. Continuing to smile sweetly as she thought, Diana simply pinned her sister against the wall. She got scared, trembled, and started saying something incomprehensible, thinking that Diana had gone crazy. She tried to put on the most sincere smile and repeated that she had to help her sister in everything. Regina was in quiet horror because the smile looked more like a grin and the eyes looked truly frightening. The maid Olga was also in a daze. It happened unexpectedly. Diana was completely pleased with herself and she liked the expression on Olga's face. She thought she had done a great job until she heard her sister's screams. Regina began to whine and scream, whining and calling for her daddy, and then ran away. In tears, she ran down the corridor, and Diana thought that she had not expected such a reaction. After this, she decided that perhaps she had made a mistake somewhere and had not done everything as she had been taught. But when she turned to Olga, her facial expression seemed not quite right to Diana. Moreover, Olga clearly avoided eye contact, which made Diana wonder what she had done wrong. She stood there thinking about this when suddenly Olga did something unexpected. She gave a thumbs up and the maid said that even she felt better. Diana thanked her, although she knew the reaction should have been a little different. However, Olga admitted that her face was indeed terrifying, and perhaps she went a little overboard. It is not surprising that the 12-year-old girl could not withstand such pressure. Walking with Olga, Diana asked why she felt better. She suggested that perhaps Regina was also causing problems for Olga, but the maid brushed it off and said that she didn't even want to remember it. One time she found stones in her food. Another time, the clothes she had spent a long time restoring turned out to be completely torn. These were minor dirty tricks, but Diana didn't even suspect it. She wondered if it had been like this in her past life. After that, she decided to find evidence. Olga asked what would happen next. Diana replied that then they would smear her sister across the wall. The maid pointed out that it was not appropriate for a young lady to speak in such a way, and Diana decided to make amends. She said that in that case, Regina needed to be properly punished. The maid laughed and remarked that it didn't make much difference. After that, she thanked Diana, but she didn't understand why. Olga explained that she didn't think that she would be so worried and care about her. Diana realized that most likely her goal had been achieved, and Olga was worried that her sister would tell the master everything and she might face punishment. Diana laughed and said that she would still be scolded, but that it would not make her feel worse. However, the punishment came quickly. The butler came to Diana and said that the master wanted to see her. She thought to herself that the Viscount, whom she rarely called Papa, was predictable, as was his reaction. However, the butler, as if sensing a change in Diana, decided to help. She was very confident and very different from the nasty Regina, which reminded the butler of something. It was as if he saw before him the late lady who had behaved in a similar way. The butler turned to Lady Diana and said that he wanted to give her some advice. He noted that the gentleman was now most likely with Lady Regina. Recently, she came to him in tears, which caused him concern. Regina seemed to be saying that nothing had happened, but her father immediately suspected Diana. The butler heard him scold her and demand that she be called to him. He said he knew she had done nothing wrong. Lady Regina had a habit of embellishing everything. But even though it would be unfair, one must still ask the master for forgiveness. Diana thanked him for the advice and said she would take it into account. Well, it's time to answer for your actions and go to be torn apart by tigers. The butler thought, when did she manage to grow up so much? She walked towards her father with a firm step, remembering what Lady Williams had taught her, and she firmly decided that she would behave like a lady so as not to let her teacher down. As expected, my father was standing in the office with Regina hiding behind him. His face was stern. He began the conversation in a commanding tone, and her little sister, hiding behind her father, who was protecting her, stuck out her tongue. It was even funny. It didn't bother Diana at all. Father said that Regina told him everything, and how dare she look down on her sister and even threatened to kill her. He asked her where she got all this from. She thought it might look like a threat. Her father said he would speak to Lady Williams, who was in charge of her etiquette lessons. Diana couldn't lose her ally and decided to repeat her sweet look, but for some reason her father recoiled. She bared her teeth predatorily, trying to look sweet, and then said that she offered her sincere apologies. Father immediately told Regina to go to her room, covering her with his body. He made sure she moved away. Such an apology shocked him. Diana was waiting for him to say words of approval because she really tried, but the father did not dare clear his throat and asked where she learned all this. She said she apologized with a smile on her face, and her father hit himself on the forehead and told her never to show that smile to anyone again. He thought to himself that he was afraid of his own daughter and began to look for his dagger, after which he declared that etiquette lessons were not suitable for her. She should study with a sword. She stood up and firmly said that she didn't want to. The father did not expect such disobedience. He asked her again and received the same answer. Diana knew his look, but he gave in and said that he would give her 2 months, during which time she should perfectly master the basics of etiquette. Soon they will choose a servant for Princess Juliana, and she must become it. If she can't do it, he'll send her to the training ground. Diana thought to herself that this damn Viscount was just trying to make a knight out of her, but she understood that she couldn't change anything in this situation. All she can do is become an exemplary lady, otherwise she will not be able to avoid the sword. She needed to calm down, so she went to a place where she could be alone. Nobody knew about it, but it was there that she was able to think about everything. She didn't know if she wanted to be Princess Juliana's servant. And why does she need this at all? Is there some special honor in this? Although this way she could become closer to the king and have a better chance of making a good match. Now it all seemed like nonsense to her. She bent down to find a branch. Instead, she found a pebble and threw it into the lake to try to calm herself down. She often came to this place to hide when her mother scolded her. She wondered if she could become a princess's servant. To do this, you need to be an ideal lady, from which she was still very far. She could have given in to her father's pressure, but she remembered her promise. Having found a suitable branch, she lifted it from the ground, and she thought that she had another option. She could just kill everyone. As she waved her stick, she thought that she had no sense of patriotism, no family, no friends. One could simply sell military secrets to a hostile empire and flee there. Only Olga would need to be taken with her, but the problem was different. Would they believe her words? After all, now she is just a little girl, although she was sure that the man would believe. Cornelius Hymen, a naive madman, he will take them on faith. In the past, when there was a war against Heberunia, mail arrived. They left it to her because she was the captain's second in command. There was no seal on the letter, and it was unclear who sent it. The contents revealed the military secret of Heberunia. Diana decided that she could trust this information and went on the attack using this information. Later, she managed to find out the source of that secret letter. She received a new one with Hymen's signature. The squad she attacked was led by Cornelius's older brother, and Diana couldn't believe he would use his enemy to get rid of his brother. The madman will do anything to win, so he will definitely believe her. Although it's best to avoid crazy people like him. If she meets him, she will have to run without looking back. At that moment, she felt a burning sensation in her hand and looked at the stick she was holding. It turned red, replacing the soft yellow-green that was usual in her aura. She clutched the stick in her hand and didn't understand what was happening. She simply threw it away in horror, not believing her eyes. Sitting nearby, she continued to watch the branch no longer emitted any color. She really hoped that she was just imagining things. Maybe she had vision problems. Holding the stick in her hands again, she saw a pleasant glow and exhaled. But suddenly, I felt a familiar burning sensation that did not bode well. The stick at the base began to turn red again. She threw the branch aside again and wondered what the hell this was. She always hated the color red as her hair color. Of all the things she possessed, she loved the color of her aura the most. But why did it turn red now? Could it be because she went back to the past? She gripped the stick tightly in her hand and thought that something was wrong with her too. After which she headed back, thinking that if she took up that damn sword again, she would have to consider herself a monster and stop being human. At that moment, her father was at a reception at the royal residence. He thanked His Excellency for recommending his house in the royal palace, after which he announced that he would begin training Diana. However, he asked why her, since he also had a second daughter. Although Diana was his blood, she was not as intelligent as he would have liked, and he could have chosen his first daughter better. Of course, he wanted to promote his beloved Regina, replacing Diana with her. His lordship looked at him disapprovingly, and he realized that there was no point in this. He apologized, and his interlocutor added that there was one more conversation. However, he did not like His Excellency's proposal, but he could not do anything about it. That same day, returning to the castle, he called Diana. What he told her was so unexpected that she couldn't believe her ears. He announced that from today Diana would have a knight. His name is Bancroft Crawl, and he declared that it was an honor to serve her, after which he smiled and added that now they met again. After a slight slip of the tongue, calling him by his last name, she addressed him by the name Ben and asked why he was not in the palace, to which she received the answer that he had abandoned his service. Despite Ben's encouragement, Diana felt annoyed and realized that this was illogical. At that moment, she finally heard Regina's voice, who was fidgeting with her father. He said that he could not do anything about it. Heading resolutely towards the castle, her father left her without an answer. Regina stood there biting her nails, unable to believe that Diana had received a knight before her. The girl asked why Ben made such a decision, since serving in the royal palace is more prestigious. Someone said that it made no difference to him. As is known, he came from a low class, and although he was lucky enough to become a knight at the royal court, his comrades treated him like trash. The words she told him then, that a knight is defined by his sword and not by his birth, sank into his soul. It was the first time he heard such things and saw a man who judges not by blood. Then he decided to serve only her, because that way he would be more useful. He declared that his sword was henceforth hers and knelt down, after which he added that he would be faithful to her even if he had to do it at the cost of his life. Diana always dreamed of being judged by her abilities, not by her gender. She understood his feelings perfectly, that's why she was so kind to him. Diana lowered her head and admitted that since he said so, there was nothing she could do. He thanked her, but then Regina intervened and introduced herself with joy. She announced that she was the eldest daughter and firmly decided to herself that she would simply take the knight away from Diana. She added that since they had become one family, she would rely on him and asked if she could also call him by his name. Regina grinned to herself and decided that taking it away wouldn't be difficult. Soon he himself will understand that it is better to be her knight and not Diana's. She stood waiting for an answer, completely sure that it would be positive. Ben's face showed that he was slightly puzzled by this question. However, a second later, he smiled and refused. After that, he and Diana turned around, and she invited him to look around. He replied that he would be very happy about this, but Regina remained perplexed. Things didn't end there at the Resley family estate. Diana decided to master the art of embroidery. Her mentor said it was an essential skill for a lady. However, Diana had never held a hoop in her hands and had no idea how to handle needles. Olga asked in surprise if she was really going to embroider. She giggled so much that it left Diana perplexed. Nevertheless, she said out loud that she was sure that the lady would certainly succeed, wishing her good luck and patience. Diana thought that sounded a little offensive. However, she was already in the mood and decided to begin. The needle immediately took on the color of her aura, which had been released without her noticing. As soon as she touched the canvas, the needle pierced it right through. She looked at him in surprise and couldn't understand what was happening. The question stuck in her head, was embroidery always such a dangerous activity? She didn't notice how she released her aura and decided to calm down. Trying to regain her composure, she took a few deep breaths and reminded herself that she was not at war. She wasn't fighting anyone, so she just had to be careful. Some time passed, and Diana realized that she had succeeded. The simplest flowers appeared on the hoop, but this was her victory. and this time she didn't pierce the fabric. With great difficulty and under the strict supervision of Lady Williams, she slowly learned to be a lady. But her teacher always told her that she had no soul. Diana asked what this meant and was told that she was too assertive for a lady. She had more of a knight's gait, and it was a dead giveaway. True ladies walk lightly, like a feather, and their steps resemble the flapping of a butterfly's wings. Diana had good posture, but she couldn't correct it completely. Diana didn't understand what they were talking about. Her teacher suggested ending classes for today to give the girl a rest. She sat and thought about why walking like a lady was so difficult for her. It seemed to her like nothing but suffering, no light fluttering. At some point she wondered who could move so gracefully. She noticed Regina, who had a great walk. The sister seemed to sense that she was being watched. She felt a chill run down her spine. Diana thought that perhaps she should try to repeat Regina's movements. She tried to take steps softly and gently like a feather, but she couldn't achieve either the lightness of a feather or the flapping of a butterfly's wings. At that moment, she realized that she had other role models. Besides Regina, she had another model, the most flawless lady she knew. Her mother was a princess and knew the etiquette of the royal family very well. Diana tried to remember how she walked, but it was so long ago. She tried to keep in her memory everything connected with her mother and her behavior. She turned her body completely in the direction she was going to go. She always straightened her shoulders and walked proudly. Her steps were measured and small. I just needed to remember everything connected with my mother. Then copy her body movements and then you will definitely succeed. At this time, in the Hebarunya Empire, another man was trying to do the impossible. A servant ran into the main lord's room, shouting loudly. The head of the family said that he asked them not to make noise and not to run, but the servant was too worried and reported that the second young master had decided to engage in an unusual activity. The Duke, knowing his son's character, said that if he did something crazy again, let them deal with it themselves. However, the servant insisted that the Duke had better see it for himself. He led him into the training hall, where the knights stood shifting from foot to foot. They did not engage in normal training, but whispered among themselves. The second son's nanny was also there, looking on anxiously. Following her gaze, the Duke realized what was bothering her. His second son held a sword in his hands and tried to train. The Duke was already accustomed to his son's pranks, but now it seemed like something beyond reason. He called out to his son and asked what he was doing now. He just turned around tiredly without answering. There were 2 sons in the Duke's family. He was the youngest. From childhood, he demonstrated outstanding intelligence, allowing him to study complex things. But unfortunately, he was physically weak and suffered from an unexplained thirst. This made him sensitive and irritable. When his patience reached its limits, it manifested itself in eccentric behavior. The father thought that this was another such manifestation, and sternly asked him what he was doing. He remained silent, not giving an answer, but his father did not give up. The boy looked at his father with his mature and intelligent eyes full of perseverance. The servant tried to explain the situation, but did not have time to finish. Then the father turned around and told his son to follow him into the office. The servant realized that they were in trouble. The Duke rarely paid attention to his son's pranks. However, this time he dropped everything to discuss the situation. To the son, it just seemed like a waste of time. But he could not disobey. His father's authority was too great. In the office, the Duke asked what had happened to him and why he had decided to learn the art of the sword. It wasn't like him, considering he was tired and could barely make it up to the 4th floor. The son, barely able to stand on his feet, tried to catch his breath. The father continued by saying that the home tutor he had refused had sent a letter of protest and asked what he was not happy with this time. The son replied that he had nothing to learn from the tutor. Cornelius noticed the books that littered the table. He noted that if his own father did not support his opinion after reading these books, they could try to discuss it further. Afterwards, he suggested sending a letter with arguments, to which the tutor would definitely respond. The father noted that the teacher had stated that the Duke's son was one of the most notorious rude boys. It is not proper for a high-ranking aristocrat to behave like this. The son said in a bored tone that his ears had almost dried out while listening to his nonsense and asked what he should do then. The Duke asked him if he would like to study with his father. These words meant that he wanted to declare his son his successor. However, the son did not crave power and simply replied that he did not want it. The father became angry at his stubbornness, believing that he did not understand what he wanted. Cornelius said that his father might have forgotten what he called him when he was little. Then he really did call his son a little monster. The father looked at the boy disapprovingly, but he could not deny the truth of the words. He pretended to be deeply engrossed in studying the documents and said nothing more. The son realized that his argument had worked and grinned contentedly. After that, he said that with his permission, he would continue to study. He wondered to himself what was so good about the title of Archduke. For him, these were just ordinary shackles that his older brother would take care of. He preferred not to be touched. The servant asked if everything was okay with him. He decided that his father had scolded him well, and now he would definitely stop training. The servant asked which library the master wanted to go to. He replied that he was going to the training ground again. He was irritated by his physical weakness. He wanted to squeeze every last bit of strength out of himself. The servant asked why he suddenly wanted to learn the art of the sword, since before he didn't like to move unnecessarily. This question made the young gentleman think. Previously, he always walked around with his nose in a book, even studying the Kama Sutra. He spent his leisure time surrounded by books, saving time for meals and sleep. Cornelius asked the servant if he could ask him a question. He asked if he would believe his eyes if he saw the girl from his dream in real life. Then he added that it didn't matter to him whether he believed it or not. He knew she loved her sword and it showed. Walter asked again if he was serious. Then it turns out that the gentleman went to the neighboring country precisely because of this. Cornelius didn't answer, he just told him to shut up and continue training. He thought to himself that if they lived in the same country, he would try to lure her with candy or some other means, but he had no choice. He knew it would be hard, but he had to master the sword. The servant tore his hair, thinking that his master had completely gone mad. However, Cornelius knew that sooner or later there would be a war, and he would need to use the sword. And he will definitely take part in it. Then he will find a way to grab her. After this, the boy announced a 10-minute break. But Walter thought that the girl had better run and not look back, because the hunt for her had already begun. Diana was embroidering at that moment and felt that her ear was burning, as if someone was talking about her. One fine day, the princess was walking around the royal palace as usual. The other girls looked around, looked at her and whispered among themselves. Whenever she went out for a walk, she always attracted a lot of attention. The princess was very elegant and beautiful. The girls assumed that the king was very proud of his daughter. After all, the princess was so graceful and moreover the only one in the kingdom. However, her thoughts were interrupted by a scream. A little girl with 2 ponytails called her by name. The princess turned around and realized that there was no escape. The girl ran up to her and greeted her, addressing her as Your Highness. It was Agnes. The princess did not expect to meet her here. She shouted loudly that she wanted to meet her and said that she had heard about the princess's friend's imminent arrival. She was the king's illegitimate daughter, and the princess noticed that news traveled fast. Agnes chattered that if she lived in a palace, she would always play with her. After that, she added that it was a pity that she didn't live here. Then she said that she envied her sister, who was very lucky to live in the palace. And she added that then they would play and have fun together. Perhaps she should ask her father about it. Agnes then wondered if her father would fulfill her request. She asked Juliana what she thought. The princess noticed that Agnes's throat was probably dry and that perhaps she should have some tea. However, she refused, saying that she didn't want to. The princess, in her characteristically graceful style, said that she was worried that Agnes would not damage her vocal cords because she would not stop talking. The sister noticed that the princess was very caring and then said that she was glad to see her and would come another time. The princess turned to her maid and said that the next time she was in the palace, it would be better to change the place of her walk to another garden. The maid said she understood, after which they moved on. The princess's mood was completely ruined. She thought how much she didn't like her sister. However, she immediately remembered that Diana Resley was supposed to become her servant. When asked about her, Margaret replied that she was the Viscount's second daughter, who was related to the princess by family ties. She was the daughter of Her Highness Princess Vivian. Juliana noted that it was cruel to marry the princess to a Viscount. Vivian's father was stern. The maid added that she was the Viscount's second wife. The princess could not believe how it was possible to hate her own daughter so much, but her thoughts changed. She was preparing for the upcoming meeting. Meanwhile, Diana was at the Resley estate preparing for her first day as the princess's maid. The horses were already harnessed, and Lady Williams was saying how proud she was of her. She even shed a tear. She was so touched by her students' success. She also noted that it was not in vain that she had trained Diana so diligently. Diana replied that her mentor always believed in her, which is why she achieved such results. The woman was delighted with the answer of a true lady. She noted that it was the most difficult challenge Lady Williams had ever taken on herself in her life, and an incredible transformation. In any case, Diana has now become a worthy lady, and being a servant to Her Highness the Princess is an honorable place. This was a good start for her. She promised to remember it and headed towards the carriage. Her knight extended his hand and she thanked him demurely. She was entering a new life, and it was still unclear what it would bring her. Diana was accompanied by Ben when she left. Lady Williams continued to wave her hand, and her father and sister turned and left. Regina ran after her father and called him loudly. She asked if he was really going to send her there and if it wasn't some kind of mistake. Regina didn't understand why Diana was going to the palace and not her, calling her sister a frump. The father did not know what to answer to his beloved daughter, who insisted that Diana could make a mistake in relation to the princess. The Viscount finally gathered his courage and announced that the decision had already been made and was not subject to revision, after which he turned around and left, leaving Regina alone. She stood there, not believing her ears because she was the eldest. Everything that was happening enraged her so much that she could not contain herself, screamed and began to beat her hands on the ground. At that moment, the carriage was approaching the royal palace. Diana remembered little about the princess, and those facts that remained in her memory she would like to forget. Ben's question about whether she was afraid surprised her, although she admitted that she felt some anxiety. But in fact, the palace was almost like a home for her in her past life. She spent a lot of time there. Although the battlefield seemed more familiar to her, Ben tried to calm her down at this time. He said that the princess was a very kind person. He also noted that she is very mature, although not as much as Diana. The knight noticed that Diana seemed older than her peers, and the girl wondered how old she really was now, apparently about 30, taking into account her return. Overall, Ben didn't seem mature to her, but she had a rough idea of who Princess Juliana was. She wanted to stay away from her, but it was impossible. Finally, they arrived at the palace, which was impressive in its scale. Diana was met by Her Highness's senior servant, who was supposed to explain her duties. She looked sternly at Diana and stated that she needed to make sure she met the requirements first. The maids examined her from all sides and gave a positive verdict. They noted that the clothes suited her well and told her to follow them. Along the way, the maid explained Diana's duties. She was informed that she would become the face of Her Highness, and her reputation would influence the princess's reputation. The maid asked if Diana understood what was being discussed. She replied that everything was clear, after which they approached the door of the princess's chambers. The maid knocked and announced that Diana Resley had arrived. Afterwards, she opened the door and invited us in. The princess, settling gracefully into her chair, turned slightly towards Diana. It was obvious that she was very sweet. As befitted her status, she expressed joy at the meeting, noting that she had not had any friends her own age before. Diana bowed gracefully and expressed her willingness to serve the flower of the empire. She stated her name while remaining in a respectful position. The princess ordered to raise her head and said her name. Her name was Juliana Agrafana, and she was the only princess of the kingdom. Despite the words of joy, the princess's look was rather sad. Diana thought she must have been quite cute when she was young. The princess suggested that Diana should have some tea and keep her company. She expressed hope that they would become friends, since they were related. She acted quite nicely, but Diana felt something strange. She couldn't understand what exactly because the princess was radiating hospitality. But in Diana's soul there was a dark energy that did not leave her alone. Despite this, the princess announced that she would host a tea party soon. She noted that she would be glad if Diana agreed to keep her company. She replied that it was an honor for her, and she would be very happy. However, some vague feeling did not leave her. At this point, the princess announced that she would introduce Diana to everyone else during the event, and even looked like a completely ordinary girl. Diana later returned to her estate. She was somehow thoughtful, although her maid Olga wanted to know everything about her. She even got on the lady's nerves with her burdensome gaze, which followed all her actions. Diana finally couldn't take it anymore and snapped, but this didn't frighten Olga. She asked if she liked the princess, how the first day went, and if she was treated well. Diana replied that the princess was quite welcoming and was even invited to tea. Olga was delighted, because attending a tea party with Princess Agrafana herself was incredibly wonderful. However, Diana could not shake the feeling that something was happening that had escaped her notice. Olga had already recovered from her stupor and continued talking incessantly. She looked at her mistress with horror and asked how she would cope with the tea party. After all, you need to behave as gracefully as possible, and besides, you will have to meet other girls. At this point, Diana couldn't stand it any longer and simply pushed her maid out the door, but she continued to hear Olga jumping up and down in the hallway with delight. However, she needed to understand what was wrong because she didn't want any unpleasant surprises. And they certainly should have been, because her instincts never failed her on the battlefield, and here she was in the same position. At this time, the princess was playing chess, as always, without an opponent. Her maid came in and asked permission to speak to her. After the princess's approval, the maid reported that the princess had probably made a mistake, as the tea party would be earlier than Diana had been told. Without batting an eye, Juliana continued to rearrange the chess pieces and confirmed that she had probably made a mistake. The maid suggested sending Diana a letter with the exact time. However, the princess stopped her and explained that Diana would be representing her in high society, and that she would have to find herself in different situations. Since Diana will be in her circle, she must be able to get out of them. Therefore, the princess thought it best to leave everything as it was, after which she ordered the maid to leave. Margot left her, noting to herself that she had always been reasonable, but now she was behaving strangely. However, the princess had her own plans, which she would not reveal even to a servant she had known for many years. She made the next move and won, as always, against herself. From early morning, the servants were preparing, decorating the place for tea, drinking with flowers. A variety of dishes, cakes, and sweets were prepared. Everyone was bustling around trying to make everything perfect. At that moment, the princess came up and asked if everything was okay. She expressed hope that her first tea party would go without problems. The maid said that everything was perfect and there would be no mistakes, since everyone was ready. The princess smiled contentedly, anticipating an interesting evening. Nevertheless, she decided to take a look around herself and went to another maid. She approached her and asked how things were, receiving the answer that everything was fine. It was also added that thanks to the lady sent by the princess, everything was under complete control. Juliana didn't understand who they were talking about, since she definitely didn't send anyone. However, then she noticed her new maid's red hair. She tried the baked cookies to judge their taste. After that, she turned around and saw the princess walking towards her. Diana greeted her joyfully, which caused some confusion. Juliana could already imagine the expression on her new maid's face when she found out she was late for tea. However, she was absolutely happy with what was happening. The princess asked why Diana had arrived so early. Diana explained that she wanted to stroll around the garden and look around before having tea. Juliana thought that it was not so easy to deceive her, but she considered the lie appropriate. Diana did her best to hide her emotions that could have burst out. In her heart, she stuck her tongue out at the princess, deciding that she wouldn't be fooled so easily. Previously, at the estate, she planned to go to the royal palace. Olga said that she was too early, as tea would be later. The maid sarcastically remarked that Diana might be worried, but received the answer that it was better to be on the safe side. Already setting off in the carriage, Diana thought that she knew the customs of the palace well. She spent a lot of time there, and it was a real battlefield. Any mistake could mean she would no longer be accepted into high society, so she decided to come early to make sure everything would be okay. Diana, as if nothing had happened, treated the princess to cookies. The final preparations were completed and everything was expected to go off without a hitch. There were beautiful flowers all around, highlighting the princess's beauty. Everything was decorated with great taste. All that was left was to receive the guests. The guests bowed to the princess, greeting her. However, they noticed the red-haired girl, the princess's new servant. She carried herself very gracefully, although she was still very young. The princess heard all this conversation and realized that it was her turn. She tapped her glass with a spoon, attracting the guests' attention. After that, she introduced Diana as her new servant. She expressed hope that she would be well received in society and said that she intended to become friends with her. On the one hand, it was very nice, although Diana understood that there was a catch. However, no incidents occurred at the table. Everyone admired her elegance. The girls noted that for her age she is very well-mannered and observes etiquette. It was especially gratifying considering how much effort it had cost her. Everyone surrounded Diana, asking who made her dress and where she learned such elegance. The princess noted at that moment that Diana could be assertive at times and that she had a knightly energy about her. Diana knew it was hard to hide, but she was angry at the princess. The girls turned everything into a joke, noting that the princess has a great sense of humor. They said that such a graceful girl could not possibly be a knight, and that a sword is unlikely to suit her, because she is a real lady. At this point, Juliana sat, aware that she attracted less attention than her maid. She was irritated by these remarks, but her upbringing did not allow her to say anything. Finally, the tea party ended, and Diana was able to leave the royal palace without tarnishing her reputation. She was only able to breathe out in the carriage where she felt safe. However, the feeling of fatigue was insane. It seemed as if her head was splitting. She sat and thought about what could have happened and why the princess behaved this way towards her. At that moment, Ben asked if she had enjoyed her conversation with Juliana. He noted that she was very kind and could not harm anyone. Diana thought she would like to see how he would act if the princess showed the same kindness to him. However, she couldn't say it out loud, but she was upset. After all, from the outside it seemed that the princess treated her well, but in reality everything was completely different. But they don't even know each other, and it's unclear what will happen next, because Diana will have to serve her. She needs to change the situation urgently so that the princess will take her side. Her father will be furious if he finds out, and will call her a disgrace to the family. In that case, it would be impossible to avoid the sword that she feared so much. She understood that becoming a knight would lead to her death. Diana sat in her room and tried unsuccessfully to come up with a new plan. She didn't even have an idea of how to understand the princess and make her ally. However, she would soon have to go to her anyway, so she had to decide immediately. Diana looked out the window and couldn't think of anything. Then she decided to turn to her maid. She asked Olga what girls of princess age like. Olga replied that Diana was the same age herself and should know better. She had completely forgotten about it, but while putting away the laundry, Olga noticed that lately girls were fond of romance novels. Diana asked where she could get them and which ones were the most popular right now. Olga said that any bookstore has a large selection of books. The owner immediately became excited and asked to be taken there immediately. They visited one of the largest bookstores located nearby. At the entrance, the seller asked what kind of literature they were interested in. Olga was responsible for Diana that it was something appropriate for her status and age. At that moment, its owner was amazed by the number of books on display. She was shown a shelf where she could find something interesting. Diana was attracted by one of the titles and decided to pick up this book. Opening it, she immediately plunged into a world full of mysterious events. She read as Rosalind glanced at the middle-aged woman sitting in front of her. Then came a conversation about the stones that had been sent to her and a question about the house. A young girl is in a position and the situation has started to develop. Diana was so carried away that she completely sided with the young girl and secretly scolded her future mother-in-law. She acted like a real witch, not wanting to listen to explanations. And the poor girl cried and tried to say that she was not interested in the family's money. Diana stood there all this time, muttering under her breath, and Olga tried to call her, but to no avail. She hadn't held a book in her hands for a long time, and apparently had previously only dealt with business correspondence. Now it was a completely new world for her, filled with a multitude of emotions. Olga tried to call Diana, but it was useless. She just laughed to herself and decided that her mistress had gotten too carried away. It was time to go to the royal palace, and Diana was prepared. In general, the princess's days passed rather ordinary and very monotonously. She walked in the garden, hiding her face from the bright sun. She studied the necessary sciences that were important for princesses. I drank tea in the afternoon without doing anything serious. So during tea, Diana placed a book called The Precious Princess of the Duchy in front of the princess. It was a romance novel written by a famous writer. The princess said that she does not read this kind of book. She pushed the novel aside with a dismissive air, considering it low-grade reading. Diana smiled and said that it was quite interesting and that the princess could enjoy herself. The princess replied that in her free time she embroidered, read instructions, and did not like to fill her head with such nonsense. Most likely, this book was written by an uneducated person from a lower class. And such people, as we know, do not know how to express their thoughts beautifully. Diana tried to explain that it was very popular now and might interest her. However, she remained cold to her gift, which made Diana's heart sink. She was unlikely to find an ally in the princess, as she seemed like a mere bore. Out of politeness, she could have at least opened the first page and looked, but the princess thanked her for the gesture and asked her to take the book. Juliana reiterated that she was not interested in such a thing, as she was too high-ranking a person. With this, she seemed to be trying to humiliate Diana, who was ready for a long fight. The princess explained that she has many other interesting activities, and that she plays chess in her free time. This unexpectedly surprised Diana. In the kingdom, this game was considered intended for men. However, she said that she could play too and offered to play a game. The princess, who most often played alone, agreed happily. However, she immediately noted that she would not give in to the newcomer, even to please him. During the game, Diana behaved confidently because she learned chess through practical life. The princess considered this to be just an illusion, and because of this, she was checkmated several times. Juliana was already wondering if Diana had really known how to play while still in the womb, and if she could have lost for the sake of decency. However, she remained adamant, but the game turned out to be interesting. Juliana considered herself the best at this game, but she was not even close to Diana. This was already her 10th loss, but she did not stop. Diana suggested taking a break, but the princess wanted to continue and win. She suggested playing another game, but at that moment they were interrupted. It was a pity because Diana was happy with her victories. However, an uninvited guest burst into the room with a loud scream. Margot didn't even have time to introduce her when her sister's scream was heard. Diana saw the princess's younger sister for the first time and couldn't help but notice how Juliana's face had grown haggard. She stood up and announced that chess was over for now, as the princess had guests. The spontaneous Agnes burst in as usual with a loud cry, chattering rapidly and asking a lot of questions. Then she asked if her sister had made a friend yet, loudly rejoicing for her. She also asked if it would be a problem if she stayed with her sister. Diana bowed to Agnes, receiving a simple hello in return. The girl ran off to continue talking loudly with her sister. This behavior angered Diana. Doesn't anyone teach this child manners? It is clear that she was the daughter of a concubine, but she was given a surname and was adopted by the king, which meant that she was the favorite child. The princess, in a measured tone, told Agnes that she needed to be polite and greet Diana formally. The girl raised her innocent eyes and asked why this was necessary. Diana continued to explain with restraint that society might think badly of her. Agnes replied that she always behaves this way and no one thinks anything bad. After that, she asked if Juliana would play with her. The princess again said that she needed to learn how to behave, as she was worried about how society would treat her. Agnes assured her that nothing bad would happen to her and that she always behaved like this. At that moment, Diana hoped that the princess would not tear her to shreds. However, she openly ignored Diana, although she was the princess's guest. Agnes said that nothing terrible had happened so far, so the princess had no reason to worry about her. But she was very pleased that Juliana was so worried about her. Diana thought the girl was too stupid for her age, or perhaps she was supposed to be above Juliana. She waved goodbye to the princess and said that she was going to play. Agnes passed by Diana, who noticed something unexpected. At first it seemed like it was a coincidence, but Diana had no doubt in her eyes. This little girl turned out to be no ordinary simpleton but played her role very well. As she passed by Diana, she smirked, showing her superiority. At that moment, the princess looked at Diana, choosing the right words. It was clear that she didn't like the visit at all, but as always, she kept it all to herself. Diana was concerned about her condition when she heard the harsh words. The princess asked if she was going to remain silent any longer, as something had to be done. But what could Diana do against the king's daughter, who openly ignored her? The princess reminded that her own reputation depended on Diana's reputation. If Diana couldn't handle it herself, she should have used Juliana as a shield to put that girl in her place. Diana realized that she had been wrong until now in thinking that the sisters got along with each other. She was also wrong in thinking that the princess treated her badly. Juliana demanded that Diana leave, saying she was tired. As she left, Diana noticed that she was leaning over the mirror, completely exhausted. She clenched her hands into fists, trying to contain her anger. That was the princess all over, always speaking in hints and indirectly. At the same time, she herself, like a small child, immediately took out her anger on Diana at the first opportunity. Here, her maid could do nothing to help, since this was not her family. She could not enter into a confrontation with the king's youngest daughter because she possessed not only a family name, but also royal blood. After the maid left, the princess sat down on the terrace. She had a splitting headache. The pain was simply unbearable. At that moment, she saw the book that Diana, apparently in a hurry, had forgotten about. The princess opened it to distract herself and make sure that it was written in an unprofessional style. She noticed how often high-flown words and complex turns of phrase were used there. In fact, the person who wrote this book clearly had no education. She sat in the chair, not paying attention to anything around her. Margot's maid made her tea with honey and herbs to ease her headache. The princess often suffered from headaches when Agnes came to see her. Only this tea could calm her down. She called the princess but received no answer. Margot began to worry as she was definitely sitting in the chair. She called her again, but at that moment, Juliana asked her to leave the tea and go away. Margot placed the tray on the table, but the princess didn't even look at her. She was so engrossed in reading that she didn't notice anything around her. Margot thought she was okay, given her words about wanting to be alone. This time she didn't try to be nice, which seemed strange. Margot looked at her with a worried expression, but did not object. The princess continued reading the novel, paying no attention to anything. Apparently, the headache had gone away, Margot thought, considering her hostess's enthusiasm. However, she continued to worry, as the princess's behavior was unusual. As she was leaving, the maid noticed that she was reaching for the tray without looking at it. The princess tried to feel something, although the tea was very hot. Margot tried to help her so that she wouldn't get burned. However, she saw that the princess had safely reached the cookie and took it. Juliana was munching on a cookie, oblivious to the tray, which suggested she wasn't all that bad. Margot decided to leave her mistress alone. The day had been beautiful, but it was already drawing to an end. The princess read the novel, and it is worth noting that the headache completely disappeared. She couldn't believe she had spent so much time on this book, but it didn't bother her. One day, Diana went to the royal castle again. Ben, who accompanied her as always, asked how she was feeling. Despite her bad feelings, she decided not to worry ahead of time. The princess hadn't sent any messages for her for many days. Perhaps something had happened. Ben wished her good luck. The other day, when she was at the castle, the princess asked me to buy her the second volume of the book. She did this with restraint, as if she was not interested. What mood the princess would be in today remained unknown. Moreover, the peaceful times were over, as Agnes moved into the castle, and already at the entrance, Margot stopped Diana. She said that the princess did not want to see anyone, so she could go home. The princess did not appear in public for several days in a row, probably becoming depressed due to her sister's move. Nevertheless, Diana decided to try to visit her to make sure that everything was okay. She knew her character and understood that the princess suffered alone, without showing her pain to anyone. This is not the way to act, because every person must share their sorrows with someone. Diana was determined, so the maid did not try to dissuade her too much. However, Margot warned that the princess might not be in the mood, so the meeting could end sadly. Despite this, Diana decided to visit Juliana anyway, as she had come a long way and wanted to make sure that she did not need company. When the door to the princess's room was opened, it was noticeable that it was dark inside. She did not allow the lights to be lit, and Diana was met with deathly silence. Juliana was sitting on the floor, and something flying could be seen around her. A lump of cotton wool fell on Diana, and she looked at it. When her eyes got used to the dim light, she saw that the princess was bending over something. The girl said her name but received no answer. Then there was a dull thud. The princess raised her hand again, holding the scissors, swinging it at something. Diana asked if she was okay, but she didn't respond. The princess lowered her hand, and Diana moved closer to see who had been the unfortunate victim of her wrath. It turned out to be just a teddy bear and other soft toys, which Juliana mercilessly tore to pieces. She couldn't vent her anger any other way. She couldn't control her father, so there was no other way out. Diana thought that the princess had a special grace and beauty. However, at the moment, it was impossible to call her graceful. However, she understood her condition, since Diana herself was also an unloved daughter. When Diana asked why there was cotton wool flying around, the princess innocently explained that it just happened that way. There were remains of the poor bear left in her hair, but she had already come to her senses. Juliana asked why Diana had come, since she had ordered that no one should be let in. It was clear that she could not stay in the room, and Diana wanted to leave. Although she realized that the princess had already vented her anger, so there was no need to fear her. The princess behaved unexpectedly, saying that since Diana had come, there was no need to leave. A game of chess could be played, and the princess intended to win this time. Diana thought that the princess was a rather strange person, but she didn't argue. At this time, the Heberunian Empire was undergoing its own events. The second son's nanny was loudly worried about Cornelius's health. They have already come to his aid, as he injured his leg during training. She blushed, but he told the teacher not to worry. It was just a sprain. He had to bear the pain. The teacher didn't understand why he was making fun of himself like that, even though he had been strange since childhood. Cornelius claimed that he had to overcome this to become as strong as her, because everyone is trying to protect and defend him. To become so strong, he had to become like her. He remembered dreams in which she could barely stand on her feet after training. She sat and cried in the corner from severe pain, failures, and injuries. But she didn't show her sadness to anyone, but took up her sword and went to fight, regardless of pain and fatigue. He wanted to become worthy of her, and to do this he needed to train a lot. While he had in his hands not an iron, but a wooden sword, he wanted to become stronger. He told Walter that he would fight and go to the end, because only in this way could he win her. The servant and teacher understood that his master would not back down and would win this fight. Despite everything, he tried to lift the sword, no matter how heavy it was. At this time, Diana was playing chess with the princess. Cornelius did push-ups, remembering how strong she had been in his dreams. Diana walked in the garden with the princess. He squatted to give his aching body more energy and to relieve his thirst. At this time, Diana read books and enjoyed the life of a lady. Several years passed and life changed a little. Diana became a true lady. She was busy decorating her room. She became even more graceful, beautiful, and gentle. Her manners became more feminine and her beauty blossomed. It should be remembered that it was somewhere around this period that the war with Heberunia began, which meant that alarming events were approaching. But out of habit, Diana went about her business. The relationship with the princess improved. They even became friends. When they arrived at the palace, everyone was amazed at how handsome Ben had become. He was distinguished by his tall stature, masculinity, and confidence in his manners. Those around him looked at him with admiration, especially women. Young men were envious, but not only of him. He always accompanied one girl who attracted all the attention. Even with all his beauty, he could not outshine her. However, they looked very harmonious as a couple, and many admired her impeccable beauty. The girls envied her because she became a true lady. As always, Ben offered his hand to his mistress when leaving the carriage. She thanked him as usual, but they had something to discuss. She had become so accustomed to the looks that she didn't pay any attention to them. Everything remained the same, and her red hair delighted people. During the journey, she decided to discuss the situation with Ben, but he became silent and stalled. He habitually replied that he was fine and there was no need to worry. However, she knew that if he hadn't wanted to be her knight, he would have moved on long ago. The barrier he could not overcome became a wall for him. Diana gently hinted to him that it was time for him to overcome this obstacle without revealing the reason. She knew that during this period the war with Heberunia would begin, and the crown prince of the empire starts very dangerous battles. These thoughts troubled her as she walked to meet the princess. During tea, Juliana called out to Diana several times, but she did not respond. She had already tried to wake her up until her maid heard. Diana asked what happened and realized that she was too lost in thought. Juliana asked if she had fallen in love with someone and if her thoughtfulness had carried her into the clouds. Diana snapped back that she hadn't done that, but there were young men sitting opposite them who were clearly showing signs of attention. It was Viscount Badley, the son of a viscount who had the same red hair as Diana. Juliana chuckled and said that he had been looking at her for a long time and perhaps she had won him over. This guy's family was very rich, so they were able to acquire a title for themselves. Juliana noted that he paid a lot of money to get into her upcoming party. Looking at this peacock, Diana thought that she would never give in to his attention. She couldn't even look at him, he was so unpleasant to her, she almost felt sick. However, he had a lot of property and clearly showed her signs of attention. The princess said that she would have to get married and she needed to choose a suitable candidate. Everyone knew that a marriage treaty would soon be signed to unite the empires. Since Juliana is the only princess of this empire, the marriage will be with her. She didn't know in advance whom she was going to marry, but she understood that the choice would be purely based on calculation. Then Diana will also have to get married, and she also needs a suitable match. Juliana held herself very firmly, but it was clear that she was worried. At this time, they overheard a conversation between young people sitting nearby. They discussed the upcoming delegation from Hiberunia. Considering that a marriage contract was supposed to take place, everyone was guessing who they were talking about. After all, the crown prince of this country was already engaged, and Juliana only had to become his second wife. From the very beginning, she will be considered inferior, and this will be a shame for her. Hearing these conversations, Juliana decided to reply that she would agree with the king's decision, whatever it might be. If it is decided that she should become a second wife, she will accept this duty with honor. The aristocrats apologized for their words, not expecting such a furious reaction from the princess. She understood that her life depended on the delegation's decision, but she could do nothing about it. She slammed the table hard and declared that she would do her duty no matter what. At this time, a delegation from a distant country was already passing through another portal. Such portals were created to reduce travel time between countries and key points. There were 5 of them in this world. They allowed people coming from other empires to quickly get to the places they needed. The horses were beating out a pace, and the ambassador was anticipating a close meeting. He couldn't think of anything else except that he would soon see the one he had dreamed of since childhood. Cornelius matured into a handsome young man, able to control his thirst. The travelers decided to take a rest before the next portal. Cornelius was struck by the fact that this country was rich in vegetation. Everything around was green. All this was due to the abundance of rain. So many fought for Agrafana. Now it was necessary to obtain a peace treaty that would allow war to be avoided. Despite the servant's suggestion, Cornelius did not make a stop in this quiet corner. He was in a hurry. All his thoughts were occupied with the meeting he had been waiting for so long. Very soon Diana will be his, and no one will be able to stop it. He will be freed from a long-standing thirst, and her smile will belong only to him forever. The princess thanked the departing guests for attending her party. It passed quite peacefully and calmly, which Juliana could not help but notice. The princess generally loved it when everything was peaceful and calm, considering that everything was about to change soon. She understood that her fate was being decided, but she could not influence it. She asked where Diana was, as she really wanted to talk to her. They told her that she was taking gifts to the royal castle. She really wanted to talk to her, so she followed her. However, when she entered and called out to Diana, she heard no answer. Diana thoughtfully sorted through the boxes without examining their contents. She understood that there was a gap in her plans, since she had long ago decided to leave the country. However, now she could not leave the princess, who was facing imminent death. Thoughtfully running her hands over the boxes, Diana felt the touch of the princess, who decided to attract her attention and touched her shoulder. Instinct kicked in and Diana grabbed the princess's hand, knocking her over immediately. The princess didn't even have time to breathe, but Diana noticed the surprised eyes. She was afraid that she had let her instincts take over and do this to the princess. She needed to find a way out of this situation, so she asked why the princess was lying there. At the same time, I tried not to forget to make a surprised expression on my face, since this way there was a greater chance of avoiding consequences. She leaned over and looked at the princess with concern, worried that she had caused pain. However, Juliana immediately raised her hand, showing that she had done this to her and that she should not be deceived. Diana realized she didn't know how to get out of this situation, so she simply asked for forgiveness. She helped the princess up, sincerely concerned about her condition. The princess smiled and asked what she had been thinking about so much that she had to endure her signature blow. Diana couldn't tell her the truth because it might shock her. However, the princess decided to accuse her of either disobedience or attacking the princess. In both cases, there was a risk of imprisonment. Diana tried to find some excuse, but it was no use. The princess loved to show off her strength and power. If only she knew that in her past life she died for nothing. A treaty was then concluded, but the princess was not even able to leave her empire. The carriage was attacked and everyone who was nearby was killed. It was an organized attack, and Ben was the defender at the time. The princess died, which started a war between the two empires. Diana tried to think of anything, because she could not abandon the princess to her fate now. Initially, she had a different plan to escape before the war started, before she had to take up the sword. She would take Ben and Olga to protect them and go to another country. But the princess was capricious and knew how to get her way, so she did not lag behind Diana. She tried her best to justify herself, but the princess was too assertive. Diana later realized that the princess had indeed been raised by a true ruler, but she shouldn't have known about her death now. She wouldn't have been able to survive it. Moreover, the agreement between the two countries has not yet been concluded. Diana replied that she had problems at home and could hardly lie to her mistress. She noticed that she had received a letter from the castle, but she could not tell its contents. So the princess seemed to have no choice but to let her go. Diana tried to run away as fast as she could, knowing the princess's character, which was sometimes truly terrible. She tried to turn everything into a joke and show that everything was okay, but she was only able to breathe a sigh of relief in the carriage when she finally escaped from the royal palace. Despite this, she had to put in a lot of effort and eloquence. She said that the princess was very kind and understanding, so she would let her go without any obstacles. This could easily win favor because the princess always tried to remain kind and sweet. Thanks to this, Diana was able to escape, but this did not make the problems go away. Before the important matters, she had to solve one more task that could not be postponed. She understood that the conversation with Ben could not be delayed, since much in her life depended on him. When the carriage stopped, she had already made a decision on how to correct the situation. Without leaving it, she realized that she needed to invite Ben for tea. As always, he offered her his hand and was really polite. Diana asked him what the obstacles were to his further development and why he could not reveal himself. He replied that he was happy with this life, but it complicated the situation. Ben had to become a good knight, otherwise the further development of their destiny would be uncertain. But then he himself asked if he could help her with something if she was feeling down and wanted to speak out. She replied that she was fine, but was ready to listen to him. To an outsider, it seemed like a real idol. Regina was still jealous of her sister and angry that she had a knight. Regina herself never had it, and she began to suspect them of having an affair. Diana invited Ben to tea to discuss an important matter with him. He said he was not used to such events, but she assured him that everything was fine. Diana thought about how to start the conversation, then said that no one is perfect. Every person has their own obstacles that need to be overcome. She noticed that Ben now seemed to have hit a wall, losing his strength because he was protecting her. She admitted that she didn't want to be a lady. She said that she wasn't ready, and only the decision she made helped her become who she is now. Ben was stunned because he thought it was in her blood. Her mentor taught her that a lady should be like a flower and a jewel. However, Diana never knew how to be like that. She tried to be perfect, but realized that she had her own path. Ben thought about it. He wasn't perfect either, but he always wanted to be a knight. Diana noted that he, too, could choose his own path. But for this, he needs to try because he is very important to her. Diana was so frank, but he still didn't understand where she was leading the conversation. Her mentor taught her that a lady serves two purposes. Both were rather prosaic and seemed too stupid to her. Either ladies decorate for their own pleasure, or they are simply admired. But she didn't want to remain such a lady and chose her own path in her own way. Ben realized that it was not really about her but about him. In her past intolerant life, she did everything to follow orders. In that life, she herself did not exist. She was just a piece in chess. She didn't make her own decisions and didn't want to change anything, but he shouldn't have lived that life. Once he understands this, his obstacles will no longer be significant. She placed her hand on his arm and said that he just needed to understand this to fix the situation. She wanted him to become a true knight, someone who would be admired by others. Ben realized that she was talking about him, but she was more frank. So he was grateful to her, but at the same time he was deeply thoughtful. The maid asked if her path was to lie down and read novels. Diana replied that her path was to remain silent. However, she still slammed the book shut when she heard footsteps. Regina entered her room and said that her father was calling Diana to him. However, it was clear that this was not the only reason for her arrival. Diana leaned over and asked what else Regina needed. The sister wanted to know what kind of relationship she had with Ben. Diana decided that the question was stupid and inappropriate and did not want to answer. However, Regina grabbed her hand quite forcefully, and Diana even wondered if she had taken up sports. After this, Diana replied that she was a lady and Ben was a knight, and this was their only relationship. To this, Regina asked why Diana. It seemed to her that everything should be different and that the question of what was happening concerned her specifically. Regina felt like Diana had taken what should have been hers. In her mind, Diana realized that her sister was partly right, and perhaps everything had changed because of her reincarnation. Regina knew that as soon as she decided not to pick up the sword, everything went wrong. The sister even asked if Diana felt the same way, because everything should have been different. She tugged at her hand, and it became clear that her sister blamed Diana for everything. She didn't know that Diana had returned to the past. However, she felt that life should have been different. Diana firmly stated that her sister should not interfere and that there was nothing wrong between her and Ben. Diana understood that, to one degree or another, Regina was right, because she influenced the lives of everyone around her. The sister screamed that she should have been the princess's servant and that she should have had a knight. However, Diana could no longer change anything, so she simply stated that her sister was making it up. Regina claimed that she deserved a different life. Diana reminded her that her father was waiting for her, and he hadn't called her just like that. But Regina did not back down and stated that Diana had ruined her life. She was angry, confused, and behaved in an unladylike manner. Diana was even at a loss from such pressure, but to some extent she understood her guilt. However, she tried to calm her sister down, feeling the threat emanating from her. Diana didn't know how to change the situation, but she firmly decided not to pick up the sword again. Clenching her fists, she realized that her life was being taken away. However, she did not yet know that the confrontation between the sisters would not end there, and that more unpleasant events lay ahead. Nevertheless, Diana decided to hurry to her father. She was interested in what was happening. She didn't understand how to bring back to life those she had influenced with her return. Diana only worried about those she loved, Olga and Ben. Besides, now it was necessary to save the princess from death. She knocked on the Viscount's door to announce her arrival. She had a heavy feeling in her soul the Viscount never called her for no reason. She was greeted in a defensive posture and told that she was expected. The Viscount dryly announced the marriage proposal. Diana didn't expect this turn of events. She remembered a guy who looked like a rooster and cared only about his appearance. However, the Viscount said that she would not always have to be the princess's plaything, since she had to get married. Diana felt dizzy at the thought of meeting this narcissistic man. She didn't expect her body to be so weak and began to lose consciousness. The butler managed to catch her, but she became very ill. She lost consciousness, which was unexpected for a man who had been a knight. Diana woke up in her room, with bright light shining through the windows. Her maid brought soup and said that it would make her feel better. She offered to feed her, but Diana refused and said that she could manage on her own. Olga insisted that the soup should be eaten immediately, otherwise it would get cold and would be of no use. Diana didn't think it was possible to pass out from stress, although what scared her most was the thought of who her fiancé would be. She felt unpleasantly weak, and this irritated her greatly. On the other hand, she liked being a lady, because now she became true, weak, and defenseless. This thought warmed her soul so much, which seemed quite surprising. At that moment, the butler ran in with loud shouts, calling for Lady Diana. He said that the princess was urgently looking for her, and she should go to the palace immediately. At this time, Cornelius Haman, the ambassador of the Hibernian Empire, thanked the imperial representative for the warm welcome. He noted that they should have been greeted this way, since the states are allies. Then he announced that there would be a banquet in the evening, but for now the ambassador should rest. The servant was glad that the young master was successfully fulfilling his duties. He was worried when he volunteered to lead the delegation, but his fears were unfounded and the negotiations went very well. At first he thought that he, even with a sword, would give up in the first couple of days, but he turned out to be very stubborn. He had become a worthy knight and was now about to head to his room. The servant tried to question him about the negotiations, but he barely commented on them. He said that there was nothing to discuss, everything went like a dream, absolutely without any problems. Walter still couldn't believe that the dream was prophetic. However, the young gentleman simply waved it off, saying that he believed in it from the very beginning. Walter asked if the same applied to the lady with red hair that resembled flames. He heard about her so often that he developed a real blister in his ears. He asked the gentleman what she was doing now and whether he knew about it, but received a negative answer. Walter was surprised that he didn't even try to find out about her and didn't make any inquiries. The gentleman explained that he had started to take an interest, but he felt that excessive attention to her would only cause harm, so it was better to do nothing. Cornelius was surprised and asked what was wrong with his face. Then the servant asked if his master had learned to be so caring. He asked what it was about, and the servant remarked that the master had never shown any concern for him. He was used to seeing him as a harmful bore, so his current words seemed surprising to him. The young master advised the servant to shut up, but he still noticed that the master surprised him with every new manifestation of his side. Cornelius noticed that a strange divine power was felt in Agriphan. He suggested that it might be a god who resides within people. The power was reminiscent of the white aura that the master had possessed since childhood. Cornelius noted that this aura was slightly different from his own. He suggested that in this country there might also be a person with similar divine power. However, I decided to change the subject and asked about that lady. He heard that she was a knight, which meant she was strong, and that he had never seen anyone stronger than her. His gaze was constantly drawn to her as she swung her sword. She was strong and beautiful. You won't find anyone like her again. At this moment, the servant suddenly uttered an incomprehensible exclamation. They both looked in the same direction, and Walter asked if it was her. Cornelius didn't expect to see her. She was heading somewhere. It was impossible to mistake her. She had bright red hair, a graceful figure, a thin waist, and a special aura. It was obvious that she was exactly as Cornelius had described her. However, the clothes were different from those of a knight, and the question arose as to why they were there. She should have been training at the training ground at this time, but why is she dressed like that? Then Diana noticed them and said that they were probably from Heberunia and was glad to meet them. Afterwards, she introduced herself, giving her full name. But Cornelius was completely at a loss. Even the servant was worried about him. Walter asked him if he was okay, but he couldn't answer. His head was constantly spinning with thoughts about why she was here. He needed to ask this as naturally and casually as possible. He remained silent, and Diana waited for a response to her greeting. Finally, a question burst out of his mouth about what she was doing here. The servant thought that this was the end, and decided that the young master needed to come to his senses and come to his senses. Cornelius didn't want to say that, but looking at her, he couldn't find other words. He stood there silently, like a fool, because he didn't know what to say, and Diana looked at him with a questioning look. At that moment, it was as if time stood still, and Cornelius simply could not get a word out. Time stretched out, the silence became unbearable, and the brain searched for at least some thought. However, then Diana herself guessed who it was. He had changed so much that she didn't recognize him. At first he was noticeably different from the Cornelius from her past life. Now he was a rather handsome young man with a sad face. His appearance was indeed very attractive, and the clothes of his country suited him, emphasizing his ideal appearance. She thought to herself that perhaps he looked like that at his age, since she met him much later. At that moment she felt a strong heartbeat, and she could not understand how this was possible. She looked at him in confusion. He tried to explain, saying that he meant something else. But he fell silent again, and Diana did not pay attention to this, being immersed in her feelings. She was irritated by the strange reaction to this guy who killed her in a past life. She wondered why she was even standing there talking to the psychopath who had killed her back then, but she still asked him how he thought she should answer his question. He hesitated, and the servant tried his best to sober him up, whispering to him to come to his senses. Then Cornelius apparently realized that something was wrong and pulled himself together. He apologized to her and said that he needed to introduce himself, after which he gave his name. Taking her hand, he admitted that he had been rude due to a moment of confusion. Diana wondered why he could be confused, because it was a shock for her. However, looking at his face, she realized that he had changed very much. However, she couldn't understand why he was here, since he wasn't an ambassador in his past life. There was no activity on their part at this time, and it seemed that he must have been very far away. At that moment, Diana was called and had to take her leave. The maid apologized to the ambassador from Heberunya and informed her that Her Majesty the Princess was waiting for her. Diana politely said that she was glad to meet them and then left them. Cornelius said that he was also glad, already behind her back. Walter then asked how she came to be an ordinary lady, since his master had said that she was a knight, although he himself did not understand this. He wondered what could have happened to make her stop being a knight and change her life, and how can he meet her now, since it was only because of her that he made this choice. And Walter said it was good that he hadn't made inquiries about her, as it would have compromised an ordinary lady. He already had too many enemies to ruin her life. Cornelius clenched his fist and thought that he would not be able to forgive himself if something bad happened to her. She must always be safe and belong to him. Her gaze should be directed only at him, and only he should listen to her voice. The servant changed the subject and asked if he knew what would happen to him in the future, whether he would become the best knight on the continent. However, his master replied that he did not know about it, as he observed everything only from her point of view. Then the servant asked what Cornelius himself would be like in the future. However, he didn't see his future either after he killed her. He stopped dreaming. He remained silent, but thought that there could only be one outcome. Judging by his distraught appearance, one can assume that he most likely did not survive her death. He would probably live without letting go of her dead body. At that moment, a loud scream was heard in the princess's chambers, which seemed simply unimaginable. She sat and screamed with indignation, not understanding how they could marry her off to a 60-year-old man. She wondered if this was the fate of all princesses, and why it was happening to her. So Diana learned that the delegation had presented the contents of the treaty. Everyone knew that the princess would marry, but no one could imagine who exactly she would marry. She was to marry not the crown prince, but the emperor himself, the father of that prince. Juliana said indignantly that she had sent many letters to people from the palace, but had not received a response. She tried to be nice to everyone, but everyone turned against her as soon as the situation took this turn. Probably many switched to Agnes's side, since the princess would soon lose influence in this world. Diana touched her shoulder lightly. She said that she should have written to her straight away, since she answered every first call. However, the situation remained dire, and Diana realized that serious support was now needed. She placed a bottle of alcohol on the table and noted that they needed a drink, and honestly admitted that she herself would not refuse one. Diana poured the contents of the bottle into a glass and added ice. The princess did not wait for the drink to be diluted with water she could not resist, and tipped the entire glass down. The stress was too much. After that, she sighed loudly, feeling the drink burn her insides. Then she held out her glass and asked for more. Although Diana understood that it would be unnecessary, in such a situation there was no point in arguing. She poured more and said that today it would be better to just get drunk and not think about anything. Although Diana understood that everything had changed because of her, since the princess was marrying the emperor. Cornelius led the delegation, although he did not participate in these matters. The accusingly drunk princess asked if she knew something. Then she admitted that she actually hated Diana. The princess said it was unlikely that Diana had guessed about this. She herself believed that Regina was right, and everything changed because she did not follow the path of the warrior. It seemed to her that for the sake of those whose destinies had changed because of her, she would have to take up the sword again. She admitted that she knew that the princess didn't like her, after which the girl almost sobered up and showed bewilderment. Diana thought that she had neglected her so much that it was impossible not to understand it. The princess asked her if she knew why she did not like her, and on receiving a negative answer, she declared that Diana was too much like little Agnes. This infuriated Diana. It would have been better if he had told her that she looked like a hippopotamus. However, the princess noticed that the hippopotamus was too cute, and the situation was different. Diana, furious, understood that she was about to learn the princess's big secret. It was said that Juliana knew there was no love between them as it was an arranged marriage. Apparently they were talking about the king and queen. But she thought they at least respected each other. But suddenly the marquise and her daughter Agnes appeared. The girl was a complete copy of her mother, and then the princess understood that the king knew how to love children, he just didn't love her. No matter how hard Juliana tried, she couldn't even make him smile. She thought that he would love her if she were kinder and more patient, but in reality he was rude and showed no love. She either is or she isn't, after which the princess reached for the bottle. No longer pouring the alcohol into the glass, she began to drink straight from the bottle. Then she loudly put the bottle down on the table, almost breaking it. After this, it became clear that she was not finished yet, and Diana realized that she would have to listen further. Tears came to her eyes and she said that her maid was beautiful. She took all the people's attention that should have belonged to the princess. Juliana was angry when she saw guests gathering together to catch a glimpse of the maid. Diana understood this because she had once been in her place. She spent years trying to gain acceptance and love that was never meant to be hers. The princess continued that she not only didn't like Diana, she hated her, but at the same time she was always the only person who played chess with her. She brought her strange romance novels and scolded her, which was annoying, but at the same time it was nice to have such a person around. She warmed her with her presence, and the princess never felt lonely. For this, she was sincerely grateful, and these thoughts struck Diana. After this, the princess quietly noted that it was time to say goodbye to their game of chess and to Diana's grumbling. Even though the books were second-rate but interesting, the princess shook the bottle and discovered that it was empty. Diana took her hand and said that she had already drunk a lot and it was time to sleep. The princess insisted on drinking more but soon became quite upset. She hung on Diana and asked what she should do, since her life seemed to be coming to an end. The princess loudly suggested that they run away together. She asked for forgiveness and was not grateful for everything. She promised that she would treat her well if she took her somewhere far away. Then the princess hung on her, sobbing loudly. The alcohol had taken its toll, her legs gave way, and she could barely hold on with Diana's help. Her arms fell helplessly at her sides as Diana carried her onto the bed. She lay motionless, completely immersed in sleep. Diana sat and thought that it seemed she had missed her second chance at a normal life. She looked at the princess, whose life truly seemed over, and did not expect anything joyful from her. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, peeking through the window. The empty bottle still lay on the table, but the princess began to come to her senses. She couldn't believe that she was the one who had arranged all this, but that's how it was. Diana, who had not yet woken up, lay nearby, and the princess tried to remember when she had passed out. She began to remember what she had said the day before. The princess told Diana that she was irritated by her beauty, although this could be taken as a compliment. She also cried that she didn't want to go to the Empire, which made her feel ashamed. She also said that Diana warmed her with her presence, but now it seemed that she had been stupid to say such words. She felt unbearably ashamed of her behavior, but Diana began to move. Juliana couldn't think of anything better to do than pretend to be asleep. Her friend stood up and asked how she was feeling. She lay there, overcome with shame, and knew that she would not be able to look her in the face. After the girl said she knew the princess was awake, she stood up and stretched. However, she shouldn't have made any sudden movements, but she decided to simply note what a wonderful morning it was. She immediately developed a headache, and Diana said she would bring warm water with honey. However, with weak hands, Juliana grabbed her by the dress. Diana asked what was wrong with her. Was she really still sober? And Juliana answered that she was really going to run away from her. Then she said that everything was fine, that she was sober, and asked what happened yesterday. Diana realized that the princess was hesitant to ask an important question. She knew her answer and suddenly said out loud that she would go. The princess asked what exactly she meant, and Diana replied that if she was afraid to go alone, she would go with her to the Empire and not leave her. This was her response to the princess's sincere confession yesterday, and people tend to adapt and get used to new conditions. She went out into the corridor and called the maid Margot, after which she asked her to bring water with honey and a hangover cure. The maid was amazed and could not believe that the princess had drunk so much, but on the other hand she understood that the situation was difficult, so she simply smiled and said that she would bring everything soon. It was raining outside. This country was rich in moisture. Reaching out for the drops, Diana thought it was even for the best. In this way, she will teach the Viscount a lesson and put him in his place, and then she will leave this country. This is something she has constantly put off, but now the time has come. However, before that, she had one important thing that she absolutely had to do. But suddenly she felt someone's presence. Also standing there, looking at the rain, was Cornelius Hyman. Diana didn't understand what he was doing there. It seemed very suspicious. However, then he also felt someone's presence, looked around, and was amazed. He thought that at least this time he wouldn't do anything stupid or say nonsense. But he still couldn't come to his senses and didn't know what to say. The silence dragged on, and he remembered all his endurance and willpower. So he raised his hand in a friendly manner and said that they had met again. When a comment was made about the pouring rain outside, she agreed. It rains very often in Agrafan, but his country is drought-ridden. The weather is still good in the capital, but outside of it there are problems with water. But oddly enough, during a drought, the fruit only gets sweeter, he said. He asked if she would like to try their fruit. This proposal confused Diana, and she did not know what to answer. However, she was lucky. A familiar sound was heard behind her. She turned around, noted the need to go, but her lousy heart stopped obeying her again. Cornelius was left without an answer. He stood there and simply remained silent. However, a man appeared who had been looking for him everywhere. He asked if something had happened and was told that the gentleman had failed. When asked by the servant, he said that his trick with the fruits had worked. At the estate, the maids wanted to greet their mistress, but stopped mid-sentence. They were struck by her appearance, as they knew her exclusively as a lady. She waved her hand alone and ran past. She had one important thing to do before she left for the Empire. The rain stopped, the bright sun rose, and only small clouds remained in the sky. She headed to the training ground where she planned to meet someone. At this moment, Ben was busy trying to awaken the strength within himself. He was a great knight, but he reached a limit and could not overcome it. He struggled to control the sword, making intricate swings. He felt like he was about to reach a new level. But he couldn't cross this barrier. He simply couldn't see the end to it all. He didn't know how much longer he would have to wait, but he knew he had to do it. He needed to become stronger to protect his lady. At that moment, he heard her voice from behind. Turning around, he was simply amazed by her appearance and clothes. Diana stood in a tracksuit, while he was used to seeing her exclusively in dresses. She approached him and told him that they needed to go somewhere. He thought to himself that he hadn't even felt her approach, even if she had hidden her aura. It was strange, and he wondered how he could have let her get so close without noticing. Apparently, he was too concentrated. There was no other explanation. Otherwise, one might suspect that she was much stronger than him. His mistress turned and motioned for him to follow her. She knew where she had to take him, because only this place could change everything. She walked quickly, as if she had forgotten that he was nearby, and he could barely keep up with her. Despite all his training, he felt weaker than her, and Diana climbed the mountain with such ease, although she was a lady. Her endurance was equal to that of the knights, and perhaps even surpassed it. Finally, they came to the place where she spent hours in solitude. This was her secret place. He looked around carefully and noted that he hadn't thought there was anything like that nearby. However, she interrupted his admiring thoughts and took out a fan. She pointed it straight at him, and he wondered what she was up to. Diana placed the fan right in front of his face, indicating that it was time to begin. He did not understand what was being discussed and waited in bewilderment for an explanation, but there was no answer. She waved her fan and poked him in the stomach, noting that she had just wounded him. Then she said that she was going to wait until he could overcome his limit himself. But now circumstances have changed, and the wall he could not overcome must be broken down. Ben was scared, and her actions shocked him even more. Her every movement was imbued with elegance. However, these movements were deadly. He seemed to be in a dream, not believing that she could behave like this. She held a fan in her hands, but it seemed like a sword. She reminded him that he should draw his sword if he did not want to get hurt. He felt fear again, but still hesitated. He trembled, clenched his teeth, not believing that he would fight with his mistress. However, looking at her, he no longer saw just a girl. She seemed to be hiding beneath her appearance a stubborn warrior, ready to teach him a serious lesson. She grinned, reminding him who she was. She said she was Lady Diana Resley. He knows her as a lady, but she noted that she understood his confusion and warned that now he would have to concentrate as much as possible. Then, putting emphasis on her leg, she made it clear that it was time for him to draw his sword. After that, she dealt a crushing blow that shook everything. Ben was about to draw his sword, but he still hesitated. Diana asked if he was sure he could resist her now. After all, without a sword, he was unarmed, and she no longer intended to pity him. He tried to fight back as best he could, holding on to his hidden blade. He thought to himself that she was too fast, worthy of a real knight. She replied menacingly that he was still not collected, and apparently was still relaxed. After that, she attacked again, hoping that he would draw his sword. He protested that he could not point a naked sword at the lady he served, and then she made it clear that he had no choice. She was ready to do anything to force him to draw his weapon. After that, she darted forward to hit him with all her might. He was still resisting, and it was clear why he hadn't gotten very far yet. To cope with all these difficulties, it was necessary to have rage in the blood and madness in the veins. But he wanted to remain good, and still did not dare to resist her. However, here he finally learned something, after which he realized that he could no longer hold on to his old beliefs. He heard about it, but he couldn't believe it until he saw it with his own eyes. It was something incredible, like the eighth wonder of the world. A three-color aura is something that doesn't happen in nature. He'd heard about it, but he'd definitely never seen it. Still trying to stay on his feet, he tried to collect his scattered thoughts. How could a lady who had never held a sword in her hands have such an aura? She attacked again and again, and now he no longer had the chance to draw his sword. He tried to land on his feet so as not to hurt himself, but there was not a second to think. She held him so tightly that he couldn't stand it. If this were a real fight, he wouldn't even think about what to do. She thought about it and inflicted wound after wound on him. Then there was another wound, and she wasn't going to stop. She wanted him to finally understand who he was. Her aura grew stronger and her attacks became more frequent. Finally, he turned his back on her and said the words she had been waiting for. He understood her and what she wanted to achieve from him. He knew what she needed, and so he no longer needed to resist. He drew his sword, and hearing the clang of the weapon, she felt delight. Looking at his sword, he was serious. She replied that it should have been done earlier and that she would not give in. After which she said that he needed to concentrate, as he was unsteady. Then she yelled at him to concentrate on his legs and attacked. He tried with all his might to keep from falling. However, her strength was so great that she simply knocked him off his feet. She noted that if he stumbled, it would be instant death. However, Ben fell on his butt and she declared him a goner, asking when he would finally get it together. He looked at her and thought that this look was like something familiar. And then he realized that it was the commander's look. At that moment, Diana ordered him to stand up, explaining that this was only the beginning. Ben immediately obeyed and said that he would carry out her command right away. The battle was over and Ben felt discouraged, defeated, and exhausted. He sat tiredly on the ground, and Diana settled down next to him and said that she hadn't moved like this for a long time and even felt refreshed. He started a conversation that had been swirling around in his head for a long time and asked if she had such outstanding abilities in the art of the sword, why she didn't take up the sword herself. After all, then she could have become an incredible knight, but Diana did not answer. She looked at the nature around her, admiring it. Then she declared that she hated swords. She said a phrase that he did not understand. She would not take up the sword a second time. After that, she waved her fan, opened it, and explained that this is why she wanted him to become stronger. He must deal with his wall so that she will never have to pick up a sword again. Then, looking into his eyes, she asked if he understood. Despite the situation, Ben knelt before delivering his speech. He gave his full name and declared that he would obey her command and do everything possible to ensure that she would never have to pick up a sword. Diana replied that she liked this attitude. He remembered that he was her knight again and said that he would escort her back, for which she thanked him. Later, he asked why she had a 3-colored aura, because usually it was one specific color, but this feature apparently irritated Diana. Perhaps she was like a 3-colored cat. The Resley family estate was brightly lit. After she went out in warrior clothes, for some reason all the maids met her, telling her that they had been waiting for her. She was a little taken aback, as she had not intended to give that impression. However, the maids immediately told her to go up to her room, as they had prepared a hot bath. Diana asked where Olga was and was told that she had urgent errands. However, they promised to help with everything, and she didn't have to worry. Diana thought to herself that there was a strange smell in the air, and in general the whole situation seemed unusual. Despite this, she lay down in the bath, and the maids fussed around her as if preparing for something important. Looking at the rose petal, she thought about what was going on and why all this was happening. However, he could not give her an answer, no matter how closely she looked at him. Finally, one maid announced that the additive for her bath would be scented with Andros. Here even Diana changed her expression a little and asked if this was really the same dear Andros and if they had gone crazy. Andros was imported in small quantities due to low production levels, a small bottle costing more than a designer dress, and even Regina used it in tiny quantities. The maids confirmed this, after which Diana asked what had happened, to which she received only a questioning look. The maids admitted that sometimes they didn't understand what she was talking about. It became clear that they preferred to remain silent, and Andros would have to be one way or another. Then she remembered that her mother had loved this scent when she was alive. She must have said it out loud because the maids were delighted. They said they knew she would like the scent. Diana plunged into memories where, in fact, her mother was not very interested in her. The mother radiated nobility, but remained distant. Her attention and love were always lacking. In moments when she suddenly extended her warm hand to her daughter, it seemed to her that the whole world belonged to her. The scent of Andros emanating from her mother excited her. However, here she began to think about what to do next, and the maids became wary. She simply swept the entire bottle off the bathtub with a snap of her fingers. The maids were not just taken aback, they were in complete shock. The bottle broke, spreading a strong smell around, which, however, was not too intrusive and quickly disappeared. After this, Diana said that she hated this scent, and her sister probably used it carefully, but now she didn't know what to do. The maids began to whisper, but she took the initiative and told them to bring something else. She also specified that it should be a scent that her sister didn't like, and asked her to hurry before the skin had time to swell in the hot water. The maids immediately rushed to carry out her instructions. Diana didn't understand what was going on and why such preparations were being made. After all, something like this had never happened before, so something must have changed. The girls tried to decorate it as brightly as possible, which caused her sad thoughts. Viscount Badley's son was at the table, and his father told her to greet him. He noticed that they had met before. This arrogant guy was mannered and claimed that he had long known about her unimaginable feelings for him. Her father said that this young man would be a good husband for her, and Diana herself was furious. The young man noticed that Diana was very shy and also taciturn today. Regina added fuel to the fire, claiming that she was very lucky and was very jealous of her sister. After that, she added that they looked great together. Diana thought she could kill everyone associated with the Badley family. Regina continued to say that such a respectable man would become her husband, and she was probably very happy, because her sister was sure that she would be in good hands, after which she again emphasized her envy. However, Diana decided to clarify whether she was really so jealous. A grand plan had already awakened in her head, and she even addressed her sister as you. The sister began to suspect something, but stated that she was speaking with full responsibility. He's so cool, and it's amazing how she managed to grab onto such a man before Regina. She was very nimble, despite her youth. Diana smiled sweetly and expressed hope that Regina's opinion would not change. Regina asked what they were talking about but did not receive a clear answer. Diana just looked at her and said that everything would resolve itself. At this moment, quick footsteps were heard in the corridor, which put an end to Regina's bullying. The butler burst into the dining room, forgetting all the rules of etiquette. The Viscount sharply pulled him up, reminding him that they had a guest and that he should behave appropriately. However, the butler announced without warning that a royal decree had been issued. At that moment, the king's messenger appeared with a sealed letter. The Viscount bowed, demonstrating his willingness to listen. Moreover, the envoy was the Marquis of Talzier, ready to read out the decree issued by the Royal Highness. The decree stated that the Viscount's second daughter, Diana Resley, had been chosen as Princess Juliana's bridesmaid. It was like a bolt from the blue. The father was already mentally reaping the fruits of his daughter's successful marriage. The Marquis continued reading, reporting that Diana had been ordered to escort Princess Juliana to the Heberunia Empire. It was His Majesty's order, and at that moment, Diana realized that her life was changing. She stated that she was the second daughter of Viscount Resley and was ready to happily obey this order. The Marquis noted that after completing her mission as a bridesmaid, she might miss the right age for marriage, but it was promised that this would be compensated. After this, the Marquis left. Everyone standing behind Diana didn't know what to say. However, she herself began to talk about what she should do next. She said with a slight sadness that she could not disobey the royal order. Everyone else agreed with her, as they believed that this order was unbreakable. However, Diana added that she would not dare ask the young man to wait for her. Since he is the son of a promising Viscount family, he needs to start his own family as soon as possible. However, she had a solution that she hoped would please everyone present. She clapped her hands and expressed confidence that everyone would be happy. At the same time, she could not hold back a smile, which for others foreshadowed something unexpected. Viscount Badley's son was ready to listen to her with pleasure. Diana explained that the decision was related to her sister Regina. Regina didn't immediately understand what was being discussed, but it soon became clear what Diana was getting at. Diana reminded her that Regina had recently spoken about her strong envy of her sister. Now Diana has announced that Regina no longer has a reason for this. In her opinion, Regina can get what she deserves. At that moment, the Viscount's son noted that, if he thought about it, Regina really did speak well of him. He didn't fall in love at first sight, but he wasn't a heartless man who rejected a woman's love. Diana decided to sum it up by saying that everything had worked out well for her sister. She added that they looked great together, and the Viscount's son admitted that Regina was slightly inferior in appearance to Lady Diana, but he was ready to make this sacrifice. Diana smiled and expressed joy that today's conversation about marriage had not been without results. The young man remarked that it would also be very advantageous for Lady Regina to marry him. He explained that he could not wait for Diana too long, so he was ready to marry her sister. Regina still hoped for her father's support, but he turned away, asked for forgiveness, and said that he needed the connections of Viscount Badley's family. While Regina was metal lightning, Diana informed the son of Viscount Badley that her sister loved the scent of Andros. He took her hand in his and said that for her sake, he was ready to become an Andros, and that next to him she would feel all the aromas she had ever felt. Apparently, he was simply not ready to spend money on expensive perfume. She asked him directly about it, to which he blew her a kiss. Watching this curious performance, Diana admitted that she did not think that the son of Viscount Badley was such a romantic. After that, she clapped her hands and noted that life can be unpredictable. Meanwhile, Regina realized that she would most likely not see a happy family life. Diana added that for those who behave badly, such a fate is sometimes quite natural. At this time, in the delegation's residence, the servant was again looking for his master. He entered the room and asked if he had heard the news. The owner replied that he knew that Diana had been chosen as a bridesmaid. Walter asked how he knew about it so quickly. The gentleman explained that this news had spread to every corner of the palace. The servant asked what would happen to their plan now, since they had initially wanted to disrupt their brother's plans. Cornelius remembered well his dream in which Princess Juliana was dying on the way to the Empire. Everyone in the Empire was going to insist that this was a normal incident. However, this later became a reason for the start of the war earlier. Cornelius wanted war because he thought that Diana would be a knight. Now Juliana had to survive since Diana was accompanying her. He told the servant that nothing had changed and they would follow the plan, and besides, there was now another reason why the plan should be successfully completed. At this time, the princess was drinking tea with Diana and discussing recent events. She asked if she had really conveyed the marriage proposal, which had been sent to her older sister Regina. Diana said it would ruin her sister's whole life. The princess said that Diana was simply the devil. Diana thanked him, but the princess replied that it was not a compliment. She couldn't understand how Diana could do such a terrible thing. Juliana even felt sorry for Regina. However, she said that Regina deserved it, and added that now was not the time to worry about the future of other people, although her soul felt lighter. However, the princess noted that Diana had overdone it a bit. At that moment, she saw her sister in the corridor. Diana suspected something. It was clear that the princess herself was no angel. It was obvious that her little sister was heading specifically towards her, but Diana could not understand why Princess Juliana was not rushing about. She became calmer every day. Diana did notice a dark shadow on her face, and the princess added that everyone gets what they deserve. Agnes will finally get what she deserves too. After these words, the usual loud cry of sister was heard. Agnes said that she came because her sister would soon be leaving far away. They have very little time left to spend together. Diana realized that she had come for a reason and was sure of what to expect from her. She thought that the princess would start hysterics again, but on the contrary, she was completely calm. The princess's smile at that moment was more frightening than if she had been tearing and throwing. When the girl appeared, Julian immediately gently grabbed her hands and was delighted at her arrival. The girl noticed that she had come to meet her and was grateful for it. Agnes began to understand something. However, Diana also began to understand and thought to herself that the princess was too poisonous. A genuine, joyful smile meant that the princess had finally found a way to deal with her impudent little sister. The day had come to leave Wrestley Castle before the long journey where Diana was to live next to the princess. Ben asked if these were all her things, to which she replied that there was nothing else. Her maid Olga noticed that no one came out to see her off, even though she was leaving for 5 years. Diana noted that she was only glad that no one came out, because she would return with an award, and then she would not be ashamed in front of anyone. Olga agreed that on the one hand Diana was right, after which the lady said that it was time for them to go. Without any special farewells, they headed to the king's castle. Ben accompanied them as usual while Diana was deep in thought. She understood that she was seeing the estate for the last time, as she had not planned to be here again. Even in the best case, she won't see him for at least 5 years. She had no intention of going back there at all. There was nothing keeping her there. Olga looked out the window and said that the wind was so cooling, but Diana pulled her back to keep her head down. The maid asked in bewilderment why, since it was fresh. Ben explained that wild animals would start appearing along this stretch of the route, and if anyone stuck their heads out, they might attack. At this time, Diana thought that now everything was a little different, unlike her past life when she left home. Then she was a knight and thought only about her own survival, she told Olga when she grew up, to which she received the answer that the lady herself was younger than her. Olga indignantly asked not to offend her, to which Diana laughed and apologized. At that moment, in the darkest corner of the castle, an interesting event was taking place. Juliana called her little sister Agnes in her sweet voice. She asked where she was hiding. The little prankster who had bullied her for so long sat behind a column with her mouth covered. Juliana called her sister again in a sweet, melodious voice. Agnes knew this didn't bode well, especially when Juliana spoke in that tone. However, the current princess decided not to give up her plans. Her steps were getting closer and closer, and the little girl tried not to breathe. She thought to herself that she should not come near her and mentally tried to drive her away. Nothing good would come of it. However, at that moment, Juliana heard someone announce Lady Resley's arrival. Agnes finally removed her hands from her lips and exhaled. Juliana came out to meet Diana as if nothing had happened, and she bowed. Then she asked what had happened, noting that she had not expected the princess to come out to meet her. Juliana said that she was obliged to do so. Diana was surprised, because the princess had never met her before, but she said that she should not look back to the past, because she was her precious friend. They had a long journey ahead of them, and they had to finish reading a novel together, and she hadn't beaten her at chess even 10 times. After this, Juliana said that she would show her the room, which greatly surprised Diana. Then the girl turned to her servants, and Olga noticed that it turned out that Diana was so close to her highness. Her mistress smiled, noting that there was nothing surprising about this, and then called the servants to come with her. On the way, the princess told them about her plans. In a week they would be leaving for the Empire. Diana was surprised why it was so quick, and the princess explained that they had to leave the Empire with the delegation. At that moment, Diana felt someone's presence, and it was clear that it was not the maid. She looked behind the column and saw Agnes there, and asked her what she was doing there. Agnes shushed her, asking her not to give her away. Diana was confused, but it was no longer possible to hide her presence. At that moment, Juliana came up there and saw Agnes, and she immediately pretended to be very happy to see her. She again called her sister by name in a sweet, melodious voice and said that she had been looking for her for a long time. Then she grabbed Agnes's hand and said that she still had a lot of new things to learn. They had very little time, so Agnes had to follow her immediately. Diana remembered that a few days ago the princess was very happy about her little sister's visit. Juliana stated that she was just about to come to her to teach her all the palace etiquette before leaving. Agnes tried to deny it, considering it not particularly important, but then she noticed how Juliana had changed. The princess declared that it could not be unimportant and asked who had told her such nonsense. If Juliana is gone, she will become the only princess of Agrafana. This means that she must behave accordingly and not ruin their reputation. Diana realized that Juliana seemed to have gone crazy and grinned. The princess decided to teach Agnes a lesson so that life would no longer seem easy to her. She claimed that she was doing everything wrong, that the dress shouldn't flutter, that it was too arrogant. Agnes, accustomed to freedom, tried to run away from her, but Juliana caught up with her, explaining that all this was for her own good. She taught Agnes how to behave properly during tea drinking. At the same time, she yelled at her all the time, for everything. For example, she held the cup incorrectly or held her back incorrectly. Juliana presented it all as well-intentioned actions, while Diana had her own thoughts. In a week, she will no longer be in this country. At this time, interesting events were taking place at the residence of the delegation from the Empire. Walter told his master that he had seen Diana's suitors come to ask for her hand in marriage, but advised him not to be angry, since she was leaving with them for the Empire anyway. Cornelius asked who it was, and his servant answered. The gentleman was furious. No one dared approach his woman. Walter reminded that she had refused anyway, since she was leaving with the delegation. However, the gentleman remained tireless along with his thirst. Walter tried to remind her that she did not yet belong to the master, but it was no use. He quickly headed somewhere. Walter ran after him, unable to keep up, asking if he was really going to go to the young man himself. He decided to check just in case whether he was going to kill him, having received a negative answer. Smiling, the gentleman explained that he simply wanted him to be punished for encroaching on someone else's property. Walter noted that he didn't even know the area and that leaving the palace was forbidden. However, he could not let the young master go alone and rushed after him. It seemed like the gentleman knew where to go. He walked so confidently along the path. In the end, they came to the dog hole he had seen in his dream. He told Walter about this and said that Diana often passed through this place. Walter noted that she probably wasn't a quiet person. It was hard to tell from her appearance. As the servant followed his master, he thought about what he had gotten himself into, and Cornelius thought that he simply did not hear the beautiful words that she spoke with her extraordinary lips, because she was certainly not a quiet person. At this point, they approached the residence of Viscount Badley. The Viscount sat with his father, who said that it made no difference to him whether he chose Regina or Diana, he just needed to get married. The son replied that he did not want to give his blossoming youth to Regina, it was too pitiful. He noted that appearance is not everything, but he has very high standards. Cornelius heard Badley say that Diana, like an ice flower, should stand next to him to reveal his beauty. The young man thought about how he dared to pronounce her name with his dirty mouth. Walter asked the gentleman what he was going to do, to which he replied that he had one way and reached into his breast pocket. After this, he put on a magical attribute that helps hide his presence. Walter was surprised when the young gentleman managed to steal it from the warehouse. Despite his indignation, he still did not receive an answer. The gentleman had already headed towards the unlucky groom. He opened the window to enter, remaining completely invisible. Viscount Badley's son asked why the window was slightly open, and his father explained that it was probably the wind. The father then continued that, judging by appearance alone, Regina was clearly not suitable for their family. He noted that he would have to be patient, such was the fate of a handsome aristocrat. After this, he mentioned that he himself had to endure all his life in order to save his marriage with his mother. Hearing these words, Cornelius already knew what he would do, because his country was famous for its magic and alchemy. Even though the drug was still in development, just one tablet caused vomiting and diarrhea. The father told his son that they should drink to the tragic lives of handsome men. It was about them who value their beautiful appearance so highly. When the gentleman left, Walter asked if this had really happened. The gentleman did not answer but looked pleased, after which Walter announced that it was time for them to return. At this time, the Solar Empire was undergoing its own events. The streets there were warmer than in Agrafana, which allowed people to walk for long periods without outerwear. His Highness had an unexpected visitor at the palace. He was informed that Jeff Hyman, his relative on his father's side, had arrived. The man ordered the guest to be let in. It was Raymond Heberunya, the country's crown prince. He heard soft footsteps followed by a familiar voice. Jeff Hyman greeted him as the empire's little son. The prince reminded that His Majesty and Jeff's father, Archduke Haman, are brothers, so formalities were not necessary. He remarked that he did not dare, and the prince asked if he had prepared what he had asked for. Jeff confirmed this, after which he stated that Princess Juliana would not cross the borders of the empire. Satisfied with the answer, the prince noted that this was a necessary matter for the good of their empire, so everything must be done without mistakes. However, he heard that Jeff had one request for him. He asked permission to kill his younger brother Cornelius. Despite the fact that Cornelius was also a relative of the crown prince, the latter did not like him. In any case, he was amazed by such a request from his relative. So I asked what exactly this would bring him. Jeff replied that his father wanted to make him his heir, but he didn't just intend to receive the title of Archduke. Jeff reminded the prince who Cornelius was. He was a wild beast that could not be tamed. When he ascended the throne, he would not obey and work for the good of the empire. The prince agreed that this was true, but decided to think about it. He finally admitted that maybe Jeff was right. Cornelius didn't answer to anyone. The prince then declared that Jeff would receive the title of Archduke, who in turn would receive his allegiance. The prince also gave his consent for Jeff to do as he saw fit, thereby giving permission to kill his brother. Jeff thanked the prince with all his heart and promised to do his best to serve the empire. It had to be taken into account that the Archduke was the son of the previous king, and imperial blood flowed through him, and Cornelius could become a threat to the imperial family. If such a chance comes up, it is better to use it and get rid of him. This way, the prince won't get his hands dirty, since he won't be the one performing the job. Everything was going well. He was able to eliminate his opponent without getting his hands dirty. At this point, all preparations were complete, and Diana informed Princess Juliana that it was time to leave. She looked around, realizing that she was leaving this place forever. She said bitterly out loud that she would never come back here again. Diana confirmed this, but this answer infuriated the princess. She felt abandoned by everyone and was perplexed by Diana's behavior. The princess screamed that Diana had no empathy and was behaving very cruelly. However, she did not have the strength to draw emotional conclusions, and she simply stated that Diana was heartless. Then the princess turned away, turned her nose up and walked forward, and Diana wondered what she had done wrong. The delegation assembled, and many carriages accompanied the princess. She came to say goodbye to her father, the king of the country, and her stepmother pretended to regret it. My father told me to behave like a real princess. But the younger sister sighed with relief, thinking that the princess was finally leaving, but Juliana called her and asked if she had forgotten her instructions. Now she became the only princess of Agrafana and had to behave accordingly. Juliana added with a sweet smile that she would soon become the empress's only younger sister, so she needed to observe etiquette. After this, Juliana asked if she understood her, sweetly adding the word, little sister. Agnes couldn't understand why Juliana was behaving like this even on her last day. She reminded them that they must not forget their position and the country's reputation, and threatened that if Agnes forgot, Juliana would flee the empire and return to punish her. Diana laughed to herself and thought how she could say that as if nothing special was happening. Agnes had no choice but to say that she understood everything and would try not to tarnish the family's honor. After this, Juliana proudly raised her head and informed Diana that it was time for them to go. However, she still turned around and noticed the strange couple. Pointing to Diana's sister, the princess said that her soul would soon leave her body. Regina and Badley came to see the princess off, like many aristocrats setting off on a long journey. The princess noticed that Badley looked strange and had become completely thin. It was clear that Regina was uncomfortable, but was trying her best to restrain herself. Juliana suggested that the Viscount had forcibly introduced his son to Regina, and no matter how hard she tried to escape, he followed her, apparently still suffering from the gift of the ambassador from Heberunya. Diana suddenly admitted that, looking at this picture, she began to feel a hint of guilt towards her sister. At this point, Ben informed the girls that there had been some changes in their plans. A message came from the Empire that there had been some changes in the negotiations. The delegation's representatives will not be able to leave now. The ambassador is furious. However, they will have to leave without them. Diana understood only one thing: the man she feared would not go with them. That is, he will remain, and in his past life, Ben was responsible for the princess's safety, but he was unable to protect her. Diana heard that they would take care of their business and then join them. If they killed Ben back then in battle, it means they will have to face very dangerous enemies. The knight said that in order to make it in time, they need to leave now. Diana thought that perhaps it was even better this way, because anything could be expected from that man. Her only goal was to take these three and successfully escape from here. The princess waved her hand at the window, saying goodbye to her beloved country. Diana thought that the main thing was that they arrived safely. She understood that the road would not be as calm as in her past life. However, with its changes, the lives of many became different, and it was still unknown what to expect. She saw Cornelius. He looked rather uneasy. Diana glanced past him calmly, not even thinking of waving at him. A long journey lay ahead of them, and they needed to collect their thoughts. At this time, Walter asked why the Crown Prince suddenly gave such an order and whether everything would be okay. Cornelius assumed that nothing could be in order, but he could not disobey the order. He represented his country's delegation here and had to stay until the end. So he called his servant to finish the business as quickly as possible. Cornelius decided to finish the negotiations quickly in order to go and protect Diana. He understood perfectly well that the prince's intentions were evil, but he did not want to speak about it out loud. In the carriage, Juliana became unusually quiet. She looked down sadly and did not say a word at first. She asked Diana in a quiet voice if she regretted what had happened. Diana admitted that she was preoccupied with her own thoughts, and even asked the princess to repeat herself. She asked if Diana regretted deciding to go with her. Then she added that it was too late to change anything now. Diana understood that the princess's life was changing much more than her own. However, I thought the princess was quite sweet when she spoke so humanly. She became curious about what Juliana was like in her past life, and it was as if she saw her leaving that same day. Diana was shocked and couldn't understand why she suddenly saw her shadow. She noticed pursed lips holding back words of curses and self-pity. Juliana was absolutely sad, her eyes expressing grief about her fate. Diana started, trying to understand what was happening to her. Her consciousness still hadn't returned from the past, even though she hadn't had such abilities before. The previous Juliana behaved completely differently now she was calm, since she was not alone. Diana didn't even immediately hear her companions shout. The princess snapped her fingers in front of her face to bring her out of her thoughts. She asked worriedly if she was in any pain. Diana replied that it was okay, everything was fine. However, why Diana saw Juliana in her past life remained unclear. Strange things were happening. She really hoped that this was not a harbinger of the fulfillment of what had happened earlier. At that moment, they heard a voice that warned them to get ready. They were almost at the portal, so they needed to be collected. There were 5 portals in Agrafana itself. They were made to facilitate the movement of travelers throughout the state. It turned out that they were now on the island of Andros. The transition this time was quite soft, but Diana remembered how portals affect people's consciousness. The change in the picture made her eyes widen as it was very sunny on the island. It looked quite prosperous and there was beauty all around. The princess noticed that it was so beautiful and bright there that it even blinded her eyes. Diana remembered that she had been here before, but then everything was different. Memories took her back to her days as a knight. By default, she could not be in lands that were prosperous. Then Andros was also engulfed in flames, and battles took place here, which led to great destruction. Now everything was completely different. The island was very beautiful and prosperous. Looking at ordinary people, Diana thought that she would never have imagined it to be such a calm and joyful place. Then she skeptically decided that at least some benefit came from her long life, at least somewhere she brought good. The princess believed that this was the first and last time she saw the sea, according to Diana. She could come here when she became empress. However, this would require the involvement of many people and would lead to great expenditures on the treasury as expected. The princess was fully worthy of the title of empress and was concerned about government expenses. She noted this in a conversation with Diana and added that she also intended to cut back on the palace's spending on unnecessary luxury. The princess was truly a born ruler, as she thought that perhaps there would be those who would oppose such a law. But even given the way she treated her subjects, she could certainly have influenced the outcome of the last war. Diana was thinking about her own things, but the princess was indignant that they were not listening to her. Then Diana remembered that the princess had a particularly difficult character, especially when she said that the future empress should talk to her. Diana apologized, and Juliana suggested that it was most likely influenced by the impressions of the local beauty. After this, she asked her companion to walk around the island for her and then tell her everything in detail. After all, she could only trust her. She had no other loved ones. However, when Diana called her Highness instead of Majesty, Juliana lectured her on how to properly address her now. Diana thought it was incredibly annoying, but it was impossible to be seriously offended by it, as negotiations were underway at the official residence of Agrafana at that time. Some people were against changing everything so suddenly. The country's representatives expressed dissatisfaction with the imperial ambassador, doubting whether they were going to challenge them. They stated that they tried to understand the situation as best they could, since it concerned customs duties. Other matters were discussed, and at this point Cornelius thought he was tormented by thirst. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and go to where she was now. At this moment, the Marquis stopped the debate with a wave of his hand. He said there was no need to shout over each other. After this, accusations rained down that the Marquis should not sit quietly and listen to this, since the ambassador was demonstrating disdain for the country. Cornelius understood that it was not his responsibility to resolve the internal problems of a foreign country. However, the Marquis took the situation into his own hands and loudly demanded that the noise stop. The young aristocrats were shocked by this behavior, but heard that the main goal was to achieve harmony between the two countries. That is why the question was asked, what is the point of a meeting if everyone is trying to hurt the other side? After this, the Marquis made the fateful decision to agree to the terms of the empire. He said that people who have a long journey ahead cannot be detained. Hearing this, Cornelius was overjoyed and immediately demanded that the horses be prepared. Despite warnings that there was no need to rush, he insisted on leaving immediately. Walter reminded them that the mercenary they had bribed was on their side. His master acted quickly because he was uneasy. He had to stay by her side. This time she was not a knight, and even if in the past she could stand up for herself, now it was impossible. He asked if there was any news from the mercenary. Meanwhile, on the island of Andros, other events were taking place. A stranger approached the carriage in which Diana and Juliana were riding. He introduced himself as Dean of the Archduchy of Haman. He said that today they would stop on this island and tomorrow they would cross through the portal. He also confirmed that everything necessary for an overnight stay had already been prepared. Diana remembered that Dean was one of Cornelius's confidants. She wondered if she could trust him, and the princess decided that they could go to the shore. However, at that moment the carriage began to move again, and the girls did not understand the reason. Most likely, they were already being sent to their overnight accommodation, but Diana was uneasy. She thought that something important was probably about to start, and she needed to be ready for anything. Last time, that had been a turning point too, and she didn't want to be caught off guard. The princess asked Ben what had happened, and he replied that he didn't know yet, but that plans had changed. The Empire soldier explained that they now needed to go through the portal to meet the soldiers who were waiting for them, as they already had few guards, so they needed to hurry. Diana was confused that she couldn't see the speaker's face, but she realized that it looked like they weren't going to act here. While the princess was worried about not seeing the shore, she thought that they wanted to redirect them through a portal to another place. Diana quietly called Ben and reminded him of one important thing. In case of trouble, he must first and foremost protect the princess. Ben asked again why she was worried, but she insisted that he clearly understand the importance of the situation. Having received an affirmative answer, Diana began to prepare, realizing that they would have to act by any means necessary. She remembered that the maid had placed the sewing basket inside the carriage. At this time, Dean was asking the soldiers about their preparations for the night and was thinking about how to distribute the guards. However, at that moment he noticed that the carriage with the princess began to move on. He did not understand the reason for this behavior and why they went into the portal. Dean ran, trying to stop them, but it was no use. Before them stood soldiers of the Empire who turned out to be traitors. It became clear that there was a traitor among them, and Dean shouted to contact the master. There was a forest around. The transition had to take place in another place. However, the princess developed a headache from the side effects of the move. It was impossible to pass through 2 portals in one day. For an ordinary person, this was a difficult test. At that moment, Ben was approached and informed that it seemed the portal had led them to another place. He didn't see the Imperial soldiers, but at that moment, arrows flew towards them. Ben was surprised, but he realized that there was no time to waste. He noted to himself that they were up against weaklings who couldn't even properly hit a decent target. At that moment, the order was given to kill all the Agraphans, including the princess. The attack began, and the forces proved unequal. Due to the transition through the portal, Ben was weaker than usual. 2 soldiers stood up to defend the carriage. However, arrows immediately flew at them. They were completely stunned. Ben shouted at the princess not to come outside, saying that they were under attack. The princess was alarmed, but Diana tried to gather her strength. She silently counted her opponents. There seemed to be about 5 or 7 of them, and all of them were well trained. Diana thought that given Ben's abilities, he would have definitely handled them if it weren't for the portal's side effect that prevented him from fully demonstrating his skills. Afterwards, I noticed that more reinforcements had arrived from the rear. In principle, everything was done strategically correctly. They decided to attack them with a minimum number of people in order to prevent information leakage. However, she herself had to somehow deal with the enemies from the rear. As the princess sat and prayed, Diana noticed the sewing kit lying next to her. At that moment, a plan emerged that was supposed to correct the situation, and then she heard the order to shoot. The archers aimed their arrows at them, but something unexpected happened. One of the attackers was knocked out. The person standing next to him looked at him carefully to understand what had happened. He saw that behind him, an ordinary needle had stuck into the tree, piercing his partner through and stuck into the tree. At this point, Diana was already loading another needle to neutralize as many enemies as possible. She silently counted that there were 4 or 6 enemies left, but she understood that while she dealt with them, Ben was in danger. He couldn't protect the princess, so Diana grabbed her and explained that she needed to listen carefully. She said that she should not get out of the carriage under any circumstances. Then she lightly patted Juliana on the cheeks to make her come to her senses and show understanding of the situation. After this, Diana headed for the exit. The princess tried to stop her, but she was too paralyzed by what was happening and only heard the slam of the door closing. Ben warned her that it was dangerous here and she shouldn't go out. However, Diana had already switched to her opponents, assessing how many of them were in front of her. At that moment, a laugh was heard, indicating that a woman had entered the battle. One of the attackers noted that there was no place for sophisticated ladies in such a dangerous situation, but she turned out to be quite brave. He then expressed that she was too beautiful to kill quickly, but unfortunately he was paid a tidy sum for the task. After these words, he said that he was sorry, but he had to say goodbye. Attacking her with a sword, he suddenly felt a strong rebuff. Not understanding what was happening, he turned his attention to the objects in her hands, and he saw that she parried the blow with an ordinary fan. Diana didn't understand why people had to look for adventures on their own butts. However, once she realized the situation, she knew she would have to fight. The feeling of the blood rushing was quite pleasant. The enemy was taken aback, which gave her a clear advantage. She mentally decided that she would do the work she had not completed in her past life in this one. After this, it was decided to finish everything quickly. With one powerful blow, she managed to knock the enemy off his feet. Everyone was amazed at how easily he flew away. One of the opponents noted that they were not warned about the lady. At that moment, Diana decided that the man standing in front of her was a weak opponent. She then expressed the hope that the others could entertain her. The princess looked out the carriage window and could not understand what was happening. Diana loudly demanded that they not hesitate and attack with the whole crowd. She warned that if you were slow, she would attack first. Another blow was easily repelled. Her skills remained at the same level. She was ready to fight to the end. However, her condition left much to be desired. Passing through the portal was not painless, and one of the arrows grazed his shoulder. They were archers hiding behind the rocks. Armed with needles, Diana decided the situation had become more interesting. She then threw the guns towards the enemies, but she was immediately attacked with a spear, causing her to fly away. However, a counterblow immediately followed, knocking the enemy off his feet. Her aura sparkled with 3 colors. A simple fan did much more damage than the swords the enemies were armed with. At that moment, she felt that she could not control her hand. The opponent laughed and said that the medicine had worked. To her puzzled look, he explained that the tips of their arrows were laced with a paralyzing poison, and he added that this place would become her grave. Diana found herself in an unpleasant situation. She could not fully control herself. However, she was not going to give up, as she still had some strength left. They fought alongside Ben, but Diana caught his attention. She reminded him of her request. He was told clearly before the events began. In case of danger, he was obliged to protect the princess first and foremost. After this, Diana left Juliana in his care. Ben realized that he could not participate in the fight, as he had to protect Her Highness. This meant that he had to withdraw from direct combat and not move far from the carriage. Diana's dress was stained with blood, but she didn't pay attention to it. Wiping the drops of blood from her face, she thought she had done it. Despite her determination to never pick up a sword again, she was still able to protect the princess. At that moment, all the warriors around were defeated. She looked around. There were bloody bodies lying nearby. Ben asked if she was okay, but something unexpected happened. He screamed, but it was too late to stop it. The princess in the carriage screamed, pressing both hands against the glass. Diana felt a prick and did not immediately realize that her mission might be over. An arrow entered her right side and she dropped her fan. The fight was not over, but she could no longer take part in it. Her vision darkened and she felt herself about to lose consciousness. With a slight wave of her hand, she fell to the ground. Ben ran towards her, ignoring the danger. At that moment, the archer aimed the arrow at him. He was ready to let her go, but he felt someone nearby. A slight wave interrupted his actions and life. He fell to the ground covered in blood. The archer's killer looked around. He saw Diana lying on the ground and immediately ran to her. She was unconscious. The poison had completely paralyzed her. Cornelius leaned toward her, worried that he had arrived too late. He looked at her beautiful face and realized that he hadn't made it in time. It was the first time he saw her so close. He could touch her hair. However, it meant nothing. She could not answer. He didn't need a lifeless body. He wanted her to love him alive. He carefully lifted her into his arms, determined that he could handle this. He knew about the antidote, but he had to hurry. At that moment, Ben and the princess rushed after her. They shouted where he was taking her. The princess, shaking off her stupor, rushed forward. Cornelius did not want to answer, wasting time. Ben remembered that he had to protect the princess, so he stood in front of her. At that moment, a thirst awoke in Cornelius, which ordered him to finish off everyone here, because of them, his woman had suffered. However, he decided not to waste time. Turning away, he decided to take Diana away as quickly as possible. He turned to his servant, who immediately bowed his head. Dean was ordered to clean up the place properly. Cornelius also ordered the killing of anyone who showed signs of life. After which he said that the princess, as originally planned, needed to be hidden from prying eyes. Diana was lying in bed, still not knowing what had happened. However, she began to wake up, although it seemed that after this her life would be interrupted. But still, it was difficult to open my eyes. The paralyzing poison was still in effect. And then suddenly a knight in armor appeared before her eyes. And there were still many knights around, and in her sleep she couldn't understand what was happening. There were weapons everywhere. It looked like some kind of museum. Looking at the huge silhouette of the knight standing in front of her, she wondered what the hell was going on. However, when she approached the armor, she realized that it was very expensive. It was unclear why they were in the bedroom, whether some madmen had kidnapped her. At that moment, she heard a scream. Princess Juliana flew in and immediately hugged her. Other people followed her into the room and asked if she was awake. Diana was shocked to see Cornelius Hyman. She thought that he had also been kidnapped and wondered if the opponents were really that strong. Then she asked if the princess had seen the faces of the kidnappers. The answer was that she saw it and pointed her finger at Walter. He didn't expect this at all, looking at her in bewilderment. Then he suddenly thought, could it really be about him, even though he hadn't kidnapped her? Juliana claimed that it was he who brought her here, to which Walter replied that it was a misunderstanding. She was indignant that he was dragging her around like a sack of potatoes, despite the fact that she was a princess. She tried to break free, calling him a pervert. She closed her eyes and complained that it was very careless. He asked what he should have done in such a situation, whether to roll out the red carpet for her. Diana asked who had changed her clothes, since it wasn't her outfit. Walter continued to be indignant and said that it was the young master's order. She said she never thought he would turn out like this. Walter, turning to his master, asked him to say something already. However, he sided with the women, as if they had created a cooperative. He explained that Diana had been treated by a priest, but there was no time for jokes, and Dean noted that Walter needed to calm down. He said that the circumstances were hopeless and they provided assistance as best they could. Diana asked where Ben and Olga were. They told her that Olga had arrived here safely with her owner. Ben was resting in the next room and had no serious injuries. Diana breathed a sigh of relief, but Cornelius wanted to get to the main point. He looked pointedly at Dean, and Dean got the hint. Dean turned to the princess, informing her that he needed to discuss something with her and called her to follow him. She didn't want to leave Diana alone, but she assured her that everything was fine. Juliana told her to take care of herself before leaving. Cornelius and the dream of his life were finally alone. Diana turned to him and said that now he had to tell everything. She also asked what had happened in general. It was unlikely that they had all been kidnapped. Cornelius, feeling his confidence in her presence completely leave him, hesitated slightly. Then he looked at her. She was waiting for an answer. He reached out and brushed a strand of hair out of her face. She waved her hand sharply and asked what he was doing. He replied that he just wanted to help. She noted that this was unnecessary. She had hands herself. Looking at him, she couldn't understand what he was planning now. However, recalling her past experience, she understood that it was better not to get involved with him. She asked where they were, what kind of creepy place this was, and why this ugly armor was on display. Cornelius explained that this was his room, smiling slightly. Then he laughed and admitted that he had this kind of hobby, after which she thought that he really was crazy. However, she realized that he had saved her, and he confirmed it. She understood that her task was first and foremost to thank him for saving her, but at the same time she needed to explain everything that had happened. Diana assumed that only people from the Empire could have arranged such a thing, and it was unlikely that they would have done it out of dislike for Princess Juliana. Then she asked why, being a subject of the Empire, he helped them. He replied that she had probably guessed it herself. The Empire was preparing for war. He said that this peace treaty and the murder of the princess would start a war, but at the same time he thought that her image was very different from what he imagined. Diana wisely said that in that case they should kill them, to which Cornelius replied that the war was not important to him, but he wanted to ruin the plans of the crown prince. He thought to himself that if he put it that way, she would understand, although in reality he was afraid for her life. When she lost consciousness, he wanted to wipe everyone off the face of the earth, be it the princess or the crown prince. However, he did not say this out loud. Diana said that shouldn't he serve the crown prince and that his statements were not too reckless. Cornelius countered that there was no guarantee that he should serve the crown prince, then expressed hope that he would never see her get injured again. Diana still couldn't get it right. He couldn't save her just because he hated the prince. Although she suggested that he might want to enter the fight for the throne, in any case, she needed to stay away from him. Cornelius began his sentence by saying that she should, and she looked up sharply, assessing the meaning of such a formulation. However, he finished the sentence by declaring that she should marry him. Diana did not understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about and was left perplexed. After this, she expressed doubt as to how sane he was, taking the marriage as a joke. She even asked him if he wanted to know the taste of her fan, and he thought to himself that it was good that he had hidden it beforehand. He then stated that he was thinking absolutely sensibly and that this proposal was the best solution in this situation. Diana thought she had escaped from one hell and ended up in another, but he asked her to listen and calm down, explaining that the Empire needed a war because of the deteriorating standard of living of the people. She asked why their marriage was considered the solution to this problem. After all, they cannot influence the start of the war, but Cornelius did not share these doubts. He explained that there were 3 reasons for their marriage. The first of these was that Princess Juliana should be considered dead by the public. Besides, he received an order, and the princess could not return to her country. Secondly, in order for her to remain in the Empire legally, marriage became the most optimal and quick solution. Diana asked why he thought she would stay in the Empire when she still had the opportunity to return to her own country. He replied that she could come back if she was so eager to enter into another marriage. It was about Viscount Badley's son, and Diana wondered how he could have known about it. She asked if it was possible to fake her death and go to another place. He asked if she really wanted to spend her whole life on the run, in the company of a princess who had lived her whole life like a flower in a greenhouse, with only one servant. Cornelius asked if they were ready for such a life. Diana remembered that they were quite vulnerable. She even got a headache as soon as she imagined their screams. After this, Cornelius said that there was one more important thing. She was cured at the sanctuary and her identity was already revealed. This means that pretending that she died will no longer work. Rumors will soon reach her country, but everyone in the Empire already knows who she really is. Here, Cornelius added that there was one last reason. He stated that he was a worthy candidate for the role of groom. Diana laughed to herself and thought that she simply had a gift for getting into unpleasant situations. Then he said, "Isn't he better than the man they wanted to marry her to?" She found him attractive and couldn't resist looking at him. While Diana was mentally searching for her fan, he revealed that he was, in fact, the second son of the Duke of the Empire. And she was the second daughter of the Resley family. It was not for nothing that he seemed crazy in his past life, so she noticed that he betrayed the crown prince, saved her, and disobeyed the order. To this he replied that it would be their little secret. Diana asked him again for what purpose he did this. He said that they would keep it a secret. They shouldn't be in such a hurry, so she said that they didn't necessarily have to get married. However, he looked at her in a way that gave her a strange feeling inside, and then she said that she did not want to put herself in further danger. She decided that she would just wait until the situation calmed down. Besides, this marriage would not benefit him in any way. However, he confidently stated that he never does anything that does not benefit him. Diana replied that from her point of view, he was not getting anything out of it. He said firmly that he would get it, and she thought to herself that he would get her. Diana drew other conclusions. A guess flashed in her head. She wondered why he didn't say it out loud, how it was even possible to hide something like that. He decided that she understood everything and had already begun words of confession. However, Diana cried out, "Does he really like Princess Juliana?" He immediately explained that this was not the case and said, "She asked what was the matter then." Cornelius explained that it was for the common good and that the vile act of the imperial family had left him in an awkward position for the time being, and he wants nothing to do with their disgusting intrigues. Diana thought that the man apparently knew how to think rationally sometimes, but she thought that he was completely brainless and thanked him for not wanting to take part in intrigues. In any case, she said that she could not resolve this issue herself. She stated that she needed to talk to the princess and then wanted to leave. Cornelius said as she wishes he will not insist on a unilateral decision. Diana walked away feeling his gaze on her. However, then she remembered and stopped. Then she turned around and thanked him again for saving her. Cornelius watched her go, fighting the urge to rush over and hug her. Only she could make his heart beat so fast. He felt like it was about to burst out of his chest, but he had to hold on and not show his emotions. But he was afraid that she would hear the beating of his heart. Its beats sounded very loudly in his head. At this time, she was informed that Princess Juliana had come to see her. Diana was still trying to come to her senses after the conversation that had taken place. However, she heard hurried footsteps, and the princess was clearly agitated. Diana knew she was about to have a difficult conversation and was convinced the princess was angry with her. And it was clear to her that the princess was probably confused and wanted to ask many questions. While Diana was thinking about how to explain everything correctly, the princess stood with her eyes downcast. But as soon as Diana began to explain, the princess interrupted her. She quietly said words of gratitude. Diana thought she must have misheard, as the princess was not known to do such things, but she firmly said that it was important to her that Diana knew that she was grateful for her protection. She repeated that she wanted to express her gratitude for saving her. She said she had always been afraid that something like this would happen and felt burdened that she might make other people suffer. Diana wanted to stop her, but she continued. Then the completely impossible happened. The princess bowed to express her gratitude. Diana was surprised not only because the princess was thanking her, but because it was the first time this had happened to her. She walked up to her and touched her shoulder. She said that there was no need to thank me, and assured me that she had to do it. The princess felt relieved, but for Diana this conversation was not easy. After drinking tea, they began to discuss what had happened. Knight Dean explained everything to the princess. Diana asked what she wanted to do. She hesitated, but they both understood that he had no other choice. Diana asked why she couldn't behave like she used to. However, the princess stated that regardless of Diana's choice, she wanted to remain in the empire. There was no longer a place for her in her country, and if she becomes empress, it will certainly lead to her death, so it is better to hide here. Diana asked if she was afraid to trust a stranger because he might report them. When asked if she still trusted Cornelius, Juliana answered in the affirmative. Diana could not understand the reasons for such behavior. However, the princess saw everything with her own eyes while Diana was unconscious. She saw how tenderly Cornelius touched her when he saved her. He treated her as the most precious thing he had. And she also remembered that look of his. It was impossible not to notice it. He looked at her with a love that Juliana herself had never known. They were only alive because they were his people. If things had been different, she knew he would have given the order to kill them, as he had done earlier on the battlefield. The princess was confident that as long as she was with Diana, they would be completely safe. It was the only thing she was sure of now, but she told Diana that she had come to this conclusion while she was 2 days in a daze. Diana was surprised. She didn't think that so much time had passed. And the princess said that she had thought about everything for a long time, and even if he reported them, she would not blame him. It was her personal decision, and it was very important for her and the princess. However, this touching moment was interrupted by the loud screams of Olga's maid. She flew into the room and began to examine it, checking if she was injured. Diana wondered when she had started worrying about her so much. Ben also said out loud that they were worried about Diana's condition. Afterwards, he asked what had happened. Diana didn't know where to start. After the story, Olga was beside herself with emotion. She did not expect that her mistress could have a wedding here. Diana said she never thought about marriage. When Olga said that she was too young, Diana thought that she had not thought about marriage for 40 years. However, she admitted out loud that the maid was right, although Olga doubted whether it was worth marrying such a man. She noted that he had a very attractive appearance. However, he was the master of this extravagant room. She thought he was clearly out of his mind, and Diana had the same opinion. But then Olga suggested that there might be another reason. Perhaps he simply couldn't find a partner in the empire, but Cornelius, who stood behind her, said that was not the case. Everyone was a little scared, but he said that he couldn't wait for an answer any longer, so he decided to come himself. He asked if she was ready to say that she had made a decision. She didn't say out loud that she wasn't sure and asked if there was another option. In the end, she had to come out on top and know all the possible ways. He suggested that she tell him what she wanted to receive. At that moment, the princess tried to whisper a hint to her. She suggested that he become an archduke. Diana did not understand why, but he heard everything. The princess had her own reasons which were important to her. If he becomes archduke, then she will occupy the highest position after the imperial family. Diana thought that even in such a situation she would still think about it. Olga was suggesting that she should ask him for his most valuable jewel. Diana didn't understand why she needed all this. Olga said that she would take her with her when she got divorced. Diana thought that she was not ready for this. But Cornelius, having heard everything, decided to express his opinion. He stated that if she wanted him to become an archduke, he would try to do so, albeit with difficulty. The girls began to whisper again, but he said that they shouldn't whisper. And then he added that he was not going to get divorced. That was the law of their family. They never had a divorce. This would be a humiliation for him and a stain on his entire family. His servant thought at the same time that she had never heard anything like it before, and that his master would most likely have left his name on the list of swindlers if he had gone the route of deception. Diana asked again if he was really ready to do everything for her. Cornelius stated that, apart from a divorce, he was ready to fulfill any of her wishes. She assumed an innocent expression and speculated about what would happen if she killed someone. This phrase initially stunned his interlocutor. However, he remembered how sharp her tongue used to be and smiled contentedly. Kissing her hand, he said that he would try to help her in any way he could. Diana noticed that he was quite a dangerous person. She thought to herself that he was very different from the man from her past life. Back then he was exhausted, constantly tense and full of some kind of crazy energy. I wonder what happened to him if he changed so drastically. Looking at him, she thought about her life if she married him. Here she remembered the advice of her teacher, who said that her body was a real treasure. However, then and now she could never live like that. She said out loud that she had one condition. Cornelius replied that he was ready to listen to him. Diana stated that she did not want to become another person's accessory and wanted to be respected as a true noble lady. And her origin should not be perceived as a weakness. It was her condition for marriage. He thought she was even better than he had imagined. He got down on one knee to respond to her words. Taking her hand and kissing it, he said that he agreed with her condition. After this, he asked her not to overload her mind with thoughts of marriage. He just wants to save her. These words surprised Diana very much, but she thanked him. At that moment, loud shouts were heard from the street. Looking out the window, everyone suddenly noticed that it had started to rain. Diana noted that there had been a very long drought in this area, and the rain was very good. This was a good omen. Cornelius thought what a coincidence it was that she had agreed to marry him, and grace had fallen upon the country. He asked permission to leave, assuming that a meeting about the rain was about to take place. Diana suddenly felt a strong sense that she didn't want him to leave, but he wished her a good rest. Everyone went outside to enjoy the raindrops falling from the sky. Water was absolutely delighted, but his master seemed not to notice. He simply threw some object on the ground. The servant asked worriedly what had happened to him. He looked and saw that it was a book, quite a thick one. The title of the book was A 100% Successful Way to Confess. The gentleman thought that he looked pathetic in front of her. Perhaps he had put too much pressure on her. He was ready to destroy the author of this book, because the first point said that a man must be confident. Cornelius thought that after reading all this, he could not put this advice into practice. He wondered if he looked stupid in front of her and if there was a way to fix it. However, his subjects could not help him. They considered it useless. The servants simply stood there, and Cornelius said that they themselves had not yet had a relationship to judge. However, he had already made a decision. He couldn't get stuck in the past. He needed to think about the future. She still agreed to marry him, and that was already a victory. His servants knew that he was obsessed with her, and there was even a thought about switching sides before it was too late. At this moment, important events were taking place in the imperial palace. The prince felt indignant because there was still no news. Before him stood his subject, Jeff, who asked for forgiveness and said that he had sent a man for news. The prince shouted that if he was not dead yet, then what should they do? Because it would be the end for both of them. His subject assured that he had hired top-level mercenaries who were supposed to cope. They carefully examined every member of the delegation, and no one was supposed to survive. But the prince said he had a contingency plan. Even if everyone survives and he comes back alive, he still won't have any evidence. However, Jeff was confident that Cornelius would not return because he had hired the best. They were very cruel mercenaries and knights who were impossible to resist. At that moment, a servant came up and said that news had arrived. Cornelius was crossing the border and heading here. The people in the room could believe their ears. The prince foresaw this, but was still beside himself with anger. He asked Jeff what it all meant, but he replied that it couldn't be. This shouldn't have happened. His brother wasn't strong enough. At this point, the prince was wondering what had happened to Princess Juliana. The servant replied that she had not been seen and that her status was currently being checked. The prince breathed a sigh of relief, as the reasons for starting the war remained. His Highness let his subject go, trying to come up with a new plan in his head. Jeff realized that this was a complete failure and decided to leave quickly. However, his soul was heavy. He had lost the most important battle of his life. The crown prince thought that he shouldn't have trusted this idiot. As long as Cornelius was alive, the incompetent Jeff would not be able to take the duke's place. It should have been removed while there was such a chance. At this time, Diana was at her fiancé's estate and felt that everything looked rather strange. Previously, when it rained, she always felt unwell. She told Olga about this, who noticed that she looked good today. Olga suggested that perhaps the Empire's reign did not have a negative effect on her. Diana couldn't understand what this was connected with, perhaps because she had traveled back in time. However, then Olga turned on her mentor and said that she needed to carefully monitor her health because she would soon be getting married. Diana thought that she remembered perfectly well that she was about to enter the tiger's den, so she had to be completely prepared. At this time, the latest news about the duchy became known at the estate. The lady expressed bewilderment as to who could dare to do this. The entire delegation was destroyed, and according to rumors, only one person from the other country survived. The father suspected that his son had something to do with it. The real cause of the incident will remain secret and known only to a select few. However, the father was sure that Cornelius was involved in what happened. At this time, they reported that he had already arrived. He arrived on a horse, with a red-haired girl sitting in front of him. The father watched as they were greeted, puzzled and waiting to see what would happen next. At that moment, the son carefully helped his companion get off the horse. He gently and deftly supported her, preventing her from falling. The parents even thought that the moment was somehow intimate. He knew his son and was sure that he didn't do anything without reason. At that moment, the girl bowed her head and expressed a desire to get acquainted, after which she introduced herself. The Duke said she had had to deal with a difficult event and was glad she was okay. Afterwards, she thanked them for their participation, mentioning the loss of people dear to her. Looking at her, the father suddenly realized that her gaze was as if she knew everything. At that moment, a mocking voice was heard. A young woman came out and asked if this was the lady who was the only survivor. Cornelius's mother looked at her disapprovingly, but said nothing. It was Cecilia, the family's first daughter-in-law, who noticed that Diana was the princess's maid. She said out loud that it was strange. The mistress had died, but the maid was still alive. The Duchess interrupted her, and she remarked that she was not right about something. However, the Duke's wife told the lady not to pay attention to this. Cornelius bowed his head to Diana and apologized in place of his daughter-in-law. His father and servants were shocked because he had never said such words before. Both women and men, not accustomed to such behavior, were surprised. He continued to surprise them by paying a lot of attention to the foreigner. She didn't yet know how to react to new relatives, but she was ready for anything. She remembered that it was important to observe etiquette everywhere, even if the interlocutor ignored her. The daughter-in-law thought she had a scary look, and the mother said that she needed a rest after a difficult event. The Duke said they would talk after she had rested. Diana thanked him reservedly, and he asked the butler to show her to her room. However, Cornelius stopped him and said that he could take her there himself. Then she noticed that there was no need to prepare a separate room for guests. She could temporarily use his room. The parents were shocked at what had happened to him. Diana said that as a guest she could not occupy his room, as that would be too much. However, he smiled and assured her that he wanted to make her stay as comfortable as possible and that it was only temporary until she was given a separate room. Diana thought that she would, on the contrary, feel uncomfortable in his room. However, his persistent offer and request that she not refuse made her give in. So she agreed, hoping that everything would be fine. I thought to myself that I could go crazy from such treatment. Then she gave him her hand so that he could take it away. Observing propriety, Cornelius told his father that they had to leave the premises. However, it was clear from their faces that he could now do without such formalities. When they left, his parents even thought that he had eaten something bad. Along the way, Diana was delighted by the castle's decoration. Cornelius was pleased to hear her enthusiastic reviews. She remarked that she had never seen architecture like this. Every cut was graceful and full of elegance. She noted that in her country there are no craftsmen capable of doing such work. Cornelius didn't like this house at all. In his eyes it looked like a stuffy prison, but she saw everything so beautiful. Even he began to think that this place was not so terrible. He looked at her with gratitude because in her presence this place really did seem beautiful. There was an awkward pause and Cornelius's heart fluttered. Diana sensed the moment but was not prepared for it. He was about to speak about his feelings when she suddenly exclaimed, pointing her finger. He was at a loss, realizing that this was a very difficult task for him. Then she noticed the symbol. It was a Kelta. Cornelius was surprised that she recognized him immediately, a sign of absolute devotion. It was engraved by the imperial house. However, this did not give Diana the most pleasant feeling. She even said out loud that their passion for devotion was not the best. Cornelius insisted that it was just a normal sign, although it definitely had a psychological effect. Suddenly, Diana remembered the word scarlet sign. It was a seal that everyone in the empire saw. The Duchy of Haman will not dare to disobey the imperial family. They had already entered his room, and Cornelius opened the door for her. Diana wondered why he was doing this, because home is a place where you can relax peacefully. After such close attention from him, it will even be difficult for her to eat calmly. Seeing her look, he asked if everything was okay. She asked him what he meant. He replied that she was acting as if nothing had happened. Her country could soon be bogged down in a long war, and she and the princess could be the first victims. Diana smiled and said that neither she nor the princess were harmed. However, he noticed that she didn't care at all that she almost died. She replied that she was brave enough. She had found herself in similar situations many times before, but she emphasized out loud that the most important thing was that she was alive and here now. War can be cruel, and she wished it didn't exist at all. She wanted to say these thoughts out loud. Her interlocutor immediately assured her that if she wished, he would try to do everything possible. Diana thought she might have misheard him, and he said he would try to prevent the war from starting. Without voicing her doubts out loud, she wondered if he really wanted to stop the war alone. She replied that it would be very difficult, but he said that nothing was impossible. He simply decided to himself that he would destroy everyone who wanted to start a war. Despite his rather sweet appearance, there was something about him that frightened her and made her wary. Thinking back to the past, she thought that he really was not right in the head, although he looked normal enough that even she was able to forget and relax. But she still decided to end the conversation, feigning agreement with him. He said that if it was not possible to stop the war, it would be better to achieve victory as quickly as possible. He added that if it comes to battle, he will try to reduce losses to a minimum. After that, he asked if he could recruit talented people in Agrafana, and at that moment Diana remembered her mentor, who was a tutor, well-versed in politics and knew etiquette. This conversation was coming to an end, and Cornelius invited her into his room. She looked around and realized that everything here was as neat and clean as usual. Unlike the room she had been in earlier, her interlocutor told her to rest and that he would soon arrange a meeting for her with the maid and the princess. Looking up, she thanked him for his concern, and he replied that it was his duty. He added that she shouldn't worry. He would solve all the other problems himself. He was about to leave, but Diana stopped him. Filled with an incomprehensible impulse, she expressed to him her request to call her by her name. He became embarrassed and said that she could call him by his first name too. The girl looked at him and wondered if she could become friends with this man. Will he become as crazy as in his past life? Perhaps she looked at him too hard, and he asked what was wrong. She replied that everything was fine, and he then wished her a good rest. She needed to concentrate because there was a lot to do. Everything went on as usual in the castle. The maids greeted the gentleman, who was on a long trip. However, he walked on, paying no attention to anyone. Completely occupied with his thoughts, he did not notice his surroundings. At that moment, he met his brother Jeff in the hallway. Jeff had a guilty look that spoke volumes. He tried not to show his feelings, since the brothers were not particularly close. When Jeff was behind, Cornelius called out to him. He asked what had happened, but his brother simply told him to take care of himself. Looking back at him, Jeff thought that this cunning man seemed to have realized that he was behind all of this. It was necessary to report to the Crown Prince as soon as possible, and he hurried. Cornelius didn't even bat an eyelid, but he had his own thoughts on the matter. He thought that for now, he could just be glad that he hadn't done anything to him yet. But Jeff definitely had to be punished for trying to encroach on what belonged to Cornelius. When he thought that he might lose Diana, he felt like tearing her to pieces. Cornelius knocked on the door and announced that it was him, and that he was waiting to meet his father. He knew he had to control himself, and after the Duke's permission, he entered the office. Father said that he had finally come and stated that he had something to talk about. After this, the Archduke asked all the maids to leave the office. He asked his son if they had dealt with the princess. The son replied that he came for another reason. The father waited silently for an answer. Cornelius said that he wanted to get married. The Duke, choking on his tea, asked again what he had said. The son looked at his father as firmly as he had all his life. The father wondered who his chosen one was, and the guess had already come to him. Could it really be about the girl he brought with him today? The son apparently has a desire to marry a foreigner. The father didn't know what to answer, as his son had always been special. After that, he sighed and asked why. Then he continued and noted that yes, this girl is beautiful, but she is of no use to his family. There are plenty of girls from influential families here who would agree to marriage. Moreover, the son had previously refused to marry. The father asked if his son understood that she could become his weakness. If her country finds out about his intentions, they can start negotiations, using this as a pretext. There is no point in risking it over one girl. Father firmly stated that she would definitely become his weak spot. Expecting such a conversation, the son simply smiled and said that time would tell. It is not clear now whether she will become his weakness or strength. He left his father perplexed, emphasizing that he had made his position known. As a result, there was no point in continuing the conversation, but his father stopped him. Cornelius turned around and noted that the Crown Prince was playing a very dangerous game. "What is he talking about?" asked the father. Cornelius simply said that he sent mercenaries to eliminate him. Judging by the father's reaction, it became clear that he didn't know about it either. Time will tell who will emerge victorious in this fight. Princess Juliana, when she arrived, looked depressed and indignant. Diana asked what happened along the way. However, Olga gently replied that she had heard about the situation at the border. The princess had to pretend to be Ben's bride. They pretended to be young travelers so that she would not be recognized. The princess was very indignant, but he asked her not to be angry. As a result, we managed to get here safe and sound. There was simply no other option. But Juliana was outraged. Why did she have to be the bride? She could introduce herself as Julie, pretending to be a rich, single girl. Diana asked if she was sure she agreed to be a commoner. The princess replied that there was no other way out, so as not to attract the attention of others, she must do so, regardless of her desires, even if it was troublesome. She had to buy a house, find people, she was busy with this. Diana listened, and it seemed like it was nonsense to her. However, she knew the princess and was close to her all her life. She was pampered and cared for, not for such a life. However, she asked Diana not to look at her with such eyes. After this, she stated that she had made the decision herself and there was no need to worry about her. Diana remarked that it would be difficult for her to become a commoner, and she said that it would be better for Diana to take care of herself. In the end, she will try and think that she will definitely succeed. Diana reminded that if things get really tough for her, she can always tell her. After all, first of all, she is not her subject, but her friend. But the princess hinted that she should say this if she was having a hard time, since joining the Duke's family would be more difficult than it seemed. With her hands on her knees, the princess expressed thoughts that had been troubling her for a long time. Her mother was probably sad when she learned of her death, but not for long. Just like her older brothers who didn't pay much attention to her. They saw each other a couple of times a year, so they would forget about her very soon, and this is not surprising because she would have reacted the same way. Diana sat there thinking and realized that she could have done the same thing herself. If she had learned of the death of the Viscount or Regina, would she have been sad for long? The princess changed the subject and remarked that Diana was probably now the equivalent of the emperor's favorite daughter or niece. Diana had no idea what they were talking about, but with Juliana gone, she was the only card left to use in the negotiations. When asked that this was humiliating, the princess replied that, on the contrary, she should be happy because they had both become valuable people. The princess added that there was no need to be sad, and Diana smiled softly and agreed. At this time, Cornelius's father told his wife the news. Their beautifully appointed castle, which was warm, peaceful, and calm, was in turmoil. The wife asked why so quickly. The Duke replied that his son was very determined. He noticed that his behavior seemed as if he didn't even need their permission, although she herself knew his character. Cornelius's elegantly dressed mother wondered what had come over him, and what could have so captivated him with this girl who was not from their country. She thought to herself that the girl was quite beautiful. However, there was a reason why this marriage was not possible. She decided to call a maid. The Duchess ordered tea and sweets to be prepared. The woman decided to have a tea party to reveal some of her cards. She was determined and had to find out what this girl was like. Only personal communication could give her understanding. The maid entered the room where Diana was. She greeted her and said that from now on she would serve her. It was the order of the Duchess. The girl's name was Carol. Diana was glad to meet you. She was interested. After that, she asked how to address her. The maid replied that she could call her by her name. She also reported that Her Highness invited Diana to tea. It was interesting for the maid to see the lady with whom the young master fell in love. She assessed her from the side and thought that she had not expected this. On the outside, she looked graceful, but her movements lacked ease. After this, the maid said that she would help her with the outfit. However, at that moment, someone said a resounding no. The princess came in and said that she would help herself, calling Diana a lady. Diana was taken aback, trying to call her Your Highness, but immediately interrupted her speech. The princess looked at her with such a firm gaze that Diana knew she had to shut up. Juliana calmly approached the maid and said that her name was Julie, and she was the new maid here. Then she said that the young master had hired her to help the young lady. She expressed hope that her maid would be able to help her, and Diana was just wondering what had come over her and what the princess was planning. When they were left alone, she couldn't stand it and attacked her. Why she decided to pretend to be a servant and what was going on, all of this worried Diana, but the princess said that this is exactly how it was. She needed a reason to stay around her, so she wouldn't have to be called a princess. She interrupted Diana and said that from now on, she should just call her Julie. From now on, this is her name, and she will live here as a free and ordinary girl. If Diana had any other option, she didn't know what to answer. However, she still continued to argue, but the princess stopped her with a wave of her hand. After this, she declared that it would be better if she became her servant than another person. Besides, she knew very well how everything was arranged in high society. She was confident in her ability to surpass the others and make Diana the #1 woman in the entire empire. Diana was confused, but could not find any arguments to object. She understood that this was already too difficult a decision for the princess. But the princess apparently even found some joy in this. Then she decided to relax since they had no other choice. She agreed that she would have a new maid for the public. The princess stated that from now on she would address her formally in order to avoid making mistakes in the presence of other people. And yet this was Princess Juliana, the most elegant lady she knew. However, the princess already had her own plan, and she was ready to do everything to ensure that Diana won the Duchess's favor. Later during tea, guests were present. The Duchess asked if her first daughter-in-law liked the aroma of her tea. She reported that these tea leaves were recently brought in. The girl replied that she liked it very much, but she thought that tea was just like tea. It was difficult to distinguish one variety from another. The Duchess then asked if Diana would like the tea. After trying it, she said she knew this scent. It was a decoction of dried bergamot peel with other herbs that grow only in sunny places. The Duchess noticed that the princess seemed interested in tea. Princess Juliana said the Duchess is a role model for all ladies and should follow traditions. Diana asked the princess how she knew this, and she replied that she had studied it beforehand while still in Agrafon. But then she didn't think that Diana would need her knowledge. Therefore, she must listen to her carefully. During tea, Diana said that it was difficult to get such leaves in her country, so she could rarely enjoy their taste, and thanked them for the treat. The Duchess replied that she was an important guest, and she could not have treated her to anything worse, and it was especially pleasant that Diana immediately understood his value. Diana said that she knows little about tea and only knows a few popular varieties. The princess prepared it. She was sure that she would be offered a special imperial tea. There are a few varieties, and Diana had to smell and identify the aroma of each one. At this point, the guests noticed that this was the tea that the deceased princess loved very much, and Juliana herself said that she needed to evoke sympathy by mentioning her death. Everyone said the Duchess was soft and gentle. She would be touched. Diana thought about how long it had been since she had played. However, it had the desired effect, because the Duchess was clearly touched. She took Diana's hands, trying to calm her down. Afterwards, she said that at such a young age she had to go through something like this, and it was very sad. She also added that if she had any questions, she could always contact the Duchess, for which Diana thanked her. She had no idea that this method would be so effective. The Duchess noted that she adhered to etiquette well, apparently precisely because she was the princess's companion. The older woman remarked that she had not been able to discuss such topics seriously with anyone before and was glad that Diana showed up and said she was honored. She understood that now she would need to find out more about these teas, but she did not notice how sad the Duchess's first daughter-in-law became. While drinking tea, Cecilia noticed that the new girl was really irritating her. She is either very knowledgeable about tea or has excellent etiquette, just like an ideal. If she had the opportunity to learn royal etiquette, she would not have given in on anything either. She thought to herself that if Diana wanted to challenge her, she was ready to accept it. At that moment, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Cornelius wanted to know how Diana was getting on, but when he opened the door and called her, she did not answer. Olga answered him and said that the lady was not there. She had just left. He asked where she could have gone, and Olga replied that the Duchess had called her. Didn't he know? Cornelius was shocked and could not imagine why his mother did this. He immediately hurried after her, but Olga wanted to calm him down and shouted that this was an ordinary tea party, but her words fell on deaf ears and he simply didn't hear her. Worried about the possible consequences more than anything else, he remembered that he had told her to just rest and that he would take care of all the other problems himself. Eventually, he realized that he was unable to do this. On the way, he met his brother, who asked him why he came here. Despite his goodwill, his brother was ready to kill him. He had his reasons for this, but he managed to restrain himself. He told his brother to get out of the way, but he still couldn't stand it. Even a light blow knocked Jeff down. He lay on the floor and thought how crazy Cornelius was. When he ran into the dining room, his mother looked at him questioningly. However, he suddenly began to look for Diana. The mother asked what happened, as he had scared them a little. Diana, with whom apparently everything was fine, also looked at him with bewilderment. The son realized that he had gone too far, and then he said that Diana needed to rest because she had not yet fully recovered. The mother noted that she might have already delayed her for a long time, after which Cornelius offered to accompany her. She said she could sit for a little while longer. At that moment, the second son entered the dining room and greeted his mother. She replied that it was unusual to see both sons at once, and asked if he had also come to pick up his wife. Jeff shook his head, showing that Cornelius had no respect for his parents, and that he considered him a pretender. He said that he had an important question for the Duchess, but he didn't pay any attention to his wife, which caused her some unpleasant moments. Despite her questioning looks, he continued to ignore her. He suggested that his mother go for a walk, which meant that he was hiding his questions even from his wife. Then the Duchess thanked her daughter-in-law for the company and went with her son. The girl was upset, offended, and confused. She was irritated that Diana was constantly being led by the hand. She found this behavior strange and irritating. Diana asked if his mother was upset. Cornelius replied that she understood and added that she really needed rest. He asked her forgiveness for having to be in the company of her mother and asked if she had said anything strange to her. She noticed that, on the contrary, her mother was very kind to her, and he said he was glad to hear it. In the future, she should report everything to him because he promised to solve all her problems. It was unexpected. It turned out that even in matters related to his mother, he was ready to intervene. He noticed that perhaps she had forgotten that they would be getting married soon. Diana realized that something incredible was happening. He looked at her, expecting another answer, but heard something about rainflowers. He asked again what it meant, and she extended her hand. After this, she explained that before the real rain begins, the first small drops that begin to fall are called blooming rainflowers. She smiled and said that now the first real raindrops had begun to fall. They both held out their hands, enjoying the water falling from the sky. Cornelius said it was quite a poetic expression. Diana remembered that the last time she saw him was during the rain. They were still in her country then, and he was surprised that it rained so easily. After that, she asked him if he liked the rain. He answered that he didn't know, but she did. Diana explained that she didn't like rain before. Every time he walked, she felt unwell. Her body became heavy, and it became extremely difficult to move. The maids were happy about the precipitation, as it was rare for the empire. And Cornelius said that now she needed to rest quickly. She looked at him carefully and suddenly couldn't help herself. Covering her mouth with her hand, she laughed. Cornelius didn't understand what was going on, but she said that everything was fine now and he didn't have to worry. This seemed strange to her. He asked again what exactly seemed abnormal to her. She explained that the rain suddenly began to give her a feeling of freshness, most likely because there was someone nearby who would stay with her even in the rain. The rain quickly stopped, and Cornelius tried to restore his heart rate to normal after hearing these words. He asked for forgiveness again. She asked why. He hesitated and tried to explain that he was talking about tea drinking. He tried to take her away against her will because he was worried. He thought that he had acted too willfully and that she might not like it. Diana was amazed by his attentiveness, as she did not expect this from this man. He said he just thought she was in a difficult and awkward situation. Diana was surprised that he really cared about her comfort, which seemed unusual because he didn't usually do that. However, she smiled and said that there was no need to worry about it. Everything was fine. He promised that he would be more careful in the future, and she could trust him. Diana thought that he had changed a lot compared to the previous version. He no longer seemed like a psychopath, but rather sweet and kind. Feeling her heartbeat quicken, she suddenly said that she was becoming uncomfortable in her wet clothes, and that she needed to go. How could she even think that he was cute? Apparently she was tired and fatigued lately. At this time, the maids followed Cecilia and asked why she was in a bad mood. They were worried that something unusual had happened during tea. She noted that everything was as usual, but they thought to themselves that she herself did not want to be a daughter-in-law in the Archduke's house. However, she met a girl who was supposed to serve Diana and her mood improved. She planned a mischief. She asked her maids if this was the girl. The girls answered in the affirmative. She stated that she had a severe headache. She is irritated that there are so many new faces in the house. Most likely, these newcomers don't know anything about the duchy and someone needs to enlighten them. The maids knew their mistress well, so they immediately understood what was being discussed. They promised to do everything in the best possible way. Unsuspecting Olga went about her business, but the silence did not last long. After just a couple of minutes, she walked briskly towards her mistress. She turned to her in bewilderment and asked what had happened. Olga's face was ashen. She was very upset. In a tearful voice, she began to tell what had happened to her. As usual, she did it in her own manner, incoherently, jumping from place to place. However, it became clear that she was returning with laundry in her hands. The maids, who were in the corridor, tripped her. Olga stretched out to her full height, but instead of words of sympathy, she heard giggling from above. The girls pretended that everything happened by accident, and after that, they said that she was probably hurt and pretended to apologize. After that, they went their separate ways, and Olga could not understand why they were behaving this way. She thought that she had done nothing to them, and now they were shifting their responsibilities onto her. Olga thought they were just annoying her, but Juliana said that it seemed like they weren't just targeting her. This surprised Diana very much, and she asked what had happened. Juliana noticed that they were not answering her questions, hiding the papers she needed, and this happened several times. It seemed like this was a cunning way of bullying, some kind of hazing. Diana wondered if she was being too quiet and decided that with such vipers, she needed to be louder. She decided to take a walk and went out to the training ground. Ben was there practicing martial arts. He looked back, hearing the footsteps and voice of his mistress. She greeted him joyfully, and he responded in kind. After that, he asked her why she was there, and she replied that it was a bit stuffy inside, so she decided to take a walk. After that, she asked how his training was. He replied that he was still far from her level, but he was trying his best. Then the Duke's first daughter-in-law appeared, and Diana said that she would not interfere with his further training. Cecilia, passing by, could not resist saying out loud that Diana was low grade. She looked back and asked what she meant by that. This was all Diana wanted. She was ready for the fight. The girl snorted and said that it seemed like she had been heard. She didn't leave, but said that since the conversation had already started, could she ask if Diana was being too shameless? How can she talk calmly to her knight when her mistress died just a few days ago? However, Diana remained calm, thinking with a cool head, and retained the ability to control the situation, for which she earned the nickname thick-skinned. But Cecilia did not calm down and said that she had heard that a war could soon begin in her country. Diana sold her body only to survive alone. It was very selfish of her, and she wondered if Mr. Cornelius knew about it. Diana just smiled, deciding that she could play a little. She stated that she knew firsthand about the war she was talking about. However, Cecilia could not know what was most important in this situation. She tripped the girl and then, as if trying to stop her, grabbed her hand. The girl didn't expect such strength from the fragile Diana, who told her to be careful in case she fell and got her dress dirty. After that, using her signature move, Diana lightly squeezed her below the little finger. She stated that she was prepared to accept a certain amount of envy and jealousy, but did not advise crossing the line, advising people to watch their sharp tongue. Cecilia did not expect such pressure and such strength from the fragile girl. She pressed even harder. It seemed as if she was about to break Cecilia's arm. She flinched, but Diana had no intention of stopping. Cecilia said she had heard that Diana was the daughter of a viscount, and as she expected, she was rude. After this, she told her to listen carefully and noted that she did not know who Diana was in her own country, but here, everything would be different. She said that despite the interest of young Master Cornelius, he quickly cools off to everything. This means that Diana's life in this castle is short-lived. Therefore, Diana is wrong to think that she can act so confidently. Then she stated that it was unknown when she would end up with nothing. She said that Diana was too young and ignorant to know the order and arrangement of this house. At that moment, Diana turned around and asked Olga where Julie was. Cecilia got furious and asked what kind of rudeness this was. She was actually talking to her. Diana turned around and asked if she was still there, after which she politely apologized. Then she asked her what she meant by rudeness. After all, it was Cecilia who initially started behaving rudely between the two of them. She became indignant and clarified what Diana meant. However, Diana only smiled sweetly, not considering her her rival. Apparently, she thought that Diana wouldn't be able to respond or stand up for herself, since Cecilia was an aristocrat who grew up in a greenhouse. She lived surrounded by maids who always took her side, and hardly met anyone who could contradict her. After this, she said that Cecilia's behavior was rather pathetic, and that she had better stop such antics. Then Cecilia became furious and lost her temper. She swung at Diana, intending to hit her. However, Diana was prepared for this. Her reaction was better than that of the fragile, trained lady. She grabbed her hand, holding it in place, ignoring the fallen umbrella. Diana said that she had a bad habit of constantly swinging her arms. After all, she warned that this could end badly. Still holding her hand, Diana declared that she was a guest of the duchy with an impeccable reputation. The tone in which she said this shocked the maids. She continued and said that she was disappointed with the way guests were received at Duke Hayman's estate. Diana let go of Cecilia's hand with such force that it flew off. Unable to resist, she fell onto the path filled with rage and bewilderment. The maids immediately surrounded her and asked if she was all right. Diana calmly picked up the umbrella, showing no sign of excitement, which only further irritated Cecilia. After that, she smiled and said that her patience also had its limits. Cecilia watched, not knowing what to do in this situation. At that moment, Julie ran up and said that she had urgent news. She handed Diana a letter that had recently arrived from her country. Diana was surprised, and Julie said that the king himself had sent a message to his favorite niece. Cecilia was greatly dejected by this news. She thought that Diana was a simple viscount's daughter, and Julie noted that a real nightmare was currently happening in the country. The king is very sad about the situation of his relative, and Diana noticed that the letter looks real but is definitely a fake. Julie noticed that the king was worried that his beloved niece had suffered too much, and these words stunned Cecilia. Diana asked again what they were talking about, which favorite niece. Julie pinched her hard in the side, and she finally got the point. She said that meant the letter was from her uncle, and Julia replied that of course she had to open it and read it quickly before Julie pinched her again. Then Diana turned around to go home, and Cecilia remained sitting. She could not have imagined that Diana was from the royal family. Julie laughed and said she felt much better. Diana asked if she did it on purpose. Julie replied that such people should be suppressed by power, since this is all they understand. And besides, she was lucky that the letter arrived at such an opportune moment. She handed Diana the message, which turned out to be genuine. Julie continued her triumph, laughing and asking if Diana had seen the looks on their faces. They were positively blue with fear. Diana decided to print the letter, thinking that she had not expected such a message to arrive at all. Julie walked towards the exit, and Diana asked if she wanted to see what was inside. She replied that it was excellent, and that it was not worth getting involved in such matters, and that she was very busy. Diana tried to persuade her, but Julie said she had things to do. She left Diana alone with the letter, which she kept putting off reading. On the one hand, she had a rough idea of the content. In the letter, the king wrote that he was sorry that his daughter had died and that he would have to use Diana, so she will have to act in Julie's place. He wrote that he had heard rumors that they had experienced troubles on their way to the empire. In the letter, he expressed regret over the death of his daughter and noted that he was glad that at least Diana was able to survive. The king wrote that he very much hoped that she would become a hope for their country. Diana thought he had written only one word about his daughter's sorry, and she found it strange how he could do that. Considering the possible hidden emotions contained in the word, it was still unpleasant to read. How could you treat your own daughter like that? Diana was even glad that Juliana didn't see this letter. It would hurt her. She knew that she was an unloved daughter, but he thinks that she died. Diana burned the letter on her aura, not wanting it to remain. Even by accident, Julie shouldn't see this message. She was filled with disgust that anyone could treat her daughter in this way. Diana herself was not a favorite daughter and knew well how painful it was. She turned around and thought that he felt sorry for her, and I decided to see how he would speak when the war broke out. And Diana understood that it was just around the corner. At that moment, footsteps were heard outside the door, which Diana had already learned to recognize. These were not ordinary steps, they were soft as if they were walking on a carpet. She began to recognize the aura. It was Cornelius. He stood outside the door, and she wondered why he didn't come in. He tried to make his appearance even more flawless, but it was clear that he was confused and did not dare to enter. This was surprising, since in his past life he had not behaved in this way. Finally, he made up his mind and said that he wanted to talk to her. Diana invited him in, and he stepped inside hesitantly. She asked what happened. He hesitated. After that, he decided to make small talk and asked what she did. Given recent events, Diana expected anything but such a simple question. She replied, "What else should she do? She just sits." The answer was rather rude, and Cornelius became sad. However, she said that she was glad to see him and that they could have a cup of tea. He asked if it was true, if nothing really had happened to her. He noticed that her voice was a little different from usual. It was obvious that she was not in the mood. Diana realized that she would have to answer something. She said that in truth, she received the letter today. It was sent by the king of her country, and to be honest, it spoiled her mood. He asked if everything in her head was mixed up. She thought maybe a little. He suggested that they go outside and keep her company. She looked at him in surprise, but he explained that he would show her a good place. Sometimes he himself goes there when his head is in disarray. He sincerely assured her that she would return from there with fresh thoughts. Diana was surprised, but she thought that this idea was very timely. The carriage took them away, and she had no idea where they ended up. He gave her his hand and helped her out. Diana asked where they ended up. Seeing the surrounding space, she could not contain her emotions. It was some kind of damp alley, not a single living soul on the street. Cornelius pushed the door and called for her to follow him. She walked, remembering that he was not quite normal. He said that first she needed to change her clothes, after which he gave her some clothes and suggested that they do it in another room. Diana held the things in her hands and wondered if these were really common people's clothes. Not understanding what this was all about, she did not resist. I was still a little worried, wondering what was going on. When she came out, he was already waiting for her in ordinary clothes. She was unsure of her appearance and felt strange. She felt a little awkward in front of him because she was wearing ordinary clothes and not her usual dress. Moreover, the trousers somehow emphasized her figure too much. She was especially disturbed by his gaze. He even opened his mouth slightly. She asked what was the matter. Did it really not suit her? He answered that it did. She smiled, looking at him, and said that it suited him very well too. He became embarrassed, turned away, and she laughed, asking him to tell her where they were going. Cornelius said that she would soon find out everything herself. He extended his hand to her, which she gladly accepted, but he was not going to let her go, leading her along with him. She had a strange feeling, but at that moment, she still trusted him, although it was unexpected for her, since she usually treated this world with caution. In this attire, he attracted her to him, and they walked slowly. When they went outside, Diana was simply delighted. In front of them was a beautiful fountain surrounded by greenery. They walked towards him holding hands like young lovers. The fountain gave off a freshness that she needed so much right now. She noticed that it was very quiet outside. Cornelius said it was a great place to clear his head. Diana noticed that he was still holding her hand, and he explained that aristocrats usually didn't hold hands. They only accompanied each other to events, so today it was a kind of disguise. He explained that he thought it appropriate to behave a little like the common people, since they dressed accordingly. Diana was surprised but did not object. He felt a sense of satisfaction when she admitted that she had never done anything like this before either, so she was looking forward to it. He suggested having a bite to eat together and asked what she would like. She felt awkward when he held her hand. She tried not to show it because her heart had stopped reacting so wildly since he began to appear in her life more often. Diana noted that she eats everything and suggested trying street food. At that moment, one person noticed them. He noticed Diana's bright red hair and Cornelius's silver hair. Near the shop, the saleswoman allowed the man to take one peach, calling him Mr. Priest. Diana tugged at her companion's sleeve and asked him to try some food from one of the stalls. There was already a girl standing next to her. Cornelius admitted that he didn't know what they were offering, but he was willing to take the risk. They each took one skewer of meat and vegetables, and Cornelius asked if that was enough. Diana thought to herself that if you compare it to what they fed you during the war, this is the food of the gods, everything you need for proper nutrition. However, she noted that perhaps he didn't like it too much, and he replied that he had simply never tried anything like it. She decided that he definitely had to try it. It was very tasty. He looked at the meat on a wooden stick and was surprised but decided to try it anyway. Then he admitted that it was tastier than he expected, although not as much as the food in the emperor's palace. After the meal, they sat down near the fountain, and Diana felt calm and was glad that they had gone for a walk. She noted that his thoughts had cleared up, after which she asked if he often walked like this. He replied that he came here quite rarely, sometimes when he needed to gather information outside the palace and when there were too many thoughts in his head. He explained that he comes here and watches people. Everyone is busy with their own lives, and by putting on the same clothes as them and going out onto the same streets, they immediately stop thinking about useless things. In this way, he gains strength to move on. Looking at him, Diana thought that the more she learned about him, the more different he was from the Cornelius she knew. In his past life, he was completely different, but the reason remained unclear. He suggested that perhaps he was talking about things that were boring to her, and she noted that she had not seen him holding a sword. Therefore, I decided to find out since when he has been studying the art of the sword. Their palms rested close to each other, and he asked her if she liked that he was good with a sword. Diana thought about the purpose of this question, after which she said that it was everyone's personal choice. However, she added that she had no right to judge his choice. He was thinking about it. She noted that it was very good that he was giving his all and diligently working on something. This statement pleased Cornelius, and he was pleased. At that moment, a voice was heard declaring that the two had been blessed by God. A man approached them and expressed a desire to meet them. He introduced himself as Noel's faithful servant. His name was Rupert Clyde. He was an imperial priest. He explained that it was not surprising that today he especially wanted to go out and take a walk. Apparently, this was God's wish for him to find his way to them. Cornelius frowned and declared that they would not buy anything. The man chuckled and said that he was not going to sell them anything, but he felt a good aura from the two of them. This sounded unconvincing, and Cornelius suggested they move on, not wanting to let some stranger ruin their date. The priest realized that they were leaving, but tried to stop them, saying that he was not one of those. He asked to take his time, but soon realized that it was pointless. However, when they left, he smiled. He was sure that this was not their last meeting. And they walked forward, still holding hands. Soon they returned to the alley from which they had come. However, Diana tugged his arm slightly and asked him to stop. She asked what was wrong with him, since he was a priest after all. Cornelius, without looking at Diana, said that he hated the sanctuary. He didn't believe in God's blessing, and this made him laugh. Diana asked him the reason for this opinion, but he distracted her with another action. He pinned a flower ornament to her hair that complemented her red locks. Diana was surprised that it was really a hairpin. Cornelius said he knew right away that the jewelry would suit her. After that, he suggested going back, as his mother was calling everyone to dinner. Diana felt a little confused, although she was pleased that he wanted to decorate her. The family dinner was quiet, with Diana and Cornelius initially absent. Later they came up and apologized for being a little late. Both had managed to change into appropriate clothes and looked great. Diana thanked her for the invitation to dinner. Cornelius pulled out a chair for her and invited her to sit down. An awkward silence fell at the table as she thanked him. Cornelius's mother thought that pulling out Diana's chair was an unexpected gesture. Father decided to ask how Lady Resley was enjoying life at the Duchy estate. He noted that she was a valued guest, but at the same time she was not given enough attention. Diana thanked him and said that she liked everything here. She then added that Cornelius's friendliness made her feel quite comfortable. Her brother and father found her words strange. They remembered how Cornelius usually behaved. The father replied that he was glad to hear it, while Cecilia decided to attract her mother's attention. Her mother asked her what she wanted, and Diana did not understand the gist of the conversation. Cecilia reminded that there will be a charity party soon, which is only a few days away. She also said that perhaps it would be worth taking the opportunity to introduce everyone to Diana. It was clear from her eyes that she was up to something bad, but she didn't say so in front of everyone. Diana thought to herself that it would be strange if she did something weird again, and that she was completely no match for her. The Duchess said it was a great idea and then asked Diana's opinion. It would be a good opportunity to introduce herself to high society, and she happily agreed. After this, she added that she had helped the princess many times in her country. Cecilia thought she wouldn't get hit this time, but she said everything was fine. As they were leaving dinner, Cornelius said she could refuse. He noticed that the inhabitants of the empire were not very welcoming to foreigners, and he drew attention to the possibility of unpleasant situations arising, suggesting that it would be better not to approach high society for now until the engagement was officially announced. Diana thought it was right since her position was extremely precarious. Besides, she had heard that high society in the empire was much rougher than in her country. However, she clenched her fist, realizing that running away from an inevitable battle was not in her nature. So she smiled and said that everything would be fine. She then noted that he doesn't make bad deals, so there's no need to worry. She intended to play her part to the fullest, but in any case she thanked him for the snack and delicious dinner. Looking back, I noted that the evening had been very pleasant. Cornelius understood that it wouldn't be easy for her, so he was worried, but he couldn't stop her directly. Juliana was shocked by this event and asked what charity party they were talking about. Diana explained that it was better to show up before she officially entered high society when choosing a dress. Juliana supported her opinion, noting that the longer she hid, the more unfounded rumors would grow. After that, she wondered if Diana was choosing a dress for herself. Diana asked if it was ugly. Juliana snatched it from Diana's hands and declared her a fool. She exclaimed that Diana had completely lost her sense of taste. Then she told him not to create any more problems for her, and now she is forbidden to go near the closet. For a long time she was indignant, tearing Diana's choice to pieces. However, then I noticed Diana's hair decoration. She had never seen such a hairpin before and was surprised where it came from. In response to Juliana's question, her friend replied that Cornelius had given her the jewelry. He thought it would suit her, but Juliana doubted that was all there was to it. Diana stated that no other reason was needed. The former princess claimed that since they were getting married soon, his true feelings were hidden in this hairpin. Diana was shocked by Juliana's behavior, but she called her naive, unable to see the real situation, and the girl wondered if there could even be feelings in a union between aristocrats. After that, she said that she needed him, and he needed her, and that was it. She said that this union was simply beneficial for them, which is why they both agreed, since there was no other option. Juliana called her names and reminded her that she loved romantic novels, and she acts as if her heart has never fluttered. She remembered a novel about a lady who secretly met a knight one hot day. The lady wiped the sweat from his face and whispered words of love so that no one could hear. The princess was surprised that even when reading such stories, Diana did not feel anything, considering it just a story. Juliana was deeply outraged by this attitude. Diana decided that such a thing was impossible if you think about it rationally. She then noted that the princess could not imagine how unpleasant the smell of night sweat was, and she added that this smell could simply scare anyone away. The princess understood the situation and asked to let her go. Diana chuckled and stated that such stories were far from reality. This marriage will be based solely on mutual benefit. Juliana thought she felt sorry for Cornelius, as he was unlikely to share such views. She had already imagined him unhappy and crying, but decided to end the conversation. Like an ordinary woman, she said she didn't want to discuss the topic anymore. Diana wondered what feelings she could be talking about, because it was all nonsense. Even now, her goals remain unchanged. She will definitely survive here, no matter what the cost, and he will not allow any feelings to interfere with the fulfillment of his plans. At that moment, an unpleasant conversation was taking place in the palace, in the office of the crown prince. Jeff reported to his master about his own brother's behavior. The prince asked several times if there was really no reaction from Cornelius. It was noticed that the surrounding silence seemed even stranger. His brother noted that for now, all attention seemed to be focused on the young lady who had come with Cornelius. The prince was surprised and asked if she was really the princess's maid of honor. He said that there were rumors about a reception at the Grand Duke's house, to which his younger sister had received an invitation. Jeff replied that his wife was throwing a charity event, and the prince thought about it. Finally, the day came when Diana was to be introduced to the high society of the empire. All the houses were beautifully decorated. The hall was decorated with excessive luxury. The tables were laden with delicious dishes prepared by the best chefs. One lady called another over to exchange a few words. Through her fan, the Duchess told Countess Ruchitskaya that the event was very magnificent. The youngest lady of the Grand Duke's household loved everything luxurious. They later continued another conversation, discussing how they were not used to such heights and wondering about the real purpose of the charity event, assuming it was to raise money for those in need. The interlocutor replied that, if so, it would be better to spend these funds on the benefit of those in need, and noted that the Grand Duchess, it seems, is also having a hard time. At that moment, the mistress of the house walked towards them. The women greeted her, and one of them said that she was an example for the others. She asked how they had spent all this time while they had not seen each other. Everyone answered that it was good. At that moment, a voice was heard calling for Mother. The Duchess greeted Cecilia and remarked that she might be tired from preparing. She added that it was a charity event and asked if her outfit was too bright. She laughed and said that no one paid attention to it now, and remarked that it would be better to say that she was beautiful. Then the Duchess said that was good and turned to leave. The girls began to whisper behind her back, noting that the Duchess still hadn't introduced the younger lady to her friends. And Cecilia was very eager to be introduced. She was very upset, but she couldn't say it out loud. She tried to justify herself to the girls, saying that everyone knew the Duchess's character, and the girls became embarrassed, realizing that she had heard them. Cecilia replied that no one would understand Her Highness, the Grand Duchess, better than she, even if she did so. After thinking for a moment, she added that the Duchess usually treated her well. The girls agreed that anything can happen, and noted that they, of course, don't know everything. Cecilia thought to herself that it was easy for them to talk when it didn't concern them. Then the girls asked who the young lady was. One said that she was seeing her for the first time and thought she was very beautiful. Cecilia asked them not to pay attention to this, and noted that she was only temporarily staying at the Grand Duke's house and would soon leave. However, at that moment, everyone saw how the Duchess took her hands to greet her. They were talking sweetly, which couldn't help but irritate Cecilia. She commented that since she was a guest, she was obliged to say hello to the Duchess. The girls noticed that she was introducing this young lady to her friends, but she never introduced her. The Duchess told Diana to say hello. These were her close friends, Duchess Piala and Countess Ruchitskaya. Diana said she was glad to meet for the first time and introduced herself with her full name, adding, "May the fullness of Noel be with you." She didn't really expect to be introduced so suddenly. Looking at these women, she remembered what she knew about the Empire and thought that these were perhaps the forces that held power in their hands. The women began to talk among themselves, wondering why Her Highness, the Grand Duchess, had introduced such a young lady to them. They voiced their thoughts out loud, and she replied that she just wanted everyone to get along well. One of the women thought that this was hardly all. She had never even introduced her daughter-in-law to her. So she wanted to show who is who and make it clear who she is. One woman asked if Diana had such a beautiful dress, whether it was custom-made or not. She replied that the dress was old curtains thrown out of the palace. She admitted that she was a little nervous because she was afraid of looking too simple among all these beauties. She then noted that she knew it was a charity event and was worried that she might be too flashy. The Countess said there was no need to worry. Her outfit was in keeping with the spirit of the event and was very nice. Diana thanked her and admitted that she was so kind to her that she didn't know what to do with her hands. The Countess thought she had made the first impression and approved of it silently. She watched the Duchess and understood her silent approval. The owner of the house was completely satisfied. After this, the conversation continued in the most polite and friendly manner. Suddenly, the room became very noisy, and it was unclear what was going on. Diana noticed this, and the Countess said that something had indeed happened. His Highness Crown Prince Raymond and Princess Ivy entered the hall and were immediately announced. Everyone could not understand why the prince was attending such an event. The Duchess's friends thought it was a surprise, since it was a charity evening for ladies, and His Highness decided to honor them with his presence. Diana turned to the Duchess, who went to greet the guests. She also wondered where the Crown Prince came from, considering that this was a ladies' event. It came as a surprise even to her, as she had not been warned. The prince responded to the Duchess's standard greeting in his own unique manner. He laughed and remarked that in informal settings she was more like an aunt to him. Diana thought that Her Highness the Grand Duchess's reaction seemed strange. She asked for forgiveness and said that she was not feeling well and therefore would leave. The Duchess apologized to Diana, advised her to relax and enjoy the evening, and then leave. It seemed rather strange, but Diana agreed with it. On the other hand, it seemed that something was really wrong here, and it was clear that the Duchess was not feeling well. The prince remarked that he had heard that a certain person was visiting the Grand Duke. He wanted to meet her, but he couldn't find her. However, her prominent red hair helped him understand who she was, and it ceased to be an obstacle. Diana really stood out from everyone with her special appearance. She stood and talked with her maid. When she looked up, she realized that the prince was about to approach her. He stood before her as if trying to say something. He thought to himself that perhaps this was the very lady who was the reason why Cornelius did not take revenge on him. It was even hard for him to believe that such a lady existed in the Empire. At this time, Walter was helping his master sort out the documents. However, Cornelius's thoughts were far away, and the servant understood this. Finally, he couldn't stand it any longer and said that if he was so worried, he should go and check the situation. His master kept himself in check, barely containing his rage. He stated that if he could, he would have gone long ago, but he had heard that this evening was for ladies only. Walter didn't understand why the gentleman was angry, but the next phrase clarified the situation. Cornelius thought that perhaps someone would offend the girl, and Cecilia with her character would definitely not leave her alone, and maybe he should go after all. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. It was Cornelius's personal servant. He was told to come in without delay, and he said that the gentleman needed to know something important. Upon learning that the crown prince had just arrived at the Grand Duke's estate, Cornelius became furious. The servant replied that it seemed the prince had followed Her Highness the Princess to the reception. Cornelius realized that he had no other choice. Walter asked excitedly if the gentleman would really go. He replied that since there were already uninvited guests, the presence of another one would not change anything. At this time, the prince was still standing, looking at Diana. However, he did not speak, and Diana did not dare to address him. She wondered why he was staring so intently, despite there being no reason to quarrel. Taking courage, she decided to address him, calling him the little son of the empire. He wanted to say something, but Cornelius appeared behind him and asked what brought him to this society. The prince turned around to see Cornelius, and the guests began to whisper. Everyone was expecting the negative outcome that might follow. Cornelius grabbed the prince by the shoulder and expressed bewilderment, but restrained himself and asked whether it was proper for a man to interfere in a ladies' charity evening. He then demanded that the prince leave immediately. The prince was stunned by such impudence and thought to himself that he was a bastard. But at that moment, the situation changed, and a young princess ran to Cornelius. She jumped into his arms, expressing joy at the meeting. Afterwards, she said that she was very worried and was glad that he was okay. Cornelius was shocked. She didn't expect such a reaction. Diana was also furious inside, as the princess was hugging him too tightly. The guests began to whisper that the rumors were true. Her Highness the Princess was not indifferent to the second young master Cornelius. Diana was shocked, not believing that the princess was in love with her fiancé. Cornelius, her older cousin, tried to push her away. The princess, in an almost tearful voice, expressed her joy at his return and regret that he had not come to her earlier. She was offended. Cornelius asked why he had to come. Then he noticed Diana and said that if she needed pocket money or anything else, she should just say so. She insisted that this was not the case, but Diana thought that Cornelius apparently had no idea about the princess's feelings. However, she noticed it immediately, wondering how he had not noticed. To defuse the situation, she tugged at his sleeve. He looked back and asked what had happened. Diana said that since they had met, she had something for him. Then she held out a small box containing an embroidered scarf. She explained that if it was not too much trouble for him, he could accept this gift, a scarf that she had embroidered herself, and that it was her gratitude for the hairpin. Cornelius was touched by such a gift, as he did not expect her to have feelings. He expressed his gratitude with a smile and promised to take care of the gift. An awkward pause arose between them, which no one could relieve. The young princess decided that she would be the one to change everything. She clenched her fists, ready to fight for her love. There was such hatred for the foreigner in her gaze that it was impossible to stop her. Cecilia noticed this and was pleased with the situation. She approached the princess and she asked what was happening to him and who this girl was. And also, why is she pestering her brother and making eyes at him? Cecilia replied that it was probably a young lady from another country, and she asked again if it was the same survivor. Cecilia confirmed that she was currently visiting the Grand Duke's house and that she was indeed the one. She said that young Mr. Cornelius had brought her. She assumed that there was quite a close relationship between them. The princess saw this herself and did not need any further proof. However, she still asked, because the house of the Grand Duke could not go against the imperial one. One word from the emperor is enough to throw the girl away like an old rag. They agreed with her, noting that this was indeed possible. In fact, the small commotion quickly died down and peace reigned in the hall again. All the guests were chatting with each other, discussing various events. At this point, Juliana was telling Diana that the empire was in complete disarray, just like their country. Suddenly, Diana felt the back of her head itching. Turning around, she saw that the princess was glaring at her. The girl passed by without saying a word. Diana told Juliana that she clearly didn't like her, although the princess replied that now was not the time to laugh. The former princess suspected that this was done on purpose. Diana stopped showing concern and asked again what they were talking about. Juliana said that Diana deliberately handed over the handkerchief in an embarrassing manner to put the princess in an awkward position. Diana laughed and said that if that was the case, she felt sorry for the princess. Juliana became embarrassed and asked if Diana had understood her correctly. Diana expressed pity for the child who was clinging to empty hopes. Since Cornelius would never marry the princess, she only wanted her to give in faster and hinted about this in advance. Juliana was confused by Diana's behavior. She replied that the gift showed her desire to be here. The former princess remarked on Diana's bad temper, to which she responded that they were not much different. As they walked down the corridor, they suddenly saw the Grand Duchess standing there. Diana greeted her, slightly embarrassed. The Duchess announced that the reception was probably over by now. Diana expressed concern, recalling the Duchess's poor health, and wished her well. The Duchess said she was fine and told her what brought her here. Having collected her thoughts, the elegant lady searched for words to speak. She said that she came to talk to Diana for just a minute. Diana didn't object, but she was a little taken aback. The conversation took place in the presence of Juliana, Diana's maid. Juliana served tea and wondered what the conversation would be about. After taking a sip of tea, the Duchess announced that Cornelius was going to marry her. Juliana confirmed this, continuing to consider herself a participant in social events. Diana admitted that she was a little surprised by what she heard. The Duchess's son always acted as if he was not interested, but Diana explained that her concerns were understandable, as she was a noblewoman from another country. The mother replied that she didn't mean that, but simply wanted to hear Diana's opinion. She asked him to tell her what traits of Cornelius had prompted her to make such a decision. Such a direct question made Diana confused, and she thought about what to answer. Looking at her fiancé's mother, she thought about what she had heard. In the end, Diana decided to speak honestly. She admitted that she had nowhere to go, as her family and her country had rejected her. The Duchess was shocked by such frankness. Diana continued that if the Grand Duke's house did not accept her, she would not return to her homeland, preferring to wander through other countries, which was also not so bad. The Duchess asked if she really thought so, and Diana said that Cornelius had promised to respect her. This phrase discouraged the Duchess. They continued their conversation, realizing the seriousness of the situation. However, Diana decided to prevent questions and asked if the Grand Duchess didn't like her, to which she immediately answered in the negative. The woman stated that she liked Diana, even more than was possible, but her interlocutor asked what was bothering her then. The Duchess said that this was precisely the reason why it was impossible to do so. She advised her to run away from the Grand Duke's house before it was too late. Diana did not expect such a turn of events. The Duchess explained that the Grand Duke's house belongs to the imperial family, and their motto is never to go against it. They have no right to betray the imperial family. Under any circumstances, they are forbidden to leave this land. Such are the bonds imposed by the imperial family. Diana couldn't believe her ears. The Duchess said that the late emperor had 2 sons. One son was more beloved, the other more capable. The second one had special qualities, but when the throne was transferred, his father decided otherwise. He gave the throne to his beloved son, but at the same time he felt uneasy. The emperor was afraid that after his death, a capable son would seize the throne, and this would be dangerous for his beloved son. Therefore, the late emperor, taking the hand of his son who ascended the throne, placed a curse on him. The other son who did not take the throne faces severe punishment. However, the Duchess corrected herself, clarifying that this was more of a limitation than a curse. Diana clarified what would happen if this restriction was violated and whether death would occur. The Duchess replied that death would not occur, but the person would lose his mind and become crippled. Diana was surprised at how powerful such a curse could be, and noted that Cornelius had not told her anything about it. At that moment, another conversation was taking place. The father called his son. He came and asked what happened this time. The father offered to sit down, but Cornelius explained that he was a little busy. His father reported that Jeff had caused trouble again, and Cornelius decided to listen in more detail. The king summoned the Duke and noted that Cornelius had done his job as ambassador very well. He noted that he raised a good son. However, he mentioned the Grand Duke's eldest son, Jeff. The father did not understand, and the king explained that Jeff almost killed his own brother, but the crown prince settled everything and hushed it up, although the Duke realized that the prince himself sent assassins to Cornelius. The king remarked that the Grand Duke apparently did not know about this, and since it was a family matter, he would not interfere in it, but it needed to be sorted out properly. Cornelius said it was all clear. They both planned it, and when everything went wrong, the crown prince simply got away with it. However, Cornelius was discouraged by his father, who stated that he knew that his brother had been hanging around the crown prince's palace lately. The Duke said that the decision was now his, and if he strengthened his position, something like this would not happen again. Cornelius asked why he had to decide when he could simply teach him a lesson so that he would never have to experience such bitterness again. The father grabbed his head and said that Jeff didn't know anything. He did it because he didn't know what he was doing. Cornelius himself understands perfectly well the danger they live in. His son asked why he hadn't told him himself, to which his father explained that even if he had, he wouldn't have remembered, because that's how he was raised, and that's why he grew up like that. Cornelius asked his father to tell him since he was able to remember. At this point, the conversation in Diana's living room continued. She asked if it meant that Cornelius was not subject to restrictions, and the Duchess confirmed this. For some reason, he wasn't cursed. In doing so, he escaped the curse that neither her husband nor his brother Jeff could escape. But the fact that only Cornelius escaped the curse is no reason to relax. It is possible that the curse will spread to Cornelius's unborn child, who may be incapable, and raising a child who is cursed by the family is terrible. The Duchess had to raise the child, born as a servant of the imperial family. The talk was about Jeff being forced to live like a dog, doing whatever the imperial family wanted. The Duchess expressed the hope that young Lady Diana would not have to go through such a thing and advised her to leave the Grand Duke's house before it was too late. Diana noticed that Juliana was in shock. The princess thought to herself that it would be better to leave. However, Diana made her own decision. She said that everything was fine, that she understood the Duchess's attempt to get the point across. Looking down, the Duchess said that perhaps it was time to say goodbye. However, Diana said that she would not leave. The Duchess suggested that if she came to her senses and chose a more carefree path, her life would be better, but Diana firmly replied that she did not want to cling to uncertain hopes. She said that she did not want to ignore her feelings for such a reason, and even if a child appeared from their union, they would be a family that would protect each other. After that, she stated that this was her final decision. The Duchess admitted that frankly she didn't know what to think, but she still thanked Diana. Princess Juliana was left in shock. She wondered if her friend had lost her mind to do something like that. At that moment, a similar conversation was taking place in another room. Cornelius said that whoever received the curse should remove it, and his father should not put it on him. The Duke shouted, declaring that it was not a personal problem. The son asked since when his father valued him so much. He asked if he had forgotten what he used to call him. His father claimed that he never treated him badly. Cornelius stated that it was obvious and that he had better leave. At the exit, he was met by Walter, who was worried about him. However, the gentleman did not answer. He always behaved like that after visiting his father. Since childhood he was like this, an infinitely dangerous aura emanated from him. However, Cornelius thought that he would have to be careful for a while, but at that moment he was not ready to discuss these issues. When he met Diana, he realized that everything had changed. Walter noticed how quickly the gentleman's expression changed when he saw Diana. She smiled sweetly at him, but didn't want others to hear them. Looking into his eyes, she whispered that they needed to talk. Walter sensed thunder and lightning ahead and realized that it would not end well. Night had long since fallen, but no one slept in the Duke's house. Diana looked out the window, an ominous aura emanating from her that made men uneasy. She thought about how to start the conversation, but she couldn't decide. Walter whispered, "Did the girl always have such frightening energy?" He said that it gave him goosebumps, and that perhaps the gentleman should reconsider the marriage. Diana touched the window, choosing her words. She then expressed a desire to speak with Cornelius alone. Walter hesitated, but Cornelius said it would be a good idea if he left. The servant almost ran away, ready to scream wildly. Left alone, Cornelius asked if she was by any chance angry. She replied that not at all, and also noted that he had kept something from her, since she was just returning from Her Highness the Grand Duchess, with knowledge of the great secret of the House of Cayman. She looked straight into his eyes, and from that look, his fingers even spread out. She asked why he didn't tell her before. Cornelius didn't know what to say and hesitated. He asked Diana not to misunderstand him, explaining that he had not been deliberate in hiding it and that it really had nothing to do with her. She asked how it could not concern her if it was about his family, and did he really not care what happened to his family? He replied that, frankly speaking, yes, that was exactly it. Diana was taken aback by this answer, but Cornelius declared that he hated the house. He reached out and pulled a bottle of wine from the shelf. Afterwards, he said that the name Haman and this mansion, being part of the Grand Duke's family, should be subordinate to the elder family, but all this is nonsense. He has no desire whatsoever to live like this. Handing her a glass of wine, he asked if that was why she had left her family. Diana had nothing to counter with, so she simply remained silent. However, it became clear to her that she was drawn to him because he was similar to her. They were birds of a feather. He couldn't get along with the family either. She had no connection with them either, but she wondered why they were like this. Diana said that she would not interfere in the future because she understood everything. Then, raising her glass, she asked if they had agreed not to interfere in each other's affairs. Cornelius noticed that there was a hint of sarcasm in her words and promised not to do anything strange. Then she said that he would mind his own business and she would mind hers, and everyone would simply do what they had to do. He thought to himself that he wasn't worried and let her do what she thought was right. They shook hands and he felt good to feel their touch again. Cornelius noted that the future imperial family might begin to act willfully. He added that they would certainly do so. "So you have to be prepared," she said, "and not let go. They consider their Grand Ducal house and him in particular to be their property." Cornelius came closer to her and said that they needed to agree on something. Inhaling the sweet scent of her hand, he tried to enjoy these minutes. He then said that if she had to face anything unpleasant, he would give permission. In this case, she could hit them right away, and Diana was in shock. He smiled and reminded her that he had promised to support her. No matter whether she slapped them or caused a rout, she could do as she wished. Diana just laughed, forgetting that he would be so supportive. She also forgot that this man was a complete psycho. She remarked that if she did so, the Grand Ducal house would probably get into trouble. However, holding her hand tenderly and not wanting to let go, Cornelius told her not to worry, he would sort everything out himself. She was surprised at the importance of the position of the Grand Duke's second son, and he replied that it was not about the house, but about himself. Diana would be surprised to know what he is capable of. She thought he was definitely out of his mind. However, it was better than much she could have gotten in life. She admitted that she agreed in any case since she also did not like the imperial family. After which she declared that this house would become her home, and they would see who would be in charge here. Handing him the glass, she noted that they probably agreed on this. Cornelius smiled, realizing that he could never find a better ally in his life. He completely agreed with her and handed her the glass. She supported his toast, sealing their agreement. The bottle of wine was soon finished. Diana turned around and wished him good night, to which he responded in kind and smiled. He said goodbye to her, but storms were raging in his soul. He hoped that he hadn't said anything unnecessary, and also that he hadn't understood what he and his mother were talking about. Only in front of Diana did he turn into a complete idiot, and if he burdened her with this, then he would be lost. Diana walked to her room, outwardly completely calm. However, in her soul, she was also throwing lightning bolts and was ready to break down the walls. At the same time, she knew that she couldn't make a sound now, otherwise she would get into trouble. They weren't the only ones who didn't sleep in the castle. The Duke wondered what to do with this Cornelius. His wife was sitting embroidering and noticed that he had finally arrived. He asked what she did, to which she replied that she made veils. He asked her why she was doing this, and she explained so he wouldn't pretend he didn't know. It was obvious that the groom's mother was sewing the bride's veil for the wedding. He asked if she accepted this fact, and his wife replied that since it was the veil that Lady Diana would wear at the wedding, then yes. He asked if this meant that she approved of the marriage, and she replied that she would rather hear it from him. She asked him if he was sure he could break Cornelius's stubbornness. Looking at him, she realized that he was not sure. He answered that she should not fuss. The wife said that if all this was destined for her anyway, then they better enjoy it, after which she assured him that he would like this girl too. She then noted that time would tell whether she was right or not. The Duke clenched his fist and did not know what to answer. He knew his second son and his tenacity in achieving his goals. The next morning the sun was shining brightly through the windows, but it was out of place. Juliana came to Diana with a cup of tea. She asked why she was sighing as if the ground was slipping out from under her feet, and if something bad had happened. Juliana noticed that they were talking about a curse, and she replied that this was nothing new, since the princess herself decided to stay here. She tried to explain that it wasn't that. It was another problem that was transmitted through the blood. People like this have tremendous power. It is a very strong desire, directed towards a specific goal, and it is scary. If she takes this lightly, she will live her whole life as a puppet of the imperial family. At that moment, the maid announced that His Majesty the Duke had arrived. He apologized for his sudden appearance. Diana bowed to him in greeting. He replied that there was no need for such formalities, since he had come without an invitation. So he said he would get straight to the point. He asked her to leave this house. Diana was shocked and didn't know what to answer. He said that he knew it was impolite, but they had their own circumstances and he hoped for her understanding. He offers her a separate place to live and asks her not to take it personally. There is nothing particularly hostile here. After which he stated that this was all he wanted to say, but Diana stopped him. She said that since it was nothing personal, could she ask him about the reason for this decision? He replied that it was none of her business. He then stated that he had nothing more to say and did not want to talk, but she replied that she could not leave without knowing the reason, and asked if there was anything she could do to help him. The man realized that he couldn't get rid of her so easily. However, he noted that she was the daughter of a simple viscount from a foreign country, and should not talk about helping the Grand Duke of the Empire if she was capable of thinking sensibly. After this, he declared that she could not help their house in any way, since she only interfered with the inheritance of a great cause, and Cornelius should take on a much more important role. Diana noticed that he was talking about the title of Grand Duke, but she thought things were not going according to plan since he had not yet announced an heir. the Duke cried out, calling her insolent. Juliana and Olga were frightened by the conflict that had started around them. He expressed doubt about her knowledge, believing that she did not understand anything. She replied that he knew more than he seemed. Behind them stood Cornelius, who had arrived just in time. The Duke asked what he was doing there, but Cornelius asked the question first. The father said that he was going to leave, and Cornelius asked what was going on, and Diana asked permission to ask a question. She asked if he had thought about becoming a Grand Duke. The Duke chuckled, knowing the answer. At that moment, Cornelius surprised him by saying that if Diana wanted it, then why not? He would do it. The father mentally recalled that his son had never agreed to this position. However, Diana added that she had one more question. She said that if it came to that, maybe it would be worthwhile to get rid of the curse at the same time, and asked if he could. Cornelius replied that he would do it at any cost. At that moment, the Duke realized that he had completely underestimated his son. Juliana and Olga watched, realizing that he had completely gone off the rails. Cornelius, taking Diana by the hand, told his father that they had decided to get rid of the curse. And they did it right before his eyes. The Duke was furious, and Juliana tried to calm him down. He shouted what to do now, but Cornelius and Diana did not pay attention. Diana realized that all his words were not empty. He was ready to do everything for her, and this touched her soul incredibly. She thanked him and noted that he had done an excellent job. When she patted him on the head, he seemed to lose all his strength, but his wings grew. The father suddenly lost consciousness, and the girls screamed, demanding that a doctor be called immediately. Having come to his senses, the Duke still could not drink water. The son noticed that he seemed to be thirsty. He should have started the conversation, but he didn't know what to say. The son hastened to say that they should speak faster, since a delegation from Diana's country would soon arrive. The Duke said there was no hurry. He began by saying that he understood what Diana was thinking, but he had no idea how to lift the curse. Diana explained that such a curse could not have been cast by just anyone, perhaps the temple was involved. The Duke answered in the affirmative, deciding that there was no point in hiding it now, since this had resulted in the receipt of an official permit to conduct missionary activity in the empire. There must have been some kind of deal between the high priest and the former emperor. However, this did not reduce their problems at the moment. Diana suggested that perhaps they could enlist the help of the temple. The imperial family and the temple had a complicated relationship, and they could use the curse to put pressure on each other. The Duke noted that this was too dangerous, because even if they managed to obtain the temple's help, in the event of treason the imperial family could resort to anything. He admitted that he could not help in any way, as he was still bound by this curse. Diana understood this, but she had no intention of asking the Duke for help first. She had to try to find a temple priest she could trust. Cornelius agreed, and the Duke frowned. He could not understand who this lady really was. Her determination and prudence did not correspond to the image of a simple girl who had recently come of age. The Duke said there was another problem. Marriage is a union between families, so whether she wants it or not, her family will be involved in this, but he does not intend to have anything to do with her relatives. He asked what she was going to do about it, to which Diana replied that he would find out soon, and there was nothing to worry about. At this time, they reported that a delegation from her country was expected to arrive at any moment. Preparations were underway at the royal palace for a meeting of delegates. The ambassadors noted that the atmosphere here was significantly different, but there was no time for discussion. The head of the delegation reminded those present of the purpose of their arrival. One of the ambassadors stated that they had come to the empire to uncover the truth about the unjust death of Princess Juliana. The main thing was to remain alert, to obtain the right to conduct an investigation and find out exactly what happened, leaving no doubt His Majesty the Emperor was informed, and for today their duties were fulfilled. The delegates were dismissed. However, as soon as they entered their chambers, they saw an unexpected guest. Lady Diana Resley stood before them. One of the delegates said that he was just about to visit her and noted that he had not seen her for a long time. The second was her father. She approached her parent to talk to him alone. He was embarrassed but showed no emotion. The second delegate left them alone, and Diana said it was unexpected. She explained that she did not know that he would arrive as part of the country's representatives. He remained silent, but Diana assumed that perhaps it was an order from His Majesty. She was sure that he probably hadn't asked for a meeting in order to see her. Her father asked her how she had lived all this time, and Diana suggested that they talk frankly at least once, because she knew that wasn't what he was really interested in. He asked if she intended to return to her country now that she was no longer accompanying the princess. Diana asked. It seemed like he hoped she wouldn't do it. Without waiting for an answer, she declared that she had one last request, which the father would not refuse his daughter. He asked what it consisted of, and she handed him the inkwell, asking him to take it seriously. The father was shocked and didn't know what to answer. He soon noticed that she had not changed at all, although she might have achieved something. He said that she was becoming more and more like her mother. Vivian also acted as if she desperately wanted to stay, and then on a certain day she began to erase all traces of her existence. In the end, everything happened the way it did. Diana noticed that he spoke of it as if it were a death she had chosen, whereas it was addiction that had led to her death. The father answered, "Did she really think that someone killed her mother?" Diana reminded him that they were married and that if there were any vulnerabilities in the story, then anything was possible, but her father interrupted her and accused her of trying to blame him. He stated that he didn't know what she thought he should do, since he had just gone through a marriage he didn't want. Just like she was born into a family she didn't want. Diana agreed that this was true and suggested that they go their separate ways from now on, as it would be more convenient for both of them. The father was silent at first, but soon agreed. He dipped his pen into the inkwell and made an entry stating that from that day on, Diana was excluded from the register of Viscount Wrestley's family. This ensures that she has no further connection with them. Having finished, the father said that that was all, and from that moment on it would be better for them not to meet. Diana smiled and agreed with this decision. After the conversation, she left, and one of the embassy delegates followed her. He asked to speak privately, and she asked what exactly was bothering him and said she knew nothing. She explained that she immediately lost consciousness during the attack, and when she came to, everything was already over. After this, she expressed regret that she could not help in any way. As she left, holding the treasured paper in her hands, she thought that it was finally all over. However, she could not contain the sadness that overcame her when her father so easily signed this paper. Pain tore at her heart. She understood that he didn't love her, but she didn't understand why he had to advertise it like that. Her fiancé was hurrying towards her and asked if everything was okay with her. Cornelius was a man who always cared deeply about her. He took her hands and noticed that she looked unwell and assumed that something bad had happened. She replied that nothing terrible had happened. She had simply survived the war and would cope with this too. At the same time, I thought that this feeling of sadness was not so bad. Then, taking his hand, she said that she wanted to go home quickly and not stay here. Cornelius immediately supported her and promised to return home immediately. Diana agreed, saying that she finally had a home. The Grand Ducal House of Haman was in turmoil. Cornelius saw the priests. He asked why they were there, and his father replied that he had invited them to bless Diana. Cornelius grimaced because he did not believe the priests. But her father asked if it was time for her to take the coming-of-age ceremony and receive divine blessing. Cornelius was indignant, reminding her that this was happening after his attempt to throw her out, and called it superstition. The father asked him not to be impudent, explaining that couples blessed by the high priest live long and happily, never parting. He knew how to move him, and Cornelius immediately approached them hopefully. His wife brought Diana to perform the ceremony. Cornelius was surprised and noted that she must have been through a lot to get here, but she insisted that he would have stopped her if he had known in advance. Watching them, the mother thought that even from the outside it was obvious how much he liked her. She was surprised that a child who had never shown such emotions could be so happy. The father announced that it was time to begin the ceremony. The priest lowered his hood and said that at last they met again. Diana and Cornelius looked at him without recognition. This made him feel offended. He recalled that they had met before in the square. Other priests confirmed that he was one of them. Cornelius noticed that the world was changing for the better, because even a street vendor could become a priest. In response, he indignantly stated that he was a priest even then. Moreover, he emphasized that he is a candidate for the next high priest. One of his companions confirmed this, but Rupert modestly noted that they were only servants of God. He then reminded them that they were gathered there for a specific purpose, and hoped that the guests of honor were ready to begin the ceremony. Having begun the ritual, the priest called upon Noel, the god of light. He was the son of a mother named Nana. The priest continued his prayers. He asked to grant mercy and blessing to his child. Diana watched all this with excitement in her heart. However, what she felt was not what she expected. Even Cornelius realized that something strange was going on. When the priest began to read the prayers, an unusual light appeared. Diana's eyes widened and she couldn't understand where she was. There was emptiness all around, and she found herself alone in this world. She looked back and was confused. At that moment, she heard someone calling for Ciaramo's daughter. She didn't know such a name. Then they said that since she had returned, she would be given a blessing. Diana suddenly developed a headache, and Cornelius hurried to her. He ordered that they retreat from her. The priest was surprised and asked if he wanted to harm the young lady she was not to be touched during the ceremony. Cornelius was indignant when he looked at him, because everything he wanted was for her. The priest explained that this happens because she has a very sensitive perception of divine power, so there is no need to worry. Rupert breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it would be more difficult to remove. At the moment, she was in a state that could not be shown to strangers because she was a special person. The priest then advised Diana to take a deep breath, assuring her that she would soon feel better. Diana could barely stand on her feet and did not understand what was happening to her. The priest turned to her quietly, noticing that she had returned. She didn't understand the meaning of his words and wondered how he knew. The priest noted that her eye color had returned, which meant that she was okay. He advised her to keep it a secret for now, to which she asked what exactly he meant. Cornelius ran to her and asked how she was feeling. She replied that she was just a little dizzy. He said that he was very scared. He claimed it was a dangerous blessing, but the priests insisted it was a rare occurrence. It was believed that sometimes there are those who hear the voice of God. Diana wanted to understand who Rupert, the priest who had spoken to her, was. He knew she was the one who had returned, and Cornelius was barely being held back from doing something bad. Everyone tried to calm him down, despite his ardor and desire to punish those responsible for hurting her. The next day, Diana left the estate again. She was accompanied by Ben, who asked if she hadn't been to the temple recently. She replied that she was grateful for his accompaniment, as she had something important to do. He assured her that he was glad to accompany her and asked her not to worry. Diana knew she had something very important to do, and she was determined to meet with Rupert, who knew what was happening to her, to find out what to expect.